the Marlene Oaks case. Who owns the skull found in the woods? In 1980, an auto mechanic named William Bill Major likewise believed that he had carried out the perfect crime that would never be unraveled. Barely anyone could have imagined that more than 2 decades later, he would still be forced to face trial and receive a well-earned sentence. And the catalyst for the renewed investigation turned out to be his own daughter, whom he had robbed of a mother during early childhood. And now let us examine the entire story thoroughly, dismantle this perfect crime and the approaching punishment. To be fair, it must be mentioned that this high-profile and extremely brutal case involving the disappearance of a young mother, Marlene Oaks, could have been solved back in the distant 80s, because the victim herself, who sensed her impending death, left numerous clues for the police, to which law enforcement officers for some reason failed to give proper attention. A girl named Helen Marlene Oaks was born on December 7, 1954, in the small town of Martinsville, in the state of Virginia, and she was the middle child of 3 born to spouses Lorraine and William Oaks. She grew up alongside an older brother and a younger sister. Their family lived rather modestly, but the parents always tried to supply their children with everything necessary and raise them to be decent people. By the way, our present heroine from childhood preferred to use her middle name, Marlene, which she liked far more than Helen. She was a petite and very pretty blonde with brown eyes and a charming smile. Therefore, it was not surprising that she had many admirers from an early age. At the age of 16, barely having finished school, the girl, wishing to quickly begin an independent life and escape parental supervision, hastily bound herself by the ties of marriage. Her chosen partner was a man named William Major, who was 10 years older than she was. But the couple in love were not troubled by the age difference. The chosen man worked as an auto mechanic and appeared to the girl to be serious and dependable. Soon after the couple officially legalized their relationship, they settled in a trailer park on the outskirts of the small rural town of Verona, located in Boone County, Kentucky. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. In 1972, the couple welcomed their first shared child, a son to whom they decided to give the name Donald. At that time, Marlene was barely 17 years old, and her husband was already 27 years old. For years later, the couple had a younger daughter, Lilana. The family continued to live in a small trailer on the grounds of the trailer park. Marlene was a housewife, raising their children and making their modest home cozy, while Bill worked at a service station repairing cars. He was skilled at his job and was, so to speak, a jack of all trades. He had every opportunity to build a successful career and open his own business. The man, however, did not particularly aspire to anything. The spouse's money was barely enough for basic necessities, but the head of the family, whenever he managed to earn a little extra, as a rule spent it all on alcohol. Later, the use of illegal substances was added to his addictions. At the same time, Bill was a communicative person, outgoing and seemingly very pleasant and friendly to others. All these traits helped him greatly in his work. People who sought help at his workshop often returned again, and also recommended Major as a good specialist to their friends. However, at home, Bill turned into a completely different person, rude, selfish, and cruel. The former feelings that had once connected his life with Marlene seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving only misunderstanding, resentment, and irritation. The couple often argued, and sometimes their heated disputes escalated into violence. Bill was not a caring husband or a loving father, and over time he became more and more like a domestic tyrant. In 1978, a young Canadian named Glenn St. Hiller was passing through the town of Verona, and his truck suddenly broke down. On the advice of local residents, he went to Bill Major's workshop, where the mechanic willingly agreed to repair the vehicle. The stranger was traveling from Ohio to Texas. He knew no one in the area, and the only hotel on the outskirts was closed, and he simply did not know where to stay. When Glenn complained to the auto mechanic about the predicament he had found himself in, Bill promised to help and quickly found him a place to stay in the trailer park and invited him over for dinner. The guest was literally captivated by Marlene's beauty, her kindness, and her friendliness. The young woman prepared a delicious meal, willingly and with interest maintained the conversation, and seemed very pleasant and open. 2 weeks later, Glenn visited Verona again to thank Bill for his assistance. And after another month, he decided to move here for a while. The man settled in the same suburban trailer park and found employment in Bill's workshop, becoming his subordinate. In addition, the new neighbor began to show interest in Marlene and in every possible way sought opportunities to meet with her. The situation in the Major family had long been extremely tense. The spouses did nothing but quarrel, shout at one another, trade insults, and sometimes even come to blows. For Marlene, interaction with the kind and polite Glenn became a genuine escape. They quickly grew close and soon became lovers. The couple spent all their free time together, trying to hide from prying eyes. But in a quiet suburb where everyone knows one another, gossip spreads rapidly. Soon the rumors reached Bill, but the unfaithful husband did not seem particularly disturbed by them. Moreover, he even strangely encouraged their relationship, and he appeared to have lost interest in his young wife. The explanation for this behavior was soon uncovered, and it turned out to be truly monstrous. Major, as it emerged, had an unhealthy interest in his own children, and before long he began to act on his secret fantasies. Soon Marlene noticed certain oddities and changes in the behavior of 8-year-old Donald. The boy became withdrawn and anxious, slept poorly, and was afraid to be alone with his father. When his mother decided to have an open conversation with him, the child told her the horrific things his father did to him and begged her to protect him. Marlene was horrified by her son's revelations and realized that it was simply impossible to go on living this way. She had long planned to divorce Bill, obtain sole custody of the children, and move with Glenn and the kids to her native Virginia, closer to her parents. Her lover also urged her to do so. And now there was a real reason to hasten the divorce, and Marlene told her husband everything she had learned from her son about his unacceptable behavior, declared her intention to divorce, and also threatened to report him to the police. The scandal quickly escalated into physical violence, and Bill struck his wife hard in the face several times. From that moment on, the spouses were literally in a state of war. Marlene initiated the divorce proceedings, but she could not yet separate from her husband because of the children, since she wanted to officially secure sole custody of them. Her husband beat her almost every day, insulted her, and threatened to kill her. He promised to murder her and said he would ensure that no one would ever find the body and that he would remain with the children. The unhappy young woman simply did not know what to do. She secretly kept a personal diary in which she recorded everything Bill said to her, how he threatened to kill her and conceal his actions. Moreover, on several occasions, while in a state of alcoholic intoxication, Bill described in detail how he would dispose of his wife, dismember her, and hide the remains in different places, assigning the most important role in concealing the crime to the removal of all her teeth so that the body could not be identified through dental records. It is noteworthy that all these horrific things Major described not only to his wife, but also to some of his friends, who, however, did not take his words seriously. Meanwhile, the situation continued to escalate, and neighbors living in the trailer park became daily witnesses to the turbulent marital conflicts. Everyone knew that Marlene had filed for divorce and was planning to move to another state with Glenn and the children. No one blamed Marlene. Everyone understood how difficult and unhealthy the situation in her family was. But relatives and neighbors expected that everything would be resolved in a peaceful and civilized manner. On October 11, 1980, around noon, the spouses once again had a loud altercation, but soon everything quieted down. Toward evening, an agitated and angry Bill took the children to one of the neighboring trailers and knocked on the door. He said that his wife had run off with her lover, leaving their son and daughter behind, and asked the neighbors to watch the children until the next day while he tried to find Marlene and bring her home. The neighbors agreed to shelter the children for the night and immediately assumed that the young woman had fled with Glenn, but wondered how a loving and caring mother could abandon her beloved children. Everyone's confusion grew when Glenn emerged from his trailer in the morning and, in response to all the questions about the supposed escape, only stared at those around him in bewilderment. It turned out that he had not seen his beloved since the previous day and, in general, was unaware that she had disappeared anywhere. Then Glenn himself went to Bill to clarify the situation, but the enraged husband only shouted that his wife had found another lover and had lost her mind. However, Glenn did not believe his words, because he knew for certain that Marlene had no other man and that she would under no circumstances abandon her children. A day later, Major himself went to the police, where he reported his wife's disappearance, presenting his version of events. He added that their family car had also gone missing, which he believed supported the theory that she had run away. But the police also found the entire story very strange. They had the impression that Bill was inventing it as he went along, sometimes contradicting himself and getting confused over simple clarifying questions. The police decided to begin the investigation by questioning the neighbors and relatives of the couple, as well as examining the circumstances surrounding the young woman's disappearance. Everyone unanimously spoke about the difficult relationship between the spouses, but stated that Marlene would never have left Donald and Lalana because she loved them more than life itself. There were also those who had heard Bill's frightening stories about how he would kill his wife and dispose of the body. This led to the man's arrest and interrogation, but he himself claimed that it was merely drunken talk and that he had never truly intended to harm his spouse. The next oddity was that a search of the home revealed the missing woman's passport, wallet with cash and driver's license, as well as all of her personal belongings. It seemed as if she had simply gotten into a car and left without her belongings, money, or documents. But where to? Marlene's relatives could not answer this question, but her sister mentioned their last disturbing phone conversation, during which Oakes was afraid for her life and said that she kept a diary in which she wrote down everything that happened to her. Information about the diary greatly interested the detectives, but nothing of the sort was found during the search of the trailer. A few days later, Glenn appeared at the police station with the diary. He explained that Marlene had left her notes with him for safekeeping in case something happened to her or she disappeared without a trace. When the woman really did go missing, he waited a few days and then, realizing that she was not coming back, brought the notebook to the station. The pages contained truly horrific entries, including beatings, humiliation, and threats. There was also a detailed description of how Bill had promised to kill his wife. In addition, Marlene wrote that her husband showed a sick interest in children. In this connection, it was decided to speak with Marlene's son, but he did not provide any valuable information, practically did not answer questions, and only kept asking to be allowed to go home. For some reason, the detectives did not pay attention to the fact that the boy was frightened and simply could not answer truthfully. His father had questioned him beforehand, and Donald was afraid to say anything unnecessary for fear of his parents' anger. They decided not to traumatize 4-year-old Lalana and did not question her. Over the next several weeks, police officers searched the area, looking for any leads or clues. Marlene and her car were being sought throughout the state, but the young woman and the vehicle seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no reason to believe that she was dead or murdered. The investigation reached a dead end. Despite the fact that relatives and neighbors testified against Bill, and the man himself was repeatedly summoned for questioning, no grounds for his arrest were ever found. Neither a body nor any convincing evidence that Marlene might have been seriously harmed was discovered, and she remained missing. Major began to hastily sell off his property, explaining that he was going to move closer to his parents because it was very difficult for him to manage 2 children after his wife's escape. Among other things, he sold his weapons, namely a rifle, a shotgun, and several pistols. His strange behavior resembled not preparation for relocation, but an ordinary flight. To the children, Bill constantly said that their mother had never loved them and therefore abandoned them. He claimed that Marlene was an alcoholic, that she had countless lovers who were more important to her than her family. Bill diligently turned his son and daughter against their own mother, trying to make them hate the dearest person in their lives. It should be noted that he succeeded quite well, because Donald and Lalana were still young and blindly believed their father. Soon Bill and his children moved to the state of Rhode Island, where his parents lived. There they bought a trailer and settled down for many years. But after Marlene's disappearance, a truly dark period began in the lives of Donald and Lalana. Their father brutally beat them, abused them, humiliated them, and did even more horrifying things. At first, it was mainly Donald who endured these torments, but as Lalana grew older, the cruel fate did not spare her either. About a year later, the man acquired a new lover named Pauline, with whom he began to live together, but they could not legalize their relationship because Major was still married to the missing Marlene. Nevertheless, the couple had a child together, and for some time the family lived a quiet life, until one day Pauline herself witnessed what Bill was doing to his own son. She immediately went to the police, told them everything, took her child, and left. Bill was eventually arrested, and his children went to live with their maternal grandparents in Virginia. About a year and a half after Marlene's mysterious disappearance, a hunter encountered a terrifying sight in a wooded area near the Verona Trailer Park. He noticed that his dog had begun digging in the ground, and something resembling a fragment of a human skull appeared. The man immediately reported this to the police, and the arriving experts confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a severely damaged skull. The discovered remains were immediately sent to forensic specialists for detailed examination, and the experts' conclusions were truly horrifying. The skull was missing the lower jaw and did not have a single tooth. There were 2 bullet holes in it, and the shots had been fired at point-blank range. The experts also identified cut marks on the bones from a large knife or axe, which likely separated the head from the body. It was impossible to determine with certainty to whom this skull belonged, but judging by the size and condition of the bones, it was assumed that it belonged to a young woman under 30 years of age. Naturally, the story of Marlene's disappearance immediately came to mind. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was thoroughly searched, but no other remains or personal belongings were found. As a result, the discovery was designated as Jane Doe, meaning unknown, and the search was suspended. When Donald and Lalana moved into their grandparents' home, their lives gradually improved. Most of all, they feared the day their father would be released, but after his release, Bill showed no interest at all in his grown children and did not even attempt to contact them. For a long time, Lalana did not speak about her mother at all because she was angry with her for leaving them with a tyrannical father. But one day, during a heartfelt conversation with her grandmother, Lalana asked why her mother had stopped loving her and her brother and had left the family. The elderly woman replied that she did not believe the escape story and believed that it was her husband who had dealt with her. At that moment, the girl's world turned upside down. She looked at the situation in a completely different way and realized that her grandmother was right. The girl decided to conduct her own investigation and uncover the mystery of her mother's disappearance. The first thing Lalana did was start a notebook in which she wrote down everything she could remember from her childhood, as well as everything her older brother knew and remembered. In 1998, when the girl was already 22 years old, she decided to go to her native Verona in order to speak with former neighbors and find out whether any of them had valuable information that could help her. As it turned out, Glenn still lived in those places and had not lost hope that one day the mystery of his beloved's disappearance would be solved. His personal life had not worked out. The man was lonely, worked at a local factory, and was constantly interested in the investigation into the case of Marlene Oakes. It was from Glenn that Lalana learned about the diary her mother had kept and given him for safekeeping before her disappearance. This diary was later added to the case file and then lost somewhere on the shelves of the police archives. Lalana was able to obtain permission to see her mother's writings and was literally shocked by the contents of the diary. Not only did her mother know that she was about to die, but she also named her killer, the method of death, and the way the evidence would be hidden. After reading the notes, the girl immediately rushed to her father, whom she had not seen for more than 10 years, in order to find out the truth. It should be noted that Bill, after his release from prison, remarried, but in 1995 he suffered a stroke, and since then he had been confined to a wheelchair. When he learned the reason for his daughter's visit, he only laughed in her face. Lalana begged him to tell her where he had hidden Marlene's remains so that she could give her mother a proper burial. The girl promised that she would not go to the police and that everything Bill said would remain strictly between them. But the father only hurled insults at his daughter, called her insane, and said that she would never find out what had happened to her mother. From her mother's diary, Lalana learned about the perfect crime her father had been preparing, which involved dismembering her, removing all her teeth, and burying the remains in different locations. In addition, Lalana, who along with her brother had been abused by Bill in childhood, uncovered some horrifying details from her father's past. It turned out that even before meeting their mother, Bill had served a prison sentence for harassment. For some reason, however, police officers overlooked this fact when they entrusted Major with custody of the children after their mother's disappearance. In 2000, 2 decades after Marlene's disappearance, her daughter initiated a new investigation into the case, presenting all the materials she had managed to collect on her own. Lalana and her brother were questioned again, and this time they told everything their father had done to them, with the beatings being the least terrible part. At the same time, Lalana learned about an unidentified skull fragment without teeth or a lower jaw that had been found in the local woods a year and a half after her mother's disappearance. She began to insist on the need for DNA testing, but at that time the procedure was extremely expensive and government agencies refused to pay for it. However, Lalana did not even consider giving up and organized a fund to raise money for the procedure. Relatives, neighbors, and simply concerned people joined in, and eventually, by the beginning of 2001, Lalana had already collected the necessary amount to carry out the identification. The analysis established the degree of the girl's kinship with the previously unidentified remains and determined that the discovered skull fragment did indeed belong to the missing Marlene Oakes. Then Lalana, already having the examination results, went to her paternal grandfather to speak with him and find out whether he knew anything. The elderly man was shocked by the news and agreed to testify to the police against his own son. Bill's father said that back in 1980 his son, while intoxicated with alcohol, told him that he had killed his wife with 2 shots to the head, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and buried the remains in different places at a considerable distance from one another. At the same time, he got rid of the lower jaw and teeth with particular care. As for Marlene's car, he said that Bill had driven it off a cliff into a river, but the police ultimately failed to find the car or its fragments. Most likely, over more than 2 decades, the turbulent mountain river either carried the vehicle far downstream or completely destroyed it, literally smashing it against sharp rocks. Despite the new circumstances and the evidence obtained, there was still no probable cause to arrest Bill. Then the police decided to resort to a ruse and asked Bill's father to bring his son into a frank telephone conversation so that he would confess to everything. The plan worked, and Major, upon learning that his daughter was seeking to resume the investigation, said that she would not succeed because he had safely hidden all the fragments of his wife's body, her car, and had gotten rid of the murder weapon. It was these words of Bill that became the reason for his arrest, because he had essentially confessed to everything himself. In July 2001, the man was taken into custody. After listening to the recording of the phone conversation and learning about the identification of the skull, he confessed to what he had done. However, he blamed everything on his late wife, claiming that she had driven him to scandals, infidelity, and threats to take his children away and forbid him from seeing them. At the trial, Bill presented his version of events, stating that he and his wife had argued in the car and that she began threatening him with a gun, but that he grabbed the weapon from her and allegedly shot her twice in the head by accident, although the shots were fired into the back of her head at point-blank range, which indicated a premeditated crime rather than self-defense. Bill's trial did not begin until the summer of 2003, 23 years after the crime. At the hearing, the 59-year-old defendant was brought in a wheelchair. He behaved calmly and was confident that he would be able to avoid punishment. The lawyer he hired insisted that the crime was committed in self-defense and that Lalana's and Donald's stories about abuse were false. However, despite the defense's efforts, the court found Major guilty of the brutal premeditated murder of Marlene Oakes. The man was sentenced to life imprisonment, which came as a complete shock to him. In December 2016, Bill attempted to apply for parole but was denied. A year later, he died in prison after suffering a second stroke. Moving on to the next case. The case of Rudolph Furious. On March 7, 2015, Rudolph Furious went for a walk with his 2 dogs. In the afternoon, his 2 dogs returned separately to the front door of their home, dragging their leashes, but Rudolph was nowhere to be found. Despite this, Janie persistently pursued every small lead to locate her son, but she was unsuccessful. Even amid the many recent tragedies in the Santana family, Janie remained determined in her belief that her son would be found. Speculation arose that Rudolph's disappearance could be linked to his biological father. Rudolph's father, who had been a law enforcement officer, was discovered dead from a gunshot wound in his patrol car. Prior to this, Rudolph's older brother had died in a car accident, and now Rudolph had vanished, leaving very little evidence to trace him. Janie, a resolute mother, remained steadfast in refusing to succumb to hopelessness. She actively engaged in online forums to ensure her son's name and case remained in the public eye, hoping his story would not fade into obscurity. She believed that his disappearance might be connected to human trafficking and criticized the state police for their lack of action. Janie suggested there could be complicity within the law enforcement community, potentially shielding criminals and avoiding conflicts with powerful individuals. Ever since Janie began speaking out about human trafficking, she felt her safety was at risk. Her fears were confirmed when Rudolph's uncle, Jerry, died in a motorcycle accident on the second anniversary of his nephew's disappearance. Jerry had been actively involved in the search for the young man. On National Missing Persons Day, he delivered an emotional speech about Rudolph's generous nature and compassion for others, highlighting the pain of a mother who has lost a child. Jerry never explicitly stated that Rudolph had been harmed, but shortly before his unexpected death, he contacted the owner of a local social media outlet called Voice of Houston. This platform was frequently used by the family. Jerry intended to schedule a meeting to share important information about Rudolph's case, planned for a week later. Tragically, Jerry died just one day before the meeting, suggesting he might have uncovered sensitive information he was not supposed to. As public interest in Rudolph's disappearance waned due to a lack of concrete evidence, Janie, with the help of volunteers and family members, created T-shirts featuring her son's image and shared his photos online. On the evening of June 29, 2023, a 911 emergency call reported finding an unconscious and injured young man outside the Immaculate Heart Church. The man, in his 20s, had minor injuries and bruises. After receiving the emergency call, law enforcement agents were uncertain about the man's identity. When he regained consciousness, he was silent, exhibited signs of fear and confusion, and had no identification or wallet. However, a crucial clue discovered in his pocket helped solve the mystery. Authorities identified the man as Rudolph Furias and contacted his mother, Janie Santana, to inform her. Janie recognized her son by his eyes and confirmed his identity, quickly moving to his side and remaining there constantly. After 8 years of despair, Rudolph's return felt almost miraculous to his family. Although he had not yet spoken to the authorities, it was anticipated that once he was settled and at ease with his family, he would recount his experiences and explain how he had ended up near the church, miles from home. Rudolph displayed signs of physical distress, including leg ulcers, various cuts and bruises, and dried blood in his hair. However, these injuries were treatable. Janie took to her social media to thank everyone who had helped keep the search for Rudolph ongoing. She acknowledged that she did not have any new information regarding his whereabouts during the missing years, but was committed to supporting his recovery and his health. She noted that attempts to discuss his past caused him to withdraw, become silent, and curl into a fetal position. Despite this, Janie was profoundly grateful that her son had returned after such a long absence. Rudolph always carried a pendant of his late brother with him. However, the story took an unexpected turn when a credit card was discovered in his pocket, issued in Janie Santana's name just 2 years prior, providing the police with a crucial lead in solving the mystery of his disappearance. Due to Rudolph's 8-year absence, the presence of a relatively new credit card in his mother's name raised significant questions. As detectives investigated with Janie's neighbors and family members, they uncovered compelling information. The local community was astonished to learn via national news of Rudolph's dramatic return. They were certain they had seen him at his mother's house not long before, unaware that there was a missing person case involving Janie. The collective surprise was heightened by media reports, particularly because the young man they recognized was not called Rudolph, but Dolph. Although Rudolph did not have a twin, neighbors frequently described Dolph as introverted yet approachable. He was often seen socializing on the street or joining card games in garages. While gentle and friendly, Dolph consistently appeared confused and typically walked his mother to her workplace in the evenings. Janie encouraged her son's interaction with neighbors, suggesting they invite him to dinner or offer small gifts to show appreciation for their kindness. Despite Rudolph's striking similarity to Dolph, neighbors were puzzled by the situation. It was eventually revealed that Dolph and Rudolph were indeed the same person who had been missing for nearly 8 years. Nevertheless, questions arose. Why were all the news outlets reporting that the boy had been found, especially when, according to neighbors, he had never gone missing? If his mother knew this, why was she frequently participating in missing persons forums and posting melancholic updates on social media? Who exactly is Janie Santana? When Janie Santana met her most recent spouse, she was already a mother to Rudolph, while her future partner had a child from a previous relationship. They were on the path to creating a large blended family. The children bonded immediately. Rudolph was thrilled to gain a brother, Charles, who was 8 years older than him. Everything appeared perfect until, a year after the wedding, the husband discovered that Janie was simultaneously married to another man, making this her 5th marriage. After separating from her previous spouse, Janie refused to finalize the divorce and became hostile toward her partner. She was fined $43,000 for her unlawful actions. Moreover, her siblings sued her for neglecting their elderly mother, Rose, who suffered from dementia and required constant care. Although the siblings were willing to care for their mother, Janie convinced Rose that living with her and Rudolph was the best option. Ultimately, Janie obtained the right to care for Rose, but Rose endured terrible living conditions at Janie's house. Rose lived in an unhygienic environment, forced to sleep on a dirty and wet couch. The home was filled with animal waste because it was not cleaned regularly. Rose even required hospitalization due to infected bed sores. Janie's siblings attempted to communicate with Rose, but her mental faculties were impaired. Janie showed no willingness to make changes, prompting her family to take legal action against her for maintaining a home that was neither clean, safe, nor suitable for an elderly person. In court, they argued that she was a compulsive liar who neglected proper care for their mother. However, Janie's attitude toward Rose did not appear loving. Her family believed she was primarily motivated by the financial benefits provided by the state for caregiving Rose. Janie seemed to present herself as a dedicated single mother, but she had unusual habits, including a strong obsession with social media. She spent her free time focused on her online presence, where she mostly interacted with herself. Janie created multiple fake profiles to comment on her own posts. She used these accounts to conduct detailed conversations, posing questions and responding as if she were different people. Her aim was to create the illusion of popularity on her social media, making her profile appear very active. Like many people, Janie enjoyed drama and often escalated minor matters into significant ones. One day, her son Rudolph developed swelling in his leg after visiting the family doctor, who confirmed the swelling was harmless. However, Janie immediately took him to the emergency room, urging him to claim he had taken numerous pills in an attempt to escape an alleged cancer diagnosis. After his hospitalization, Janie photographed Rudolph in his hospital bed and shared it online, making her audience believe he was battling cancer. Some online users speculated that Janie might be exhibiting signs of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a condition in which caregivers fabricate or induce medical problems in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy by telling false stories of sacrifice and suffering. Despite this, children generally display characteristics different from their parents, and Rudolph was a clear example of this distinction. Although Rudolph's primary relationships were with his mother and her numerous partners, his personality was very different from Janie's. Rudolph was naturally compassionate and kind, always willing to help anyone in need, even a stray cat. As he matured, he became known for being shy, gentle, and introverted. Aside from his mother, Rudolph's only true confidant was his beloved stepbrother Charles, who acted as both a father figure and an older brother. Rudolph admired Charles and aspired to follow in his footsteps, particularly after Charles joined the Marine Corps. This inspired Rudolph to consider a military career as well. On a pivotal day, while Janie and Rudolph were at home, a phone call suddenly changed their lives. After receiving alarming news, Janie, in a panic, rushed Rudolph outside. That day, Charles had been involved in a motorcycle accident near their home. The family, along with their mother, arrived at the scene before paramedics. At only 13 years old, Rudolph witnessed the traumatic sight of his older brother dying by the roadside in Houston, an experience that left a profound impact on him. On the first anniversary of Charles's tragic death, Rudolph, despite his young age, used social media to express his grief. He reflected on the year since Charles had passed, regretting that he had not expressed his affection to him. Rudolph sincerely wished his beloved brother could return. 3 years after Charles's passing, Rudolph's biological father also died, although they had scarcely had any contact. The father, a former police officer, was found dead in his patrol car. He had been dismissed from the force for falsifying reports and issuing excessive speeding tickets for personal gain. Over the course of 3 years, he had illegally earned more than $150,000 through fake overtime. Facing public humiliation and impending legal consequences, and unable to cope with the scandal and the loss of his career, Rudolph, who had essentially grown up without a father, had to confront the harsh reality that he would never have the opportunity to rebuild a relationship with him. This realization profoundly affected his fragile mental state, stirring feelings of resentment, sorrow, and anger. By the age of 16, Rudolph had already endured the loss of 2 significant people in his life. his stepbrother, and his biological father. Despite his mature understanding of grief, deep inside, Rudolph still retained the innocence of a child. His relatives observed that emotionally he resembled a 10-year-old, trusting, gentle, sweet, and naively youthful. Some time later, Rudolph suddenly disappeared. For the next 8 years, Janie recounted the story of how he went missing after a routine dog walk, which normally lasted 15 to 20 minutes. When 2 hours passed without Rudolph returning, Janie experienced a surge of motherly panic upon hearing barking at the door. She hurried to check and found only one dog, its leash dragging behind it, having come back alone. She assumed Rudolph had gone searching for the other dog, which explained his delay. The second dog did not return until the following morning, but Rudolph remained missing. Janie was deeply upset when she called the police and inadvertently provided the wrong birth date for her son. This led the officers to believe Rudolph was an adult. Consequently, they did not act quickly, assuming the teenager had voluntarily left home. The search concentrated on the routes Rudolph typically took, where they discovered a backpack containing notebooks and an asthma inhaler. Janie confirmed that these items belonged to her son, although no evidence of criminal activity was present. Detectives classified the teenager as missing, and Janie assumed the role of a worried mother. She promptly produced and distributed posters featuring her son's picture throughout the city, rallying support from the police, family, friends, and the community, who offered empathy and assistance. Over time, the story of Rudolph's disappearance faded as law enforcement personnel changed and the community moved on with their lives. Janie remained the only person dedicated to finding her son. She created a webpage for Rudolph's search, appealing to the public's empathy and raising over $2,000 in donations to support the effort. Over the years, as official investigations stagnated, Santana increasingly used online forums and social media to express her concerns. Sensing that something was seriously wrong, she declared her intention to travel to a town on the USA-Mexico border, believing Rudolph had become a victim of human trafficking. She resolved to embark on a personal mission to rescue him. Janie described the trip to her family and friends as dangerous and arduous, and even initiated a fundraiser to cover expenses. However, those who knew her suspected that Janie might be using Rudolph's situation as an excuse for a short vacation and a way to collect money. They had supported her before in similar ventures, dropping everything to join her whenever rumors of Rudolph sightings emerged across the country. After each unsuccessful search, Janie would lament on social media about the pain of being separated from her son, pleading with guardian angels to protect him while she was away. Through her posts, she addressed Rudolph directly, expressing how much she missed him. Meanwhile, during these years, Rudolph was actually at home. Janie had isolated him, keeping him behind a locked door. Although he was not physically chained, Rudolph experienced psychological imprisonment, losing his freedom. He became disheartened by the way he was treated at home, feeling deeply disrespected, which prompted him to decide to escape. His attempt to break free took approximately 24 hours. By the next day, he was back home, a detail known only to Janie. It appeared that she had used this incident both as punishment and as an opportunity to attract attention to herself. After a long walk with the dogs, during which he had been gone for several hours, Rudolph wanted to apologize for the worry he had caused. But Janie told him that he was now wanted by the police. She fabricated a story about him receiving a speeding ticket days earlier, and with his disappearance already reported, she implied that the authorities believed he was evading legal consequences. Now labeled a criminal, Rudolph, with no legal knowledge and trusting his mother, spent the first day locked in his room, which turned into a week, then a year, under his mother's manipulative influence. Every time visitors came, Rudolph would retreat to his room and remain completely silent, a prisoner in his own home. Rosa, Rudolph's grandmother, knew he was present and attempted several times to inform her children. However, Rudolph's aunts and uncles ignored her, assuming she was merely confused due to senile dementia. After the case was settled, Janie allowed her son to go out occasionally to visit the neighbors, but now she called him Dolph. The missing person posters displayed his photo at age 14, so it was unsurprising that many did not recognize him. His mother believed that a childhood photo would evoke more sympathy from the public. Occasionally, she would give him her credit card and send him to the store to buy groceries or other items to prevent him from realizing she was exploiting him. Janie secretly added illegal substances and sedatives to his meals, which made him feel sluggish and unable to think clearly. She continually threatened him with jail and the police, so he reluctantly remained at home. There were numerous rumors about Janie's inappropriate behavior with her adult son. She would enter his bathroom without knocking and make Rudolph lie with her under the blanket without clothes. However, Rudolph indicated that there were some intimate moments between them. He felt that his mother still treated him like a child and simply acted as though he were her husband. The family also observed Rudolph in town more than once and reported it to the police. Uniformed officers would visit Janie's house and even peer inside, but without a warrant, they could not enter. During this period, Janie acted calmly, raising no suspicions among the officers. The police would leave, dismissing the tip as false. No law enforcement officer, no family member, could have imagined that Rudolph had been quietly living under his own roof, rarely venturing outside. After enduring 8 years of confinement at home, Rudolph devised a plan. In the middle of the night, he took his mother's car keys and credit card and slipped out without a clear destination. Although he had not driven in 8 years, he managed only a few minutes behind the wheel before crashing the car, sustaining numerous cuts and bruises. He left the keys in the car and continued on foot until he reached a church. Exhausted, he collapsed. Janie posted a photo of Rudolph in a hospital bed on social media to gain sympathy. This photo had been taken 8 years earlier when he was hospitalized for a leg tumor. Authorities quickly attempted to transfer Rudolph to a hospital, but his mother persuaded them that his condition would worsen there, so she decided to take him home instead. In reality, she feared that Rudolph would reveal the truth upon waking. On July 5, 2023, Rudolph mustered enough courage to speak up and confided only in a local activist named Quell, known for advocating for the rights of discrimination victims. Quell assisted people in sharing their cases through media coverage and negotiations with law enforcement. Despite Janie's constant interruptions during the conversation, Rudolph managed to tell his side of the story. Eventually, it became evident that Janie's presence was obstructing the dialogue, and she was asked to leave the room. Rudolph exhibited signs of self-harm, reflecting the effects of his confinement. Although uneasy sharing a bed with his mother, he emphasized his enduring love for her. Quell publicly stated that a mother who engaged in such actions should face consequences, and expressed surprise that Janie had not yet been arrested. Quell was profoundly moved by Rudolph's story. However, that same night, Rudolph returned home with his mother. Janie, attempting emotional manipulation, threatened to harm herself unless Rudolph withdrew his statement to the police, unaware that their conversation was being recorded. Meanwhile, Janie adhered to her false narrative. At a press conference, the police announced that they would not press charges against Janie for the time being due to insufficient evidence of wrongdoing. Rudolph is currently staying with a family friend, but it remains unclear how far his mother might go to regain custody of him and attract further attention on social media. The International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, operating worldwide, reports that hundreds of thousands of missing children are reported annually and that parents are often involved in these disappearances. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sarah Starr. On November 27, 2017, at about 9 a.m., the Sherry County Sheriff's Department in Alabama, United States, received a phone call from a witness who believed her friend had ended her own life. Officers were dispatched to a residence owned by a nearby church. The home had once been the pastor's living quarters, but it had recently been leased solely to members of the congregation. The occupant at the time was Sarah Starr, a newly divorced mother of 3. At 38, she had been married for 16 years, but her relationship had reached a breaking point, prompting her to make the tough choice to divorce. Sarah was at a transitional period in her life, confronting the difficulties of raising children alone without her husband's assistance. She had to assume every parental duty, including providing for the children's needs, since her husband did not offer support initially. However, without her husband constantly pressuring her, her circumstances appeared to get better. Daily life became simpler for her. Sarah Starr was born in 1979 in the small town of LBI, Kansas, United States. She is a devoted parent. She smoothly handles and tends to her children. She works as an instructor at a nearby elementary school where she teaches literature. Sarah enjoys her profession. People characterize her as educated and composed with an ability to involve and motivate students. Sarah's marriage to Jason began in February 2001 when she was 22 and had just earned a bachelor's degree in education. Jason, who was 28, had recently returned from military duty. He had been married previously and had a son, but after encountering conflicts with his first spouse, they separated. He was immediately captivated by Sarah's warmth and attractiveness. At first, their union appeared steady and joyful, and Sarah often expressed how well things were progressing. Nevertheless, there were increasing worries among friends and relatives regarding Jason's conduct. Many observed that he would regularly demean and shame her in public. After 5 years of matrimony, the couple had twins, then another pair of twins, which was quite an unusual occurrence. She felt thrilled to become a mother of 4, but Jason was displeased. The spouses lived in the small town of Colby, Kansas, where they were raised, but they decided to relocate to Alabama. They rented a residence in their new location, and Jason secured employment. In addition to his primary job, he launched a business. Meanwhile, Sarah assumed the role of stay-at-home parent, looking after 4 small children and handling domestic tasks. It was an enormous workload, but she accomplished it successfully. However, Jason's earnings were insufficient, so Sarah accepted a part-time position at a school. This increased her responsibilities while her husband did not contribute significant assistance. Sarah found a solid spiritual community and became an active participant in her local Baptist congregation. Her relaxed, sociable nature enabled her to integrate into her new surroundings. In 2016, she became a 4th-grade teacher at a neighboring elementary school. Individuals described her as a very upbeat and kind woman. Yet behind her bright exterior, she encountered difficulties, especially after she delivered her second set of twins. Jason felt overburdened. He frequently erupted at Sarah because of the noise from the youngsters, sleep deprivation, and the disorder they caused. Sarah admitted that she felt drained by this marriage. She resolved to divorce and relocated into a residence supplied by the church for a modest payment and initiated the divorce procedure. Because of Jason's business, along with asset division and child custody, the divorce proceedings could extend for years. Fortunately, she had the backing of her church, which guided her through the tough period. Although Sarah was a committed parent and handled her obligations well, the constant struggles affected her mental well-being. She became more anxious, repeatedly quarreling with her husband, with Jason alleging that Sarah concentrated on using his money on needless purchases and was addicted to shopping. This behavior intensified after their separation, causing severe financial problems. These factors made it hard for her to sleep, and she experienced mild depression. When Sarah decided to leave the home she shared with Jason, she asked her friends, Dana and Lawrence, a married couple, for assistance. They later recalled how anxious Sarah seemed during the move. She hurriedly attempted to load her belongings into the car, but repeatedly forgot items, forcing her to run back and forth between the house and the street multiple times. This frantic conduct raised concerns about her mental state. Sarah was particularly apprehensive that Jason might return while she was moving, as she did not want him to discover the situation and intervene. When Sarah and her friends arrived at her new residence, Jason appeared. Lawrence then requested that Jason not enter, and he complied. Jason remained near the house for a short period before departing. Lawrence remembered that when Jason arrived, Sarah was extremely frightened. She was trembling and crying, and had been enduring stress and anxiety for a long time. She genuinely believed Jason intended to harm her, especially since he had previously threatened her with violence if she sought assistance. 2 years later, the divorce was finalized, and they agreed to share custody of their children. At that time, their twins were 12 and 7 years old. Jason was also ordered to pay monthly child support for all 4 children and for his wife, who was still facing financial struggles. The divorce had a substantial effect on Jason's finances. He was instructed to pay $3,000 monthly. At the time, Jason earned more than $6,000 per month, meaning the court mandated him to give half of his income to Sarah. However, she did not receive any of his assets, so she continued living in the church-provided home. Jason also moved out, but to a house near his ex-wife's residence, where he now lived with his mother. On November 27, 2017, Sarah was expected to return to work after Thanksgiving, but she did not appear for her class that morning, which was very uncharacteristic of her. Colleagues were unable to contact her, as she did not respond to messages across multiple platforms, raising concern about her well-being. Some teachers speculated that a serious incident might have occurred. Consequently, a coworker was sent to check on her. Tragically, at around 8:30 a.m., They discovered Sarah outside her home with multiple gunshot wounds. Authorities determined that Sarah was likely the victim of a violent assault. They found that she had left her home around 6:30 a.m. to go to work, but was shot in the chest shortly afterward. An unknown assailant had fired a shotgun at close range, also striking her in the head. Neighbors later informed police that they had heard gunfire that morning. However, because the area was rural and hunting was common, they had not thought much of it. In these regions, residents frequently use firearms for hunting or to deter wildlife. Forensic specialists found no fingerprints or tire marks at the scene. It was soon discovered that Sarah had recently undergone a complicated divorce from her husband, which raised police suspicions. Initial witnesses, Dana and Lawrence, told authorities that Sarah's divorce followed a difficult marriage. During the final months of the proceedings, Sarah had expressed fear of her husband, believing he might attempt to harm her. Jason lived only a few minutes' walk from her rented residence. With this information, police began focusing on the primary suspect, Jason. He was brought in for questioning, but denied any involvement in Sarah's murder. He was released a few hours later when his alibi was verified. He had eaten breakfast at a restaurant with his children, as confirmed by surveillance footage and witness statements. Although Jason was released, suspicions surrounding him persisted, as he had a strong motive to harm Sarah. Additionally, Sarah's friends and family confirmed that she had been terrified of Jason. A press conference was held to update the public on the investigation, during which it was announced that the state governor had offered a $5,000 reward for any information leading to Sarah's killer. A local resident later contributed an additional $500 to the reward fund. Unfortunately, these efforts proved fruitless. Authorities requested public assistance in providing crucial information to advance the investigation, but no leads emerged, and the case remained dormant for years. The local sheriff's office collaborated with state police. However, the case remained at a standstill until December 2021. Law enforcement suspects Jason's involvement in the crime, possibly through hiring a killer. He had a motive, as he was required to pay more than half of his income to his ex-wife and children. Investigators believe financial disputes led to the murder, and although he sought full custody of the children, he was unsuccessful in court. While examining Jason's computer, police discovered a manuscript for a book he intended to publish. The manuscript contained chapters describing his relationship with Sarah. Jason expressed a strong desire to avoid paying the court-ordered amount and explored methods to circumvent payment. His writings included numerous derogatory remarks about Sarah and women in general, which heightened police suspicions. Additionally, investigators reviewed Jason's financial activity and discovered that between September 7th and November 15th, the year Sarah was killed, he made 7 transactions totaling $2,600. These transactions occurred between Jason and a woman named Lily. The inquiry revealed that Lily was a friend of Jason's brother, Darren, and that they had no further financial dealings. Through discussions with Lily, authorities learned that Jason had given his brother Darren a 2016 motorcycle, an expensive item. The rationale for such a costly gift was unclear, particularly because Jason did not appear to have the financial means. He explained that he had been in an accident, but chose not to report it to police. Instead, Jason gave his damaged motorcycle to Darren to repair. Darren estimated the repair costs at $5,000. Jason sent the money through Darren's friend, Lily. The total transferred amounted to $2,600, which Jason claimed was for motorcycle repairs. However, investigators suspect this may have been a method to repay a debt to Darren, who may have been involved in Sarah's assault and murder. It is believed that Lily was used to conceal payments for the crime and help obscure their participation. Darren is described as a troubled individual who faced a difficult life in Texas. He has a criminal record, including a 2013 speeding arrest, during which illegal drugs were found. Although he received a brief sentence for possession, this history fueled suspicions about his potential involvement in more serious offenses. Authorities examined the brothers' data, including seizing their cell phones. Darren emerged as the primary suspect in Sarah's case. He traveled to Alabama just before Thanksgiving 2017. Darren arrived on November 18th and stayed for 10 days, frequently remaining near Sarah's residence. Tracking showed Darren's location near the church, and he turned off his mobile phone around midnight, just prior to Sarah's murder. This behavior suggested he was surveilling Sarah while attempting to conceal his whereabouts from police. His phone was reactivated around 10 a.m. the following day, back in Texas. Later that day, he sent Jason a coded message about a successful deer hunt, implying the use of coded language to communicate. One of Sarah's neighbors reported seeing a motorcycle resembling Jason's near her home several times before the murder. Shortly after the crime, the same motorcycle was observed leaving the area, further supporting the evidence. Based on this information, the police concluded that Jason had hired Darren to kill his ex-wife, resulting in serious charges against both men. In December 2021, Jason requested a lawyer and denied any involvement in the crime, confidently asserting that the police would have no evidence against him. However, he later admitted to killing Sarah, repeatedly stating that he was guilty. Despite his confession, he was released on bail pending a hearing, requiring him to wear an ankle monitor. His trial was scheduled for June 27. Darren's situation was particularly complex. He went into hiding, prompting a nationwide FBI manhunt. His photo was widely circulated, and initially, a $10,000 reward was offered for information leading to his capture, which later increased to $22,500. On February 5, 2022, Darren surrendered in Texas. He chose not to plead guilty and waived his right to await the hearing while under house arrest, instead opting to remain in prison until the trial began. Throughout this period, Jason and Darren frequently spoke on the phone, but their conversations were monitored, and they did not discuss anything that could be used against them. The preparation of the case was delayed because there was much circumstantial evidence, but not enough direct evidence after the police completed their investigation. On September 11, 2023, the trial of Jason Starr and Darren Starr finally commenced. The prosecution aimed to establish Jason's financial motive, emphasizing that he did not want to pay more than half of his income to Sarah. They presented substantial circumstantial evidence, including Jason's contact with Darren's brother in Texas, his use of his motorcycle to travel to Alabama, and the transfer of money. Lily asserted that she was not involved in any wrongdoing. According to her statement, she was unaware of what Jason and Darren were doing and was surprised to learn she could be perceived as an accomplice to the crime. Ultimately, it was decided not to pursue any charges against Lily. The attorney highlighted the lack of strong evidence. No murder weapon was found, and there were no witnesses to the attack, either in person or recorded on surveillance cameras. Jason's computer notes appeared to reflect his emotions and frustration after losing custody of his children and facing significant financial burdens. These notes expressed his emotional state rather than any intent to kill. Therefore, none of this could be considered direct evidence of a desire to kill. During the 10 days Darren was in Alabama, the brothers did not communicate directly. They may have used disposable phones purchased online to communicate. There was no physical evidence at the scene of the massacre, such as shoe prints, fingerprints, DNA, or even motorcycle tire tracks. Additionally, the lawyer presented a video showing Jason having breakfast with his children in a restaurant 10 kilometers from Sarah's house, which occurred at the same time the attackers shot Sarah. Jason fully cooperated with the investigation from the start, allowing police to search his cell phone and computer. His attorney emphasized this point, attempting to convince the jury that a genuine criminal would never allow such a search, particularly if they were aware of the evidence against them. However, this argument was not persuasive, especially given Jason's behavior and his confession after arrest. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury then spent 6 hours deliberating their verdict. Ultimately, the jury found Jason Starr and Darren Starr guilty of murder and conspiracy to murder. On January 4, 2024, both were sentenced to life in prison without parole and ordered to pay a $25,000 fine. Darren's attorney later announced plans to appeal the verdict, while Jason's defense attorney remained silent due to Jason's confession to the murder. The children were placed in the care of Sarah's parents. In court, the older twin expressed a desire to sever ties with their father, stating that they no longer wished to see him. Moving on to the next case. The case of Teresa Keel. Teresa Keel, a teacher from New York, was born and spent part of her life in the Queens area. She later relocated to Long Beach, Florida, where she married a well-known dentist. Sadly, her husband died in 2004. Teresa had 2 children from this marriage, Francesca and Vincent. After becoming a widow, she dedicated her entire life to caring for her children. In addition, she established a unique tutoring program for local homeless children who lacked access to education. Initially, Teresa worked as a teacher and eventually became the principal of a high school in the district. Her son, Vincent, was a talented athlete and tennis player, while her daughter Francesca excelled academically. Then Vincent became an app developer with his mother's support. Francesca worked as a waitress while attending classes at the nearby community college. Teresa and her 2 children lived together in Long Beach. On December 4, 2016, local resident Franklin Kuzma was returning home from training at 10:30 p.m. when he noticed a figure chasing a woman down the street. Although his view was limited, he saw that the person had pursued the woman into the building and struck her, causing her to fall. Franklin immediately ran to assist and found the woman with a serious head injury. He frightened the attacker away and shouted to neighbors to call emergency services, then chased after the attacker. He followed the attacker into a dark alley but lost sight of him and could not continue the pursuit. Franklin returned to the crime scene, where the police had already arrived. The victim was 56-year-old Teresa Keel, who was alive but in serious condition. As she was being loaded into the ambulance, her son Vincent arrived, and a neighbor informed him about the incident. Vincent was in shock, having dined with his mother just a few hours earlier. The police began inspecting the crime scene, which was at the entrance of an apartment building. A hole in the wall indicated that the first blow by the criminal had missed. Teresa had resisted the attack. Robbery was ruled out because her wallet and phone were found beside her. Considering the brutality of the attack, the police believed the motive was personal. Franklin, a neighbor who witnessed the attack and chased the suspect, provided a detailed account of the incident. He described the attacker as tall, strong, and athletic. The attacker's face was partially obscured by a hat and a bandage. Despite the use of search dogs, no trace of the suspect was discovered, suggesting he fled by car. Near Teresa's house, a bloodstained dumbbell was found and became the main weapon in the case. It was sent to a lab for analysis. Records corroborated the sequence of events, and Franklin's neighbor obtained an image of the suspect, though it was of poor quality and obscured the face. Franklin was seen pursuing someone carrying a sports bag. It is possible that the bag contained clothes the suspect had changed into before disappearing. However, Teresa's daughter, Francesca, could not be contacted. Her brother Michael and Vincent reported that Francesca had left home about 10 months earlier after starting a relationship with Ralph Kepler. The relationship had caused family tension since Francesca was 18 and Ralph was 26 and had a questionable reputation. He was a former athlete and worked as a correctional officer. Francesca often argued with her mother, who urged her to end the relationship and return home. The family suspected that Francesca might have been involved in the attack on her mother, also suspecting Ralph's involvement. Immediately following the attack, Teresa fell into a coma. Doctors reported severe injuries caused by a blunt object. She nearly lost her right eye, several teeth were knocked out, her skull was fractured, and she suffered a serious brain injury. She was placed on life support. Doctors suspected that a dumbbell had caused these injuries. The police hoped that Teresa would awaken from the coma to provide a statement. Meanwhile, detectives conducted a more detailed investigation into Francesca and Ralph. The investigation revealed conflicts between Ralph and the Keel family, which could provide a motive. The police visited Linwood, where he and Francesca lived. They were separated and questioned individually. Francesca was shocked to hear about the attack on her mother. Detectives were skeptical, but she insisted that they had an alibi. She and Ralph had been at home all night, wrapping gifts and watching football, providing a selfie posted online 11 minutes after the attack as evidence. Ralph, in another room, corroborated her account, stating that he only left the house once that day, around 11 a.m., to buy a lottery ticket before returning home. Detectives remained cautious regarding Ralph and Francesca's statements, even though their accounts contained many similarities. They were questioned extensively about the tension between them and Teresa. They did not deny it, but explained that Teresa was suspected of embezzling funds from investors who financed their joint project to develop a new social network. According to them, all the investors could be upset with Teresa. Furthermore, a lawsuit had recently been filed against her. During the investigation, detectives examined the investors and discovered that one of them was Ralph, who had invested $130,000 in the project. Ralph considered himself an ambitious entrepreneur and sought to invest his savings wisely. He knew that Vincent was an app developer and wanted Vincent to create a new dating app similar to a social network that could become popular and profitable. However, Vincent stated that this work required substantial time and effort, which he disliked. Ralph accused Teresa and Vincent of defrauding investors out of $350,000 intended for app development. In a lawsuit filed in May 2016, Ralph claimed that his funds had been misused for cosmetic surgeries, luxury cars, beauty salon visits, and clothing. Both Teresa and Vincent denied these allegations. Vincent continued developing the application, stating from the start that the app development would demand significant time and effort. Other investors had solid alibis and did not blame Teresa, as she had refunded their money. This left Ralph and Francesca as the primary suspects. To confirm their suspicions, detectives required concrete evidence. Ralph and Francesca's alibi was weak, and no one could corroborate it. Detectives noted discrepancies and decided to conduct a thorough investigation into the couple's communications. They collected recordings of messenger conversations from Vincent, Francesca, Ralph, and Teresa, who was still in a coma. Investigators uncovered troubling evidence. In nearly every conversation, Francesca warned that Ralph posed a threat to the family. Ralph, in turn, claimed that Teresa had severely harmed his well-being and made threats implying she deserved to die. He also mentioned the possibility of an accident, and following the attack, he and Francesca expressed satisfaction that Teresa had suffered serious injuries, particularly the loss of an eye. However, this was insufficient to bring them to court. People who knew Teresa mentioned that she had been afraid of Ralph and often communicated this to friends. She felt he was a threat to Vincent and Francesca. Teresa's family filed a lawsuit in court accusing Ralph of financially, emotionally, and sexually controlling Francesca. They alleged that he monitored Francesca's phone calls and emails, pressured her into getting breast implants, and even forced her to claim that Teresa was a prostitute. Francesca denied these allegations, asserting that everything was consensual, which led the judge to dismiss the case. During the trial in December 2017, Ralph claimed that Teresa and Vincent had received a substantial amount of money from him to develop a dating app, but had used it for personal expenses instead. However, these allegations were unsubstantiated because Vincent demonstrated that he was still actively working on the project. Investigators examined Ralph and Francesca's phone records and discovered a phone number linked to Spytech, a company that sold tracking devices. It turned out that Francesca had purchased a GPS tracking device from them. 2 weeks before the attack, Francesca's emails contained alerts from the device she used to track Teresa's location. Both she and Ralph had the ability to change the device's batteries and knew when it needed replacement. On the day of the murder, December 4th, Francesca ordered a taxi, which allowed investigators to trace the vehicle that Ralph used. Detectives spoke with the taxi driver, who recalled giving a ride to a man matching Ralph's description. The driver described him as a tall and strong individual. He acted very strangely, seemed nervous, climbed into the back seat, and bent down as if trying to hide from someone, then got out at the station. Although the trip cost $5, he paid nearly $20 and quickly left. CCTV footage from the station was reviewed, and the man's appearance matched Ralph's description in several ways, particularly his body type and clothing. This evidence was sufficient to warrant Ralph's arrest. On January 24, 2018, Ralph was charged with attempted murder using a dumbbell. DNA evidence from 2 individuals was found at the scene. The police tried to collect a DNA sample from Ralph for comparison, but he insisted on having a lawyer and refused to provide a sample. He was taken into custody, and bail was set at $50,000. During this time, investigators obtained a DNA sample from him without his knowledge. After paying bail, Ralph was released from prison but placed under house arrest while awaiting trial. Investigators continued examining Francesca's involvement in the crime, suspecting that she might be an accomplice. Friends of Francesca reported that Ralph had manipulated her, telling her that her family was trying to usurp the inheritance left by her father. This led her to distrust her family. The DNA analysis results from the dumbbell, found in November 2018, were revealed. It contained Teresa's blood, as well as DNA matching Ralph's. The police obtained over 20 warrants to search electronic devices and communication records for further information. It became increasingly clear that Francesca was involved in planning the crime, particularly after examining her personal computer and phone. In the months leading up to the attack, she had researched online the effectiveness of DNA testing on vulnerable areas of the head. This strongly suggested that she was seeking the most effective way to kill her own mother, Teresa. On November 10, 2018, Teresa's family made the difficult decision to disconnect her from life support after she had been in a coma for 2 years without any improvement in her condition. Doctors had indicated that there was no chance of her returning to a normal life. This decision led to more serious charges for Ralph and Francesca, who were arrested again, now facing murder charges. They maintained their innocence, but the evidence against them was overwhelming. Eventually, they admitted their involvement in the crime. On December 4th, Francesca located Teresa at a diner where she was having dinner with Vincent. Meanwhile, Ralph was waiting for her to return home. After the attack, Francesca called a taxi for Ralph, who then fled the scene. To create a false alibi, Francesca used their mobile phones from home in Linwood to post a selfie on social media, which she had taken earlier and stored in the cloud for this purpose. There was overwhelming evidence proving Francesca and Ralph's guilt, so the trial was reopened in late 2019. The prosecution offered a plea deal to the couple to reduce their sentences, which they both accepted. Ralph Kepler pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and aggravated murder, receiving a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 22 years. Francesca Keel pleaded guilty to unintentional murder and was sentenced to 13 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 9 years. Moving on to the next case. Travis Alexander. On the afternoon of June 4, 2008, in a quiet neighborhood of Mesa, Arizona, 30-year-old Travis Alexander stepped into the shower of his home, not knowing that it would be the final act of his life. Just moments earlier, he had been laughing, posing for photographs, completely relaxed. But behind the camera lens was someone he had once trusted, someone whose composed exterior concealed a tempest of rage, jealousy, and obsession. What unfolded in the minutes that followed would ignite one of the most shocking murder investigations in modern American history. A path of blood, a shattered camera, and a narrative that continually shifted. On June 9, 2008, in Mesa, Arizona, a group of friends grew increasingly worried about 30-year-old Travis Alexander. No one had heard from him for 5 days, and it was completely out of character for the outgoing and sociable young man to suddenly go silent. After multiple unanswered calls and messages since June 4th, his friends decided to check on him personally. When they arrived at his house, everything outside appeared normal. They rang the doorbell several times, but received no response. Before leaving, one of them recalled that a mutual friend knew the garage door code. After explaining the situation, that friend agreed to come over and help. As soon as they entered through the garage, they were struck by a foul odor. At first, they thought it might be coming from Travis's dog, who greeted them upon entering. But as they went upstairs, the smell became stronger. Something was clearly wrong. They knocked on the door to Travis's room, but there was no reply. In the neighboring room lived one of Travis's housemates, Zach Billings. When they knocked on his door, he came out surprised. Zach had not seen Travis for a week and believed that he was away on a trip to Cancun with a woman he had recently been seeing. Zach had a spare key to Travis's bedroom and opened the door. Inside, they found a large pool of blood soaking into the carpet and leading toward the bathroom. There, in the shower, they discovered Travis's body, curled into a fetal position. He had suffered 29 stab wounds, a deep slash across his throat that severed his carotid artery, jugular vein, and trachea, as well as a gunshot wound above his left eyebrow. His fingers and toes had darkened from livor mortis, indicating that he had been dead for several days. They immediately called 911. During the call, they mentioned that Travis had an ex-girlfriend, Jodi Arias, who had displayed troubling behavior in the past. When authorities arrived at the scene, there were no signs of forced entry, and the house appeared undisturbed, suggesting that the killer was someone Travis knew and trusted. Blood spatter covered the hallway and bathroom walls. A bloody left-hand palm print was found on the wall, and the bathroom sink was smeared with blood. Clumps of long, dark hair, clearly belonging to a woman, were discovered in the shower and on the floor. Police also found a digital camera inside the washing machine, soaked and seemingly destroyed. Forensic technicians managed to recover several images from its memory card. The photographs, taken on June 4th, showed Travis and Jodi Arias in intimate poses. The final image, time-stamped at 5:29 p.m., captured Travis alive in the shower, followed by accidental shots believed to have been taken moments after the attack began. Investigators questioned everyone close to Travis, including his roommates. They admitted noticing a strange odor, but had dismissed it as dirty dishes or trash. DNA samples were collected from all individuals who had contact with the victim. Soon, the name Jodi Arias came up repeatedly. Travis had ended their relationship months earlier, citing her obsessive and controlling behavior. She had slashed his tires and constantly checked his phone. While police were preparing to contact her, Jodi herself unexpectedly reached out to authorities. She claimed to be devastated and offered her help, stating that the last time she had seen Travis was in April. Born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, Jodi Arias was the daughter of William and Sandy Arias. She had 3 siblings and grew up in what appeared to be a calm household. However, Jodi later alleged that she was physically abused by her parents beginning at the age of 7. From an early age, she developed a strong interest in photography and continued to pursue it throughout her teenage years. In the fall of 2001, Jodi Arias began working as a waitress at a restaurant in Carmel, California. 2 years later, in 2003, she started dating the manager Daryl Brewer, who was nearly twice her age. Jodi was 21 and Daryl was 40. Their relationship began positively. Jodi was affectionate and reliable, and the two shared a deep bond marked by passion and stability. By May 2005, they purchased a home together in Palm Desert, California, agreeing to split the mortgage. In early 2006, Jodi accepted a new position with Prepaid Legal Services, a company that provided affordable legal assistance and organized seminars. Just 1 month into the job, she developed an interest in the Mormon faith and began attending church. Her newly embraced religious devotion quickly caused strain in her relationship with Daryl. She told him that she no longer wished to be physically intimate, explaining that she wanted to save herself for marriage, as encouraged by her church teachings. Despite this statement, she soon underwent breast augmentation surgery and abruptly ended the relationship. In September 2006, Jodi met 29-year-old Travis Alexander at a company conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. The attraction was immediate. Travis, a successful motivational speaker, had grown up in a turbulent environment. The child of drug-addicted parents, he was one of 8 siblings. After his parents divorced, he was raised by his paternal grandmother, a deeply devout Mormon, and he adopted the church's teachings as his own. Despite enduring immense hardship throughout his childhood and teenage years, Travis used his life story to inspire others. He worked tirelessly to create a stable life and become a symbol of personal development. After the conference, Travis and Jodi exchanged phone numbers, although he lived in Arizona and she in California. Just 1 week later, they met again, and that night they became physically intimate. What followed was a phase of constant communication, texts, phone calls, emails, and daily contact. On November 26, 2006, Jodi was baptized into the Mormon Church, hoping to become more compatible with Travis. 3 months later, they officially defined their relationship, and Jodi moved to Mesa, Arizona, to be closer to him. Soon after, however, the relationship took a dark turn. Jodi discovered messages from another woman on Travis's phone and accused him of infidelity. Her behavior changed dramatically. She grew increasingly jealous, possessive, and emotionally unstable. She frequently checked his phone, questioned his whereabouts, and erupted in anger. Travis, once hopeful about the relationship, began to feel trapped. He confided in friends that Jodi was pulling him away from his faith, and that he was beginning to doubt whether she was the kind of person he wanted in his life. The relationship officially ended in June 2007 after only 4 months. However, they continued engaging in secret sexual encounters, often traveling together for business-related events. Jodi believed they still had a future, while Travis began seeing other women. He suspected that Jodi had vandalized his car by slashing his tires on 2 occasions and that she had sent anonymous threatening emails to both him and his new girlfriend. Friends recalled him saying that she had once broken into his house by crawling through the dog door. Despite these warning signs, their physical relationship persisted. They exchanged intimate photographs, and Jodi remained fixated on him. By mid-2008, Travis told friends that Jodi had hacked into his social media accounts and accessed his bank information. He said he felt haunted by her and did not know how to escape the situation. Their final rupture came when Travis invited another woman, Mimi Hall, to accompany him on a planned trip to Cancun on June 15, 2008. He had originally planned to go with Jodi, but changed his plans at the last moment. When Jody learned that she had been replaced, she was furious. On May 28, 2008, a burglary was reported at the home of Jody's grandparents in Eureka, California, where she was living at the time. Among the stolen items was a handgun. On the morning of June 2nd, Jody left her grandparents' house at 5:39 a.m. She traveled to Redding, California, where she rented a car at 8:04 a.m. Offered a red vehicle. She declined and requested a more discreet color. She also brought gasoline containers with her, an unusual detail that later revealed her effort to conceal her travel route. Jody told friends and acquaintances that she was heading to Utah to meet a colleague named Ryan Burns, who also worked with prepaid legal services. Her true destination, however, was Mesa, Arizona, an 11-hour drive from where she began. The gas canisters allowed her to refuel without stopping at public gas stations, thereby avoiding security cameras and leaving no digital payment record. Between 1 a.m. and 3 p.m. on June 3, 2008, Jody Arias called Travis Alexander 4 times. He did not answer. Eventually, Travis returned her calls, first with an 18-minute conversation, followed by another lasting 41 minutes. What they discussed remains unknown, but what followed would change everything. On June 4th, Arias appeared in Salt Lake City to meet Ryan Burns, the colleague she had planned to see. Burns immediately sensed something was wrong. Jody's trademark long blonde hair had been dyed a darker color, and her hands bore visible cuts. When questioned about the injuries, she casually stated that they were caused by broken glass at work. Aside from her changed appearance, she appeared cheerful, even more upbeat than she normally was. That same day, Travis did not appear for a scheduled conference call. His absence caused concern among friends, particularly because he was typically punctual and professional. Several days passed without any contact from him. Then, on June 9th, his body was found inside his Mesa, Arizona home in a gruesome scene that shocked his friends and the surrounding community. On June 17th, Jody voluntarily provided her DNA and fingerprints to investigators. At that point, she was not viewed as a primary suspect. Her cooperation and composed demeanor did not align with the erratic, possessive woman Travis's friends had described. However, that perception changed 2 days later. Forensic technicians were able to recover deleted images from Travis's damaged digital camera. The photographs, dated June 4th, showed Jody and Travis in intimate positions. The final images, taken shortly before his death, captured Travis alive in the shower. One of the last photographs showed his bloodied body lying on the bathroom floor, and another appeared to show Jody's foot. When police contacted Jody again, she denied ever being in Mesa. She claimed she had been in Salt Lake City at the time of the murder and said that Ryan Burns could confirm her whereabouts. Burns did support her alibi, except for mentioning the unusual hair color and the cuts on her hands. Laboratory results soon revealed something far more incriminating. A bloody palm print at the crime scene contained DNA belonging to both Jody and Travis. By July 15, 2008, investigators had gathered enough evidence to bring her in for formal questioning. Detective Esteban Flores conducted the interrogation. He challenged her timeline, pointing out that her journey from California to Utah contained an unexplained 18-hour gap. Cell phone records indicated that her device had been turned off for an extended period, likely to avoid creating a digital trail. Even when confronted with forensic evidence, including blood, fingerprints, and photographs, Jody denied everything. She insisted the images had been manipulated and claimed she had no knowledge of what had occurred. Then she broke down in tears. What happened next shocked everyone who later watched the surveillance footage. When left alone in the interrogation room, Jody began acting erratically, kneeling on the floor, then standing on her head, later singing calmly to herself, and finally speaking out loud as if someone else were present. When informed that she would be photographed for booking, she even asked if she could apply makeup and smiled, asking how she looked before the camera flashed. In the days that followed, her account changed. First, she admitted she had been with Travis on the night of his death, but then introduced a new story. 2 masked intruders, one male and one female, had broken into the house, murdered Travis, and spared her life after threatening to kill her family if she spoke out. She claimed she hid in a closet during the attack and fled once the killers left. Still, her tears and shaking voice could not conceal the inconsistencies in her account. Eventually, Jody altered her narrative once again. This time, she confessed to killing Travis, but claimed it was done in self-defense. She alleged that he had attacked her in a fit of rage and that she fought back. She said she could not remember the details, only that she later found herself driving with blood on her hands and no clear memory of what had happened. After killing Travis Alexander, Jodi Arias fled across the desert. Along the way, she stopped her vehicle, changed her clothes, and threw the blood-stained clothing into a dumpster. She then continued driving toward her destination. Not long afterward, she appeared before the media, confidently declaring her innocence. She told reporters that the evidence would clear her and that no jury would ever convict her because, as she stated, she was not guilty. Despite carefully constructing her alibi, meticulously planning her route, and attempting to erase every trace of her presence, the truth was far more incriminating than she expected. As investigators reconstructed the events of June 4th, a chilling sequence became clear. That afternoon, Jodi and Travis had been intimate, as they had been many times before, and took several photographs together. Afterward, Travis stepped into the shower. As he did so, Jodi retrieved a knife she had concealed beneath her clothing. Under the guise of continuing the photo session, she entered the bathroom. In the final image, Travis is seen sitting in the shower, moments before the first stab. She attacked him with savage force. Defensive wounds on his hands indicated that he attempted to fight back. Bleeding heavily, he stumbled out of the shower and reached the sink, where he coughed up blood, staining the counter. He tried to call for help, but was unable to do so. As he attempted to flee down the hallway, Jodi followed and stabbed him repeatedly in the back. She ultimately pulled his head backward and slit his throat, leaving a large pool of blood on the carpet, later discovered by his friends. In an attempt to drag his body back toward the bathroom, Jodi pressed a bloody hand against the wall for balance, leaving a critical piece of evidence, a palm print containing both her and Travis's DNA. During the struggle, the camera they had used earlier fell and accidentally captured a blurry image of Jodi's foot beside Travis's blood-soaked body. After seeing him convulsing from the injuries, she fired a final shot into his forehead. The entire attack lasted approximately 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Jodi Arias's trial began on January 2, 2013. Her defense argued self-defense. She admitted to killing Travis, but alleged that he attacked her after she dropped his camera. According to her account, he became enraged, struck her, and broke her finger. Out of fear, she said she ran to his closet, grabbed a gun she claimed belonged to him, and fired in desperation. When he continued advancing, she claimed she stabbed him, but had no memory of how or when. Prosecutors disputed this version. They argued that the evidence pointed to a deliberate and premeditated murder. Witness testimony confirmed that she had borrowed gas canisters from her ex-boyfriend Daryl Brewer, suggesting she planned to drive long distances without stopping, thereby avoiding security cameras and transaction receipts. Audio recordings and explicit messages revealed a complex and toxic sexual relationship between Travis and Jodi. While she portrayed herself as a victim of verbal and physical abuse, prosecutors emphasized her obsessive behavior and history of manipulation. At one point, she even accused Travis of being a pedophile, an unproven allegation that further complicated the emotional atmosphere of the trial. To support her defense, Jodi's attorneys argued that she had suffered memory loss due to extreme psychological trauma. A clinical psychologist testified that Arias may have experienced an acute stress response, triggering a fight-or-flight reaction that interfered with her ability to form memories. He suggested that she displayed symptoms of anxiety rooted in long-term trauma. However, the prosecution's psychologist offered a contrasting diagnosis: borderline personality disorder. He described Jodi as emotionally unstable, manipulative, and prone to intense and erratic behavior. During the trial, Arias spent 18 days on the witness stand, often contradicting her earlier statements and exhibiting dramatic emotion. After 15 hours of deliberation, the jury found her guilty of first-degree murder on May 23, 2013. During the sentencing phase, however, jurors were unable to agree on whether she should receive the death penalty. The case moved to a second jury, which convened on October 20, 2014. That jury also failed to reach a unanimous verdict, voting 11-1 in favor of death. With the death penalty no longer an option, the final decision was left to the judge. On April 13, Jodi Arias was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was later transferred to Perryville Prison in Goodyear, Arizona, where she continues to serve her sentence. Since her incarceration, She has been moved several times within the Arizona prison system. Despite her repeated attempts to rewrite the narrative, the evidence and testimony ultimately revealed the true story, one of obsession, control, and a brutal crime that shocked the nation. Moving on to the next case. The case of William Lewis Reese. On May 16, 1997, 19-year-old Sandra Cepeo stopped at a gas station in Webster, Texas, to make a phone call from a payphone. After completing the call, she returned to her car and began driving, but soon realized that her tire was flat. Sandra was forced to stop and was weighing her options when a man in a white truck, who had been following her, pulled over to offer assistance. The man appeared to be a kind stranger, and Sandra accepted his help and got into his truck. The man restrained Sandra inside the truck and tied her wrists, then continued driving along Interstate 45. Sandra was terrified at this point and noticed that the truck doors were unlocked. Despite being pregnant, she was forced to jump out of the truck to escape her attacker. Unfortunately, he grabbed her, causing her to be dragged for several miles along the sidewalk. She eventually managed to escape, but was seriously injured. Sandra was taken to a nearby hospital, where the police were contacted. She described her attacker, but due to her trauma, she was unable to remember important details. That information was not enough to arrest the attacker. With no other leads to identify the assailant, the police decided to hypnotize Sandra. A few months later, while under hypnosis, she recalled critical details, including the truck's license plate. The license plate led investigators to a man named William Reese. William Lewis Reese was born on July 1, 1959, in Oklahoma. He was one of 13 siblings. As a child, he lived in the cities of Yukon and Anadarko. Due to his parents' difficult financial situation, he was forced to drop out of school in the 9th grade and work as a farm laborer. William married Judy Flaming in 1979 after she became pregnant. William joined the Oklahoma National Guard, but his time in the Guard was short-lived. His marriage to Judy was also troubled, and the couple divorced just 1 year after marrying. Despite this, William persuaded Judy to give their marriage another chance. They remarried and had a second child, but their reunion did not last long. William began drinking heavily and abusing Judy. The situation worsened in 1982 when Judy reported to the police that William had beaten her and threatened to kill her with a knife and a shotgun. As a result, Judy filed for divorce from William for the second time. William later remarried, but the marriage did not last, as his second wife divorced him after only a few months. After that divorce, William continued his criminal lifestyle. In April 1986, he kidnapped a 19-year-old woman, the daughter of a Texas sheriff's deputy. The woman was driving to a local gym when her car became stuck. William, who was working as a truck driver at the time, lured her into his truck, promising to take her to the nearest payphone. Once she was inside the truck, he tied her up and sexually assaulted her. William drove the victim to a nearby motel, where he rented a room. When he allowed her to use the bathroom, she took the opportunity to escape and contact the police. William was arrested and charged but released on bail. However, a month later he attacked another woman and was arrested again. He was then tried for both crimes, convicted, and sentenced to 25 years in prison. However, William appealed his conviction and had his sentence reviewed. The review found flaws in his case, leading to a reduction in his sentence. As a result, he was paroled in October 1996 after serving only 9.5 years of his original sentence. William moved to his mother's house in Anadarko, Oklahoma, after his release from prison. He later regained his driver's license in early 1997 and moved to Houston, Texas. There, William attempted to abduct and sexually assault Sandra Cepeo. This ultimately resulted in his conviction for aggravated kidnapping in 1998 and a sentence of 60 years in prison. However, while William was serving his sentence, police suspected him of involvement in numerous other crimes. It took many years to uncover the secrets William had carried with him into prison, while countless families waited desperately for answers. On the drizzly morning of April 3, 1997, at around 9 a.m., 12-year-old Laura Smither asked her mother for permission to go jogging alone. It was a decision her mother would regret for the rest of her life. Laura, the daughter of Bob and Gay Smither, grew up in a home in Friendswood with her younger brother. She was known for her gentle and kind-hearted nature. Laura was not only an outstanding student, but also a gifted ballet dancer from a very young age. Her dream of becoming a professional ballerina began to take shape after she was recently accepted into the prestigious Houston Ballet Academy. When she asked to go for a run that tragic day, her mother was surprised because Laura rarely went out on her own. In fact, she did not attend traditional school and was homeschooled by her parents. However, Laura had recently become motivated to do cardio exercises to improve her dancing and wanted to go for a run while her mother prepared breakfast. Her mother allowed her to go for a short jog, never imagining that anything bad could happen to her. Laura's parents began to panic when she did not return after several hours. Laura was always closely supervised and had never been alone for such a long period, so they knew something was wrong. Laura's father searched the neighborhood, but found no trace of her. At first, they believed she would return shortly, but as the hours passed, they realized something was seriously wrong. The parents then contacted Laura's relatives and friends to see if anyone had information about her whereabouts, but no one did. After an unsuccessful search, they contacted the police to file a missing person report. Laura's father explained the situation to the officers, saying that his daughter had gone jogging that morning but had been gone far longer than expected. The investigation into Laura's disappearance began, and her family immediately received support from the community. Volunteers, holding Laura's photograph, went door to door asking residents if they had any information about the missing 12-year-old. However, their efforts stopped when night fell. The following morning, police began an active search for Laura. A foot search team was sent into the forest, while helicopters were also deployed to look for potential clues. Unfortunately, no evidence was found during this time. Despite the lack of progress, community morale remained strong, with hundreds of volunteers continuing to participate in the search. The effort lasted for a week and involved nearly 6,000 volunteers. The National Coast Guard, along with the FBI, joined the local police department to assist in the operation. Although investigators initially considered the possibility that Laura had become lost in the woods, by this stage of the investigation, police suspected foul play. Hoping to continue the search, the community organized candlelight vigils and prayers in Laura's name, keeping hope alive that she would be found. However, another week passed without any developments in the case. On Sunday, April 20th, 1997, a meeting was held at Friendswood High School to discuss the next steps in the search. During the meeting, the sheriff received a phone call that caused his expression to turn anxious, raising concern among those present who wondered what had happened. Around 10 p.m., Laura's parents received devastating news. Laura's body had been discovered near a Pasadena reservoir, 12 miles from where she had disappeared. A man walking his dog found Laura's badly decomposed body in a muddy area. She was wearing only a pair of socks. 17 days after Laura went missing, her body was finally found, but in a horrific and tragic condition. She had been severely beaten and strangled to death. The news sent shockwaves through the Friendswood community, leaving residents heartbroken and afraid, fearing that a predator was on the loose and could strike again. Determined to catch the person responsible, police acted swiftly. However, they had no information about who committed the crime. In an effort to generate leads, they began interviewing local sex offenders. Soon, William Lewis Reese came to their attention. William, 38 years old, was working at Windsor Estate in Friendswood as an equipment operator. Notably, on the day of Laura's disappearance, he left work around the time Laura went missing and returned 30 minutes later. However, even after an extensive investigation, police found no concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. As a result, the case remained unsolved for many years. Kelly Cox was a 20-year-old student who went on a field trip to the local Denton prison on July 15, 1997, with her classmates for a criminology course. Before entering the prison, she parked her car in a lot across from the police station and hid the spare key in a magnetic box underneath the vehicle. Following her professor's instructions, she locked her other belongings, including her cell phone, inside the car. After finishing the prison tour at noon, Kelly left quickly because she had a test that day at the University of North Texas, where she was a student. Kelly attempted to unlock her car using the spare key, but it did not work. She had checked the key the night before, and it had been fine. Unable to use her cell phone, Kelly went to a nearby gas station to use a public phone to call her boyfriend, Lawrence Harris III, for assistance. After the call, she went inside the gas station, purchased a drink, and then disappeared. Lawrence arrived approximately 45 minutes later, But Kelly's car was still in the parking lot, and she was nowhere to be seen. Her keys and key fob were also missing. Lawrence searched for Kelly, but was unable to locate her. He then contacted Kelly's mother to ask if she had returned home, but she had not. At the time, the situation appeared suspicious, but Kelly's family chose to wait a little longer to see if she would return. However, their concern increased as more time passed. By 5:30 p.m., they believed something was seriously wrong. This was the time Kelly was supposed to pick up her 19-month-old daughter, Alexis, from the babysitter. Knowing that Kelly was a responsible mother, they realized it was highly unusual for her to miss this pickup or fail to arrange for someone else to collect Alexis. After a missing person report was filed, police immediately began searching for Kelly. As is standard in missing person cases, they started questioning those closest to her. The first person they focused on was her boyfriend, Lawrence, but he was cleared as a suspect after passing 4 polygraph tests. A later tip led investigators to another suspect, William Lewis Reese, who was also a suspect in the Laura Smither case. Although William did not live in Denton at the time of Kelly's disappearance, a gas station receipt placed him in the area on the same day Kelly went missing. Given William's history as a sex offender, he became a priority suspect, leading police to search his car for any evidence of Kelly, specifically her fingerprints. However, no fingerprints were found, leaving investigators with no additional evidence connecting William to Kelly's disappearance. With no leads, no witnesses, and no surveillance footage, the case quickly went cold and remained unresolved for years. Kelly's disappearance was devastating for her mother and stepfather, as they were left to raise Alexis on their own. As the years went by, Kelly never returned to her daughter, yet Alexis, following in her mother's footsteps, went on to attend the same college Kelly once did, holding on to the hope that her mother might one day come back. Throughout the years, Kelly's loved ones continued to share her story and circulate her photograph, never abandoning the hope that she would return home. Sadly, their hopes have not yet been fulfilled. Jessica Kane, a 17-year-old high school student, was reported missing by her mother on August 17, 1997. At approximately 1:30 a.m. that morning, Jessica had left a cast party at Bennigan's on Bay Avenue Boulevard after a concert in Dickinson, Texas. The party was attended by her friends from the show. When her mother realized that Jessica had not come home, she began calling the friends who had been with her that night. They confirmed that Jessica had left the party but never returned home. Born on August 28, 1979, Jessica was known for her cheerful personality, love of sports, and passion for drama, and she was the captain of the drill team at O'Connell High School in Galveston, Texas. Jessica's parents immediately feared that something terrible had happened to her. When her father went searching for her, he found her car parked near the Lamarck exit off the highway, with her valuables still inside. He immediately contacted the police, who, along with hundreds of volunteers, took part in the search for Jessica. During this painful time, Jessica's parents met Bob and Gay Smither, who were also searching for their missing daughter, Laura. Laura Smither's family, enduring their own horrific ordeal, stood firmly beside Jessica's parents and joined in the search efforts. Despite the combined efforts of police and the community, no trace or evidence of Jessica was ever found. Authorities began to suspect foul play and believed the chances of finding Jessica alive were extremely slim. After weeks of searching, the case was eventually dropped. However, Jessica's family never stopped seeking answers. They expressed that they were being forced to learn patience, an incredibly difficult lesson of waiting, remaining calm, and trusting in God. Tiffany Johnson was a 19-year-old woman who went missing on July 26, 1997. Her car was later discovered abandoned at a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma, but there was no sign of her. Born on April 6, 1978, to Michael and Kathy Dobe, Tiffany was the youngest daughter in her family. She was very close to her relatives, especially her mother. Tiffany grew up as a cheerful and energetic girl in a small town. She loved spending time outdoors, often helping her grandfather with gardening and caring for plants. After graduating from high school in 1996, Tiffany married Ryan Johnson in 1997 and moved with him to Bethany, Oklahoma. In order to save money for college, she worked 2 jobs while planning to enroll at Oklahoma State University to study botany. However, those plans were never realized. On July 26, 1997, Tiffany finished her part-time shift at a restaurant around 2 p.m. She was excited to celebrate her 3-month wedding anniversary with her husband, Ryan, and had planned to meet him at 11 p.m. Before heading out, Tiffany returned home, took a shower, and left in her white Dodge Neon. She went to the Sunshine Car Wash to have her vehicle cleaned and was never seen again. Her husband began searching for her that night, checking their home and other possible places, but she could not be found. Around midnight, a Bethany police officer came across Tiffany's abandoned car at the car wash. Police discovered the car door open, the keys still in the ignition, and Tiffany's wallet inside the vehicle. Inside the glove box, police found Tiffany's mother's phone number. However, when officers contacted Tiffany's mother, Kathy, who lived 60 miles away in Anadarko, she had no information regarding her daughter's disappearance. Tiffany's husband, Ryan, was the next person police reached out to, but he also had no knowledge of his wife's whereabouts. At that point, it became clear that something was seriously wrong. Before police could begin an active search for Tiffany, a disturbing discovery was made on July 27, 1997, near the intersection of I-40 and Gregory Street. A search team looking for another missing girl came across the body of a young white woman. Police suspected the body might be Tiffany's as soon as they arrived at the scene. After being shown a photograph of the victim, Ryan quickly confirmed that it was indeed his wife. An autopsy was unable to determine the exact time of death, but it revealed that Tiffany had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Police collected and preserved an unidentified DNA sample found on her body as evidence. With no immediate leads, investigators initially focused on Tiffany's husband, Ryan, as a possible suspect in her death. However, an alibi soon emerged, showing that Ryan had been at work from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. on the day Tiffany was last seen. Tiffany's last confirmed location was the car wash at 6 p.m. Just as the investigation appeared to be stalling, an important detail surfaced. It was revealed that Tiffany's cause of death included sexual assault along with severe head and shoulder trauma. Soon after, the owner of the car wash contacted police, reporting that a suspicious individual matching the description of a man wanted for kidnapping in Texas a few months earlier had been seen at the car wash on the same day Tiffany disappeared. That man was William Lewis Reese. His mother was a close friend of Tiffany's mother, and William even called Tiffany's mother, Kathy, following her daughter's death to express his condolences. Despite this, William managed to avoid justice for some time, as the investigation into Tiffany's murder failed to uncover evidence directly implicating him. Years later, in 2015, police achieved a major breakthrough due to advancements in DNA technology. A DNA sample collected during Tiffany's autopsy was retested and matched a profile in a national database known as Codes, linking William to the crime. William was subsequently charged in Oklahoma City with Tiffany's 1997 kidnapping and murder. Just as his trial was about to begin, William unexpectedly confessed to additional crimes in an effort to negotiate a deal with prosecutors. William had evaded law enforcement for nearly 19 years, despite having a serious criminal background that included armed kidnapping. Police suspected him of murdering Laura Smither and being involved in the disappearances of Jessica Kane and Kelly Cox. To verify their suspicions, investigators showed him photographs of the 3 victims. William quickly admitted responsibility, but denied that the crimes were sexually motivated. William agreed to disclose the locations of Kelly's and Jessica's remains in order to avoid the death penalty. In April 2016, he led police to a site in a Houston pasture where human remains were discovered. After several days of excavation, the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that the remains belonged to Jessica Kane. The investigation then moved to a separate burial location in Brazoria County, where another set of remains was found. Using dental records, authorities identified those remains as belonging to Kelly Cox. The trial for the murder of Tiffany Johnson took place in May 2021 in the Oklahoma County District Court. On May 28, 2021, a jury found William Lewis Reese guilty. The judge then sentenced William to death on August 19, 2021, for the kidnapping and murder of Tiffany. Following his conviction, William was extradited to Texas in March 2022 to stand trial for the murders of Laura Smither, Kelly Cox, and Jessica Kane. William pleaded guilty to all 3 murders and was sentenced to life in prison in June 2022. Moving on to the next case. Zuzu Renee Verk. One October night in Alpine, Texas, A terrible event occurred inside a quiet apartment near the local university. What began as a normal evening between two people quickly turned dark. Neighbors reported hearing arguments, strange noises, and then silence. The young woman who went inside never came out. She had big dreams, exciting plans for her future, and a bright path ahead. But that night, everything changed. What truly happened behind that door? This is the story of Zuzu Verk and the night that altered everything. Zuzu Renee Verk was born on April 22, 1995, in the close-knit community of Keller, to Lori and Glenn Verk. She grew up in a warm and loving household alongside her older brother, Miles, who would later describe her as the brightest light in their lives, the kind of sister who made every day better simply by being present. Her name, Zuzu, carried a story as unique as the girl herself. Inspired by the character Zuzu Bailey from the beloved holiday classic It's a Wonderful Life, Glenn and Lori had long agreed that if they ever had a daughter, that would be her name. When Lori became pregnant in 1994, they kept their promise. The name sparked curiosity wherever she went, and Zuzu often joked that she needed a business card just to explain it. Zuzu attended Timber Creek High School and, after graduation, moved to Alpine, Texas, to study at the local university. The town's wide-open skies and natural beauty felt like home to her. It was the perfect setting for someone who had always felt deeply connected to the natural world. She majored in conservation biology, a choice that reflected her passion for protecting the planet's wild places and creatures. Her academic performance spoke volumes about her dedication. She had recently made the dean's list and had applied to transfer to Texas University to complete her senior year. Zuzu was more than a student. She was driven, idealistic, and fiercely goal-oriented. Her love for nature went beyond academics, shaping her life's vision. After college, she dreamed of living abroad in Japan, where she hoped to combine her love of travel with environmental advocacy. In Alpine, her life intersected with Robert Fabian, a young man 4 years her senior. What began as attraction eventually developed into a rocky and complicated relationship. Robert had a laid-back charm that initially drew Zuzu in, but those close to her, particularly her mother Lori and brother Miles, noticed troubling signs. Lori thought Robert was self-centered and dismissive, and Miles considered him controlling. They feared he would not support Zuzu's ambitions, especially her plan to leave Alpine and move forward with her life. Zuzu herself seemed to share those concerns. Though she remained in the relationship, she admitted to her mother that she could not envision a future with Robert. It felt like a relationship built on convenience rather than true connection. Still, Zuzu remained kind and hopeful, traits that defined her, even as she prepared to tell Robert that she was transferring schools and moving on. The last conversation Lori had with her daughter was on October 10, 2016. Zuzu was excited, ready to tell Robert about her transfer to Texas University and that their relationship would be ending. Robert had planned to take her to a movie the following night. Lori had no idea that this would be the last time she ever heard her daughter's voice. When days passed without any word from Zuzu, panic quickly replaced concern. Zuzu was never one to ignore messages or go silent. Her parents, overwhelmed with worry, began contacting anyone who might have seen her. When Lori reached out to Robert, he claimed he had not seen Zuzu and said he was giving her space. On October 14, 2016, Zuzu was reported missing. A large-scale search was launched, involving local authorities, state officials, and hundreds of volunteers. Helicopters scanned the desert, horse riders combed rugged trails, and search parties covered hundreds of miles, even crossing into Mexico. Flyers were posted across town, and a $100,000 reward was announced to encourage leads. But hope slowly waned. The investigation began to point toward Robert Fabian. He told detectives that on the evening of October 11th, he and Zuzu had dinner at his apartment. He claimed the night soured after he mentioned an ex-girlfriend, and Zuzu left in the early morning hours. He said he called her later, but decided to back off when she did not respond. Police were skeptical of this story. A crucial piece of evidence came from John Franco, a neighbor who lived directly below Robert. According to John, he saw Zuzu arrive and enter Robert's apartment the night she disappeared. From his unit, John could hear the sounds of a typical evening: voices, laughter, and the clinking of dinnerware. But one moment stood out, a sudden and aggressive shut-up that broke the rhythm of an otherwise ordinary night. Later, around 4 a.m., John saw Robert leaving the apartment alone. Zuzu's car, however, remained parked outside. John had also heard what he described as arguments and strange thuds from above, details he didn't initially find alarming but would soon prove critical. When investigators revisited Robert with this new information, his story began to change. He now claimed that after a disagreement about an ex-girlfriend, he went out for a drive to Dairy Queen to clear his head. By the time he returned, Zuzu was allegedly still there, but left shortly afterward. The inconsistency raised enough suspicion for investigators to request a search of Robert's apartment, which he consented to. Inside, detectives encountered disturbing signs. The bed had been stripped entirely of linens, and the mattress pad, along with other items, clothes, and sheets, reeked of bleach. This, combined with Robert's habit of speaking about Zuzu in the past tense, painted a chilling picture. It became increasingly evident to investigators that Zuzu's disappearance might have been far more sinister than originally thought. Attention soon widened beyond Robert. Another figure emerged, his longtime friend, Chris Estrada. The bond between the two men dated back to high school, and their closeness placed Chris under scrutiny. What raised additional suspicion was a national television appearance. On December 6, 2016, Chris appeared on Crime Watch Daily. Viewers and authorities alike noted his stiff posture, awkward demeanor, and forced expressions. Phone records revealed that Robert had called Chris at 3:15 a.m. on October 12, the same morning Zuzu vanished. During questioning, Chris admitted that Robert had asked to borrow his credit card the day before, claiming he needed it to buy plastic painter's drop cloths for a project. This explanation immediately raised alarm. Why would someone need to purchase painting supplies in the middle of the night? Investigators found the reasoning implausible and the timing highly suspicious. Another key testimony followed. A friend named Brittany told investigators that Chris had arrived at her apartment around midnight on October 13, visibly shaken. He appeared pale and anxious, like someone who had just witnessed something he could not forget. When Brittany asked what was wrong, Chris reportedly replied, "I don't want to get you involved." Despite these unsettling clues, the case stalled. All evidence was circumstantial. There was no body, no physical proof directly linking Robert to a crime. The Verk family, heartbroken and desperate, held press conferences pleading for answers, urging Robert to come forward and help, but he remained silent. Weeks passed, then months. On February 3, 2017, exactly 3 months after Zuzu went missing, everything changed. Police patrolling a remote stretch of Brewster County, just outside Alpine, noticed something unusual, a disturbed patch of earth. Upon closer inspection, they saw plastic peeking out from the dirt, along with a lone blue sock and a scrap of dark fabric. Authorities were contacted immediately. When investigators arrived and began digging, their worst fears were confirmed. Inside a shallow grave, wrapped in a plastic painter's drop cloth, was the body of Zuzu. DNA testing later confirmed the remains. The young woman, full of life and dreams, who had planned to study at Texas University, hoped to live in Japan, and loved the stars and the earth, had been found. The plastic wrap used to conceal her body matched the type Robert had purchased at Dollar General with Chris's borrowed credit card. It was the final piece of the puzzle. Within 24 hours of the discovery, Robert Fabian was arrested and charged with evidence tampering and abuse of a corpse. 2 days later, Chris Estrada was taken into custody in Phoenix, Arizona, facing similar charges. Before long, Robert's charges were upgraded to murder. In April 2018, Chris Estrada accepted a plea deal, agreeing to testify against his best friend. He pleaded no contest to his involvement. Robert, however, continued to deny everything, pleading not guilty. His defense attorney argued that there was no direct physical evidence linking Robert to the murder. No fingerprints, no DNA. Prosecutors countered, emphasizing that Robert's behavior in the aftermath, bleaching sheets, shifting stories, and obsessive interest in the case, spoke volumes. A coworker testified that Robert, once easygoing, had become erratic after Zuzu disappeared, constantly asking about the investigation and showing an unnatural curiosity about law enforcement activity. These were not the actions of a worried boyfriend. They were the habits of someone watching his own crime unfold in real time. For the Verk family, the trial brought both pain and resolution. The truth, however brutal, had finally come to light, and Zuzu's memory endured, not only in the hearts of her family, but in the legacy of a young woman who had lived boldly, dreamed big, and deserved so much more. On the third day of the trial, the courtroom grew silent as Chris Estrada took the witness stand, and delivered a confession that changed the course of the case. He recounted a night filled with desperation, phone calls, and a secret no one was ever supposed to know. Chris testified that Robert Fabian had contacted him late at night, insisting it was a matter of life or death. According to Chris, the evening with Zuzu had begun peacefully, but things escalated violently in the bedroom. An argument turned physical, and Robert eventually strangled Zuzu. As she gasped for air and ultimately stopped breathing, Robert panicked. He told Chris he had tried to revive her with CPR, but it was already too late. From that moment, Chris described Robert going into survival mode, doing everything he could to cover his tracks. The claim that Zuzu's death was accidental rang hollow. Strangulation is deliberate and sustained, not a momentary lapse in control. Chris admitted that Robert called him repeatedly, over a dozen times, begging for help disposing of Zuzu's body. At one point, Robert even appeared at Chris's doorstep in Alpine, pleading for assistance and asking him not to go to the police. Chris claimed he refused to participate, but admitted that he never reported what he knew. His silence prolonged the family's agony and obstructed justice. Whether out of fear, loyalty, or moral paralysis, Chris chose silence over truth, leaving Zuzu's family in the dark for months. In a surprising twist, another voice entered the courtroom, Roy Roman, Robert's former cellmate at Brewster County Jail. Roy testified that Robert had privately confessed to killing Zuzu, allegedly because she had uncovered something he wanted hidden. According to Roy, Zuzu had discovered a possible romantic relationship between Robert and Chris and had threatened to expose it. Fear of being revealed, Roy claimed, drove Robert to silence her permanently. He described Robert weeping in his cell, repeatedly saying, "I didn't mean to do this." On May 8, 2019, after 5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Robert Fabian was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life in prison, with an additional 29 years for evidence tampering. Chris Estrada, who had accepted a plea deal and testified against Robert, received a 42-month prison sentence, along with fines for tampering with evidence and evading authorities. For Zuzu's family, the verdict brought a measure of justice, but no true peace. Their beloved daughter was gone, and nothing could ever bring her back. Amid their grief, they were reminded of the bright future that had been cruelly stolen from her. A letter from Texas University confirmed Zuzu's acceptance into the program she had worked so hard to achieve. It had been her dream, but she would never live to see it realized. In her honor, the university where Zuzu had studied and excelled renamed its amphitheater Zuzu's Place. They also established a scholarship in natural resource management bearing her name, a fitting tribute to a young woman dedicated to protecting the beauty of the natural world. Yet the emotional scars left by her murder remain profound. Her brother, Miles, thinks of her every day. The small moments, like watching her wash dishes or saying good night, memories now entwined with both comfort and sorrow. The Verk family, devastated yet resolute, expressed immense gratitude to the Alpine community for their unwavering support, acknowledging that without it, they might not have survived the darkest chapter of their lives. Zuzu was a dreamer. She had a vision for her life, a path brimming with purpose, travel, and impact. But one person could not bear to see her grow beyond him. Robert sought to trap her in a world revolving around him, and when she refused, he chose control over love, silence over respect, and violence over letting go. Her story is a devastating cautionary tale. Never remain in relationships that shrink you. Never allow someone to keep you from becoming who you are meant to be. Zuzu was on the verge of reclaiming her freedom, ready to step into the life she had imagined, but she never got the chance. Let her legacy serve as a reminder. Protect your dreams, guard your independence, and never allow anyone to make you choose between love and freedom. Moving on to the next case. The case of Heidi Ferks. Heidi Marie Erickson was born on December 14, 1984, to John and Alinda Erickson, and was the youngest of their 3 children and their only daughter. She was recognized for her playful and artistic nature and lived her life to the fullest. After graduating from high school in 2003, she pursued further education at the University of Northwestern in Roseville. During this period, she was a regular attendee at Calvary Church in the city, where she had been involved since her early years. It was at Calvary Church that she met Nicholas "Nick" Ferkus, with whom she shared the role of youth group leaders, serving their community with dedication and passion. Nicholas Ferkus was born on February 25, 1983, to Julie and Steve Ferkus. He was a driven and ambitious young man who devoted himself to his work as the director of operations at a reputable carpet cleaning company. Known for his well-rounded personality and strong work ethic, he had found his true match in Heidi, whom he met at their shared place of worship, Calvary Church, in 2005. At the ages of 22 and 20, respectively, Nick and Heidi joyfully decided to advance their relationship. Surrounded by their loved ones within the familiar walls of the church that had witnessed the blossoming of their love, they exchanged vows, sealing their commitment to one another. To their friends and community, Nick and Heidi's marriage appeared flawless. They shared a love for travel, biking, and their church. They frequently hosted dinner parties for their loved ones. Heidi had recently begun working at a financial firm where her father was employed, and their bond seemed to grow stronger over time. However, behind closed doors, a different reality was unfolding. On the morning of April 25, 2010, Heidi called 911 from her home in St. Paul, Minnesota, reporting a break-in. Only 38 seconds into the call, Heidi shouted no, and a gunshot was heard. 65 seconds later, Nick used Heidi's phone to contact the dispatcher, saying, "Please, someone just broke into my house and shot me and my wife." Overcome with grief, Nick repeatedly cried and begged for help, saying, "Oh my Heidi, my wife is dead. Please get here." Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. He also shouted no in despair. When the police arrived, they found Heidi unresponsive on the kitchen floor with a gunshot wound to her back. Nick was beside her, still on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, despite having been shot in the upper left leg. He was visibly distraught and told the police that one or two intruders had broken into their home. According to Nick, he had grabbed his shotgun and tried to escape with Heidi through the back door, heading toward their detached garage. However, the intruder managed to seize the shotgun from him and shot both Nick and Heidi. Tragically, Heidi was pronounced dead at the scene, her life cut short by the violent events. Nick, meanwhile, was rushed to the hospital for treatment and was later questioned by the police while still hospitalized. Officers asked Nick why he and Heidi had left the safety of their bedroom to confront the potential danger. Nick explained that they were attempting to escape through the back door. After receiving medical treatment for his injuries at the hospital, Nick was released just 3 hours later and interviewed again at the police station about the incident. At the police station, Nick provided a detailed account of the events. He recalled watching a movie with Heidi and having a glass of wine before going to bed around midnight. Nick stated that he awoke around 6:10 to 6:15 a.m. when he heard the screen door open and someone manipulating the doorknob. Investigators questioned Nick about locking the deadbolt, and he admitted that he and Heidi usually ensured it was locked, but he believed he had forgotten to do so that particular night. After hearing the noises, Nick retrieved his shotgun from the upstairs closet, which he had brought up from the basement a month prior because he noticed it was beginning to rust. Although the shotgun was initially unloaded, Nick loaded it upon hearing the noises. He then awakened Heidi, instructed her to call 911, and told her to leave the house and go to the garage where their cars were parked. Nick also explained that he and Heidi had a safety plan in place in case of trouble, which involved going to the garage where their vehicles were kept. Nick, who is right-handed, was holding a pair of jeans in his right hand and the shotgun in his left as he walked behind Heidi toward the garage. They paused at the front door, where Heidi retrieved her wallet from a table. Suddenly, the door burst open and a tall, dark-skinned man rushed inside. The intruder wore a dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood pulled tightly around his face. Nick dropped the jeans, and the intruder grabbed the barrel of the shotgun. The two men engaged in a physical struggle. During the altercation, the gun discharged, and Nick stated that his finger accidentally slipped onto the trigger. He believed he had struck Heidi in the back, causing her to collapse immediately. They continued struggling over the shotgun, which fired again, hitting Nick in the upper thigh and causing him to fall to the ground. The intruder then fled through the front door. Nick told investigators that Heidi was unresponsive, and he eventually lost consciousness. Nick told police that his house was scheduled for foreclosure the following day, and he and his partner, Heidi, had planned to inform their parents and friends about the situation on that same day. According to Nick, they had fallen behind on their bills, and their house had been foreclosed upon and sold to someone else. As a result, they were required to vacate the premises, but had not shared this information with anyone. Their plan had been to pack up their belongings on Sunday and Monday morning, leaving some items in the garage to collect later, and then find someone to stay with temporarily. However, their plans were interrupted, leaving their previously peaceful home clouded with tragedy. The lives of Nick and Heidi were irrevocably altered by the devastating events of that morning. The investigation proceeded, with law enforcement securing the area and interviewing residents. No neighbors reported seeing anyone leaving the Fergus residence. However, one neighbor, Brendan O'Connell, who was tending to kittens in a nearby house, told authorities that he had heard an argument followed by gunfire. Nick pleaded for help, claiming that a shooter had attacked him and a woman. After speaking with police, Nick's lawyer commissioned an artist to update the sketch, revealing additional details: an African-American male, aged 40 to 60 years. The police initially searched for an unknown African-American male intruder based on Nick's description, but found no evidence or witnesses to corroborate his account. Despite an extensive investigation, no one was arrested or charged in connection with Heidi's death, leaving the case unresolved for many years. Years later, a surprising revelation emerged. Over 10 years had passed since Heidi's murder, and Nick appeared to have moved on, marrying Rachel and starting a family. However, when financial troubles resurfaced, Rachel began to suspect that Nick was hiding something. Her concerns regarding their finances and Nick's evasiveness piqued her curiosity, prompting her to investigate his past. As she delved deeper, she uncovered secrets and inconsistencies that caused her to question everything she thought she knew about her husband and his possible involvement in Heidi's death. Rachel was unaware of the financial troubles her husband, Nick, was concealing, similar to those he had encountered with his previous wife, Heidi, years earlier. Her concerns prompted her to contact the authorities, which reignited interest in Heidi's murder case. Investigators began examining Nick's second marriage to Rachel, whom he had married in 2012. However, by the time Rachel spoke with the authorities, she had already divorced Nick due to his escalating financial problems. Prior to their 2019 divorce, Rachel had recorded a conversation in which she confronted Nick about his deception. She informed investigators that Nick was repeating the same patterns he had exhibited with Heidi, including failing to pay property taxes. In fact, she had seen a letter warning that they would be evicted by 2020 if the taxes were not paid. Rachel's decision to alert the police with her suspicions triggered a chain of events that once again brought the Heidi Fergus murder case into the public eye. Sergeant Nicole Sipes, assigned to the case, listened attentively to Rachel's concerns and began re-examining the evidence. Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department was determined to solve Heidi's murder. To uncover the truth, she made the decisive choice to request that the FBI analyze the 911 call audio recordings. She hoped to uncover crucial clues that could explain what transpired on the night of the murder. The FBI's analysis produced a surprising result. It found no evidence of a third person being present during the incident. This discovery contradicted the husband's earlier statement to the police, leaving Sergeant Sipes and her team perplexed. If only Heidi and her husband were in the house, what caused her death? The absence of a third person heightened suspicion regarding the husband's potential involvement in the crime. Sergeant Sipes became more determined than ever to uncover the truth and deliver justice for Heidi and her grieving family. The FBI's findings opened a new avenue of investigation, which Sergeant Sipes was committed to pursuing with renewed intensity. Investigators obtained financial documents that contradicted Nicholas Fergus' earlier statements, further implicating him in Heidi's murder. Fergus' account of the events surrounding Heidi's death kept changing. Initially, he claimed that an intruder had taken his gun and shot both him and Heidi. Later, he stated that the intruder did not take the gun, but that his own finger had accidentally pulled the trigger, striking Heidi in the back. The crime scene investigation revealed no signs of a struggle, such as overturned furniture or marks on the walls, contradicting Fergus' narrative. Forensic analysis of the scene also challenged Fergus' version of the shooting, particularly regarding the trajectory of the bullet that struck Heidi. Moreover, Heidi's 911 call made no mention of an intruder, and there was no evidence of a break-in or any intruder at the scene. This absence of evidence led investigators to suspect that Fergus had attempted to conceal his involvement in Heidi's death. As a result, an arrest warrant was issued for Nick Fergus on May 19, 2021, over a decade after Heidi's death. A SWAT team apprehended Fergus at his home in Mounds View. The surprise arrest of Nick resulted from Rachel's suspicions and the tireless efforts of Police Sergeant Nicole Sipes. This sudden development shocked many who had assumed the case had stalled and would never reach a resolution. As legal proceedings advanced, the case details were re-examined, and the truth about that fateful night gradually began to emerge. At the trial, Nick Fergus maintained his innocence and pleaded not guilty. Many of his family members, including his father, expressed belief in his innocence, asserting that Nick's love for Heidi would have prevented him from committing such a violent act. However, the jury disagreed with their assessment. On February 10, 2023, after deliberating for 10 hours, the jury delivered a shocking verdict. They found Nick, the person Heidi had trusted most, guilty of her brutal murder. This outcome left everyone who knew Heidi in a state of shock and disbelief. The prosecution built a strong case against Nick by demonstrating that he was facing severe financial difficulties, which they argued motivated him to kill Heidi to avoid shame and conflict. They questioned the truth of Nick's claim that a home invader was responsible, suggesting that he had fabricated the story to divert attention from himself. The prosecution presented compelling evidence, including the absence of signs of forced entry and inconsistencies in Nick's account. Notably, there was no DNA or physical evidence to support the presence of an intruder, raising serious doubts about Nick's story. Prosecutor Rachel Craker argued that Nick's inability to confront the truth about his financial deception led him to commit a shocking crime, sacrificing Heidi's life to protect his reputation. In contrast, Nick's defense attorney, Robert Richmond, countered that it made no sense for Nick's financial problems to suddenly drive him to murder. Nick claimed that killing his wife would somehow enhance his reputation, but this argument was illogical. After intense deliberations during the trial, the jury finally reached a verdict that would determine whether Nick would be held accountable for Heidi's death. The jury carefully considered the evidence, emotional testimonies, and legal arguments before delivering a unanimous verdict. Nick Fergus was guilty of first-degree murder. On April 13, 2023, the judge imposed the most severe sentence possible, life in prison without parole. Although convicted, Nick continues to insist he had nothing to do with Heidi's death and maintains his innocence even after sentencing. When sentenced, Nick stated, "I understand the pain and loss felt by everyone here today. Justice has been served, but it came at a great cost. A broken family, a betrayed community, and a life cut short." The verdict brought a sense of closure to Heidi's family and friends, but also left them with the painful realization that the man they thought they knew was capable of such a heinous act. So, you may be wondering, where is Nick now? Nick is currently serving his life sentence at the Minnesota Correctional Facility, located in St. Cloud, Minnesota. What drove Nick to commit this tragic act? The motive behind the killing remains somewhat unclear, but there are clues. In June 2009, Nick received foreclosure papers on their house, which was subsequently sold at a sheriff's auction that same month. 10 months before Heidi's death, eviction proceedings began in February 2010, with a hearing scheduled for March 8, 2010. Nick attended the hearing alone. Initially, the lockout was scheduled for April 9, 2010, but Nick called the attorneys, claiming his grandmother was in the hospital and about to die, requesting the lockout be postponed to April 26, 2010. However, investigators found no evidence to substantiate this claim. When questioned, Nick stated that Heidi was aware of their financial troubles and that they had made plans together to move out of their foreclosed home and start anew elsewhere. The truth behind this tragic event was finally revealed by prosecutors. A husband, Nick, had been concealing severe financial struggles from his wife, Heidi. Tragically, before she could uncover the truth, he took her life. Rather than being honest with his wife and working together to find a solution, Nick chose a devastating and irreversible path. According to prosecutors, Nick's motive for killing his wife was rooted in shame and fear of revealing their financial problems, which included $118,000 in credit card debt and 22 months of late mortgage payments. By murdering Heidi, Nick avoided confronting the consequences of his own deception. In the end, justice was served, but Heidi's loved ones continued to endure immense pain and loss. Unfortunately, no legal punishment could undo the harm or restore the vibrant life that had been cruelly taken. Moving on to the next case. Jalen Candelario. On the morning of June 16, 2023, Cleveland police officers and emergency medical responders received a call from a woman who reported that she had just come back home and found her daughter unresponsive. The child, later identified as 16-month-old Jalen Candelario, was pronounced deceased at the scene. Investigators observed no visible signs of trauma on Jalen's body during their examination. Inside Jalen's pack and play crib, where she slept, officers discovered blankets soiled with urine and a liner soaked with feces. Jalen's body was taken to the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy. Crystal A. Candelario, 31, Jalen's mother, was arrested by police just 1 day after Jalen's body was discovered. Candelario was charged with first-degree murder for neglect that resulted in her daughter's death. In addition to the murder charge, Candelario could also face charges of abandonment and child abuse, depending on the outcome of the investigation. Candelario's first court appearance took place in late June 2023 at the Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, where she faced 1 count of aggravated murder, 2 counts of murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, and 1 count of child endangerment in the death of her 16-month-old daughter, Jalen. During her trial, Candelario admitted that she left Jalen alone at home for 10 days while she traveled to Detroit and Puerto Rico. She left several bottles of milk behind and provided no other form of support for her child. Evidence presented in court included autopsy findings that showed Jalen died from dehydration and starvation, suffering from extreme malnutrition, and living in severely unsanitary conditions. Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, a county medical examiner and deputy medical examiner, testified regarding the results of Jalen's autopsy. With her voice trembling, she described the case as one of the most tragic and devastating she had encountered throughout her career. When Jalen arrived at the medical examiner's office, she weighed only 13 pounds, which was more than 7 pounds less than her weight at her previous visit less than 2 months earlier. Dr. Elizabeth stated that Jalen's body exhibited clear signs of severe malnutrition. Her sunken eyes and wasted facial muscles, particularly around the temples, reflected an extended period of starvation. She described the condition as heartbreaking, noting that Jalen's body was covered in feces, including on her hands, feet, and inside her mouth. Some of the feces had hardened on her teeth, suggesting that she had ingested it in an attempt to survive. Dr. Elizabeth explained that the suffering Jalen endured did not last only a few hours, but may have continued for days or even up to a week. It involved not only the physical agony of hunger and thirst, but also the emotional torment of total abandonment and the complete isolation of having no one present to care for her. The courtroom was filled with law enforcement officers and investigators connected to the case who attended to stand in representation of Jalen. According to reports, a neighbor's doorbell camera captured recordings of Jalen's cries during the first 2 days after Candelario left. A loud cry was recorded at approximately 1 a.m. on the second day, after which the sound slowly diminished, suggesting that the child's condition was deteriorating. This supported investigators' belief that Jalen endured prolonged suffering, including isolation and deprivation, before her death. Prosecutors also introduced testimony from neighbors who stated that in August 2022, Candelario brought Jalen to their apartment and asked if they could watch the child for a week. However, Candelario then vanished for several weeks, refusing to answer their calls or give any explanation for why she was unable to retrieve her child. They stated that Candelario eventually came back to retrieve Jalen after roughly 6 weeks. The neighbors voiced remorse, saying they wished Candelario had permitted Jalen to remain with them rather than leaving her in the conditions that ultimately resulted in her tragic death. At the conclusion of the trial, Crystal was denied bail because of the gravity of the case. Her defense attorney contended that she was experiencing mental strain and mental health problems, but this did not reduce the anger expressed by the prosecution and the court. She was denied bail and stayed in custody while awaiting additional hearings. During the trial in February 2024, Candelario's defense team acknowledged the severity of the crime but pointed out that she had suffered from depression and other mental health issues. She attempted self-harm in 2023 and was prescribed antidepressant medication, but stopped taking it shortly before leaving Jalen alone. Candelario's parents were also present at the trial. They are the guardians of Candelario's oldest child and claimed they had no knowledge that Lynn had been left by herself. They asked the judge to reduce the sentence, arguing that their daughter was not mentally stable enough to make proper decisions because of the impact of her mental health condition and medication. Candelario also admitted that she had lied to them, telling them she was at home with Lynn when she was actually on vacation. She said that for a brief moment she considered calling a family member or neighbor to check on her daughter, but ultimately she did not do so. She said, while one of Candelario's defense attorneys, Derek Smith, offered no justification for her actions, describing them as narcissistic, selfish, disgusting, and absolutely the worst parenting imaginable, he also recognized the challenges she faced as a single mother of two. Under a plea agreement with prosecutors, she pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and child endangerment. This plea resulted in the dismissal of the remaining charges. 1 month after entering her guilty plea, Crystal Candelario was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, bringing one of the most high-profile cases to an end. The Jalen Candelario case stands as one of the most heartbreaking and tragic examples of negligence and cruelty toward an innocent child. Candelario left her daughter, Lynn, alone for 10 days, allowing her to endure neglect and ultimately die from extreme dehydration and malnutrition. Candelario faced serious criminal charges and eventually pleaded guilty, receiving a life sentence without the chance of parole. From Jalen's death, we can more clearly recognize the need to increase awareness about child protection and adult mental health in order to prevent such devastating incidents from happening. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jaden Parkinson. Jaden Parkinson was born on September 26, 1996 in Folkestone, United Kingdom, and Jaden is the youngest of 3 children. Her parents maintained a troubled relationship. Family difficulties resulted in her parents' divorce when Jaden was only 7 years old. Jaden lives with her father. Although Jaden resides with her father, the bond with her mother, Samantha Shuri, stayed strong. Jaden and her mother speak on the phone every night. As Jaden entered adolescence, her life became more unstable. Her father frequently ignored her. She began smoking and drinking and divided her time living with both parents. At 13, Jaden fled her father's house and moved in with her mother, ultimately securing a court order allowing her to remain there. Jaden became romantically involved with Ben Blakely, whom she encountered at 14. Blakely had a deep influence on her, gradually altering her over time. Jaden was 15 when she began dating Ben, who was 20. The large age gap troubled Jaden's mother, but she could not stop her daughter from falling in love. Initially, their relationship was affectionate and romantic, but it steadily declined, and their relationship grew increasingly tense. Ben controlled every aspect of Jaden's life. She quit wearing makeup and became more withdrawn. He dictated the clothes she wore and separated her from relatives and friends. Consequently, Jaden left her mother's home and entered a shelter for women who were victims of domestic abuse. Although the shelter's rules barred Ben from coming, he continued to exercise full dominance over Jaden's life. Jaden and Ben frequently argued, and at one point, Jaden even alerted the shelter staff about Ben's aggressive conduct toward her. Ben exerted substantial control over Jaden, directing her every action and limiting her liberty. He confiscated her phone, persuading her that she did not need anything else as long as she had him. Ben also banned her from interacting with men and tracked her social media. As a result, Jaden stopped attending school. Jaden's contact with her mother, once occurring daily, dwindled to only 1 or 2 conversations each month. Her mother, Samantha, encouraged Jaden to return home and end the relationship with Ben, but Jaden refused. Ben's control over Jaden was both mental and physical, and Jaden appeared with visible bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jaden informed her mother that she was pregnant. Hoping to change Ben, she believed that the baby would create positive improvements in their relationship and his lifestyle. Jaden imagined the baby would draw them closer, and that Ben would return to the thoughtful person she first encountered. Sadly, Ben did not change. Once Ben secured full authority over Jaden, his real behavior surfaced. He cut her off from relatives and companions, making her financially reliant on him. The situation intensified to the extent that Jaden was restricted to her bedroom, even prevented from using the bathroom without consent. Unknown to Jaden, Ben was secretly seeing other women, applying the same manipulative control over them. Samantha discovered her daughter Jaden's pregnancy and asked her to come home, but Jaden refused, not wanting to bring her mother additional stress. When Jaden informed Ben about the pregnancy, he became furious and rejected being the father. He even threatened to release intimate photographs and recordings of Jayden on social networks. Afraid that Ben would follow through on his threat, Jayden reported him to authorities a few days before she vanished. Ben possessed approximately 30 explicit images and 13 videos of Jayden, which she urgently wanted to keep confidential. On December 3rd, Jayden did not return to her hostel for the night. Aware of the issues in Jayden's life, the police attempted to locate her, but were unsuccessful. They phoned Jayden's mother, Samantha, but she did not know where Jayden was. On December 4th, 2013, police received a report that Jayden was missing. Authorities contacted Jayden's boyfriend, Ben, to determine whether he had any information regarding her disappearance. However, Ben was uncooperative and disconnected several times, asserting that he did not know where Jayden was. Jayden had run away from home several times in the past, so her initial disappearance did not generate immediate alarm. The following day, Ben was detained and transported to the police station, but not in relation to Jayden's disappearance. The detention stemmed from a report Jayden had filed a few days earlier, indicating that she feared Ben would upload private photographs of her online. The police questioned Ben. Ben denied any plans to publish the photos and was released on bail that same day. Samantha handed out flyers displaying Jayden's image. Along with circulating flyers, she also relied on social media to publicize Jayden's disappearance, hoping to obtain leads for the investigation. The police examined recorded footage. They retrieved surveillance recordings from the hostel where Jayden stayed. The images showed Jayden going out to meet Ben, but she did not return to her residence. On December 3rd, Jayden was seen once more at Oxford railway station. Video surveillance documented her entering with Ben, and nothing abnormal occurred in the scene. After tracing their movement, the police learned that Ben and Jayden had boarded a train to Didcot, a community roughly 10 miles from Oxford. Jayden's final confirmed location was the railway station in Didcot, where footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. In previous instances, when Jayden ran away, she usually contacted her family within a day or two to confirm her safety. This occasion, however, differed. Jayden had not reached out to relatives or friends, and her social media accounts showed no activity. After examining surveillance footage showing Jayden traveling with Ben by train, he became the main suspect in her disappearance. Authorities were convinced that Ben knew Jayden's location and what had happened to her. The recordings indicated that Ben returned to the station alone, and there were no further sightings of Jayden. 1 week later, on December 10, 2013, Ben Blakely was arrested by law enforcement. Authorities wanted to question Ben to determine what occurred after he and Jayden left the Didcot station together. At that moment, police had not dismissed the possibility that Jayden might be hiding voluntarily or that Ben might be holding her. During questioning, Ben demonstrated confidence. He claimed he had no awareness of Jayden's location. According to Ben, he and Jayden had separated, and she was now involved with another person. Ben implied that the police should concentrate on speaking with Jayden's alleged new boyfriend, asserting that this person might possess more information about her disappearance. Ben displayed indifference toward Jayden's circumstances, stating that since they had separated and he had a new girlfriend, her situation was irrelevant to him. He proposed that police review Jayden's social media accounts to gather details about her recent behavior and engagements. Ben Blakely was apprehended on suspicion of kidnapping and murder, even though Jayden remained missing. The police questioned Jayden's friends to determine whether she might have gone someplace safe, but they learned Jayden had withdrawn from her friends after beginning her relationship with Ben. As a result, no one knew whether she had a place to hide. During the search for Jayden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to the police. On December 4th, at about 1 a.m., the taxi driver picked up a passenger on a dirt road. The passenger, a young man with a large, heavy suitcase covered in mud, needed help lifting the suitcase into the taxi. The taxi driver became suspicious and wondered whether he had unintentionally witnessed a crime. The investigation revealed that the person who called the taxi was Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When questioned further, Ben refused to answer any more questions. Analysis of his phone location records showed that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including a disused rural shed where a taxi had picked him up that night. A team of police officers and sniffer dogs searched the shed as part of the investigation. It was also discovered that Ben and Jayden had visited the shed earlier. Police found a bracelet matching Jayden's near the scene. Trained sniffer dogs indicated the presence of a body inside the shed, but Jaden's body was not found. This led police to suspect a large suitcase was involved when Ben got into the taxi. Police appealed to the public for assistance, asking anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in rural Didcot to come forward. Meanwhile, officers conducted interviews at nearby homes to gather more information. Footage from the train station showed that Ben and Jaden were not carrying suitcases, which led police to wonder where Ben obtained the suitcases. It was also possible that the man described by the taxi driver was not Ben. On December 14th, police discovered that Ben Blakely's grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake lived near the abandoned warehouse. When police visited Ben's grandmother, she later explained that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days earlier. He had arrived in a hurry, dumped the suitcase's contents on the floor, and left without explanation. Ben's grandmother said he returned home 2 days after Jaden went missing and threw his mountain bike into the shed. However, the bike was dirty when he returned. She also reported that 2 shovels were missing, only to reappear later, covered in a thick layer of dirt. The presence of the 2 shovels raised questions about Ben's intentions and the possible involvement of an accomplice. Importantly, Ben and his younger brother Jake Blakely, 17, were also acquaintances of Jaden. Witnesses reported seeing Ben and Jake riding mountain bikes together. As the investigation began, police found sufficient cause to suspect Jake of involvement in the crime and subsequently arrested him. The suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn was sent to a laboratory for analysis to determine whether it contained Jaden's DNA. Based on the available evidence, police developed a theory that Jaden was killed in an abandoned barn, then placed in the suitcase and moved to another location for burial. However, searching for Jaden's body in the vast field surrounding Didcot seemed difficult. To help narrow down the search area, the police used aviation to aid in the investigation and estimate the probable location of Jaden's burial site. Through aerial photography, police identified 10 locations with significant recent changes in soil surface. The police initially examined several sites, but found no leads on Jaden's body. Before they could inspect all 10 locations, a new lead emerged when Jake Blakely began cooperating with police. He directed them to check his uncle's grave at a local cemetery in Didcot, near All Saints Church. This cemetery was one of the original 10 locations, although it was considered a low priority because of the common occurrence of soil changes in cemeteries. Police secured the cemetery after receiving information from Jake Blakely, who suggested that Jaden's body might be buried in his uncle's grave. This method of concealment had never been seen by police before. Jake and Ben's uncle reportedly died in 2006. The new developments in the case attracted widespread media attention, as this was the first case in the country where a victim's body was concealed in an existing grave. A tent was set up in the cemetery to facilitate a forensic examination. Following this setup, Jaden's family received devastating news. Her body had been found in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely's uncle. The body was found without clothes, and no jewelry was present. Forensic experts discovered evidence that Jaden had been severely beaten before her death. Specifically, her neck showed signs of strangulation, which was confirmed as the cause of death by the pathologist, with asphyxia being the official cause. While in prison awaiting trial, Ben Blakely changed his defense strategy, and he and his attorney drafted a confession letter stating that Ben was indeed responsible for Jaden's death. However, he maintained that the act was not intentional. According to his testimony, a heated argument led him to push Jaden, causing her to fall from a bridge near an abandoned warehouse. Ben tried to revive Jaden, but was unsuccessful. He initially buried her in another location. He then moved the body to the cemetery, where it was buried in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy results contradicted his story. There was no evidence that she had fallen, but instead, her face showed signs of blunt force trauma. The official cause of death was asphyxiation by strangulation, suggesting that Ben's story was not true. Ben Blakely was attempting to reduce his guilt in Jaden's death. Jaden's father passed away due to heart problems before the trial started. On June 23, 2014, Ben Blakely was in court, and it became clear that he showed no regret for his actions. His behavior was provocative and aggressive, revealing his indifference to taking the life of Jaden and her unborn child. During the 4-week trial, it was revealed that Ben Blakely, from reading Burks, had a history of being a violent and controlling partner. 3 of his previous girlfriends testified against him, sharing their experiences of being in abusive relationships with him. They reported that he would confiscate their phones, physically assault them, and even grab them by the throat if they responded back or if he suspected them of cheating. Throughout the trial, Ben received multiple warnings from the judge for using profanity in the dock and on the witness stand, where he repeatedly shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Leam. His outbursts were so intense that Jaden's mother and other family members were forced to leave the courtroom in tears on multiple occasions. The judge, Patrick Eccles, was also pushed to his limits. He ordered Ben Blakely to be taken to the cells to continue the trial without him. Jake Blakely, who was under 18 at the time, said he had no idea what was inside the suitcase and thought he was burying weapons or dead animals. He was persuaded by his brother, Ben, who promised him an Xbox console and $100 in exchange for carrying out the mission. The prosecutor alleged that the crime was premeditated, suggesting that Ben Blakely intentionally took Jaden to a secluded location where he could commit the crime without being seen. It is believed that Blakely's actions were driven by a desire to control Jaden's life, which was disrupted by her pregnancy and her wish to start anew. Ben Blakely, who did not want to become a father. Jaden's mother, Samantha Shrewsbury, has spoken out in support of creating a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she expressed her desire to prevent other families from experiencing similar tragedies. She remembered the traumatic experience of identifying her daughter's body and stated that the memory would haunt her forever. In the year leading up to Jaden's death, Samantha believed that Jaden was the target of Ben's abuse. Samantha recalls an incident where Ben came to Samantha's apartment building the day after he verbally and physically abused Jaden. He managed to enter the building and banged on the door, demanding to see Jaden. Samantha refused to let him in, and in response, he spat on Samantha before leaving. That same day, Jaden went outside to smoke, and unfortunately, Ben found her. Samantha did not see or hear from Jaden for the next 2 weeks. During that time, Samantha assumed that Jaden had gone to Ben's house. As a result, it became difficult to contact Jaden because Ben had destroyed her phone or SIM card. Despite his horrific behavior, which included burning, beating, and starving Jaden, Ben remained in denial about his true nature. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning their verdict. Ben Blakely was found guilty of willfully murdering Jaden Parkinson. The judge told Ben Blakely that he took 17-year-old Jaden Parkinson to a remote area near Upton, where he strangled her to death. The judge also noted that Ben's behavior towards Jaden was marked by irrational jealousy, physical abuse, and emotional manipulation throughout their relationship. The judge found that Ben Blakely had taken control of Jaden's daily life. To isolate her, he took away her phone and restricted her movements while she was in the boarding house, even to the point of not allowing her to use the toilet, forcing her to urinate in plastic bottles. Despite Ben's abusive behavior, Jaden fought to leave him. Jaden finally found the courage to end their relationship last November. Ben threatened to share intimate photos of the two of them publicly. The court sentenced Ben Blakely, who was sentenced to life in prison for attempted murder. Ben's younger brother, Jake Blakely, was sentenced to 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. Moving on to the next case. Bob Lee is a widely recognized creator and technology leader. He is the co-creator of Cash App, a well-known mobile payment platform, and has participated in many other significant technological initiatives. Cash App was developed to allow users to quickly move money through mobile devices and handle their personal finances efficiently. Before creating Cash App, he worked as the CTO at Square, now called Block Incorporated. However, on April 4, 2023, he died after being attacked in San Francisco, leaving the technology sector stunned. Nima Momeni, 43, resides in San Francisco, is the sibling of Kazar. She is someone who maintained a close connection with Bob. On April 3, 2023, Bob and Kazar consumed drugs and drank alcohol at the residence of a drug dealer Bob knew. Bob then departed before Nima could retrieve his sister, who informed him she had been assaulted. That night, Bob talked to him on the phone. However, their relationship grew tense because he suspected that Bob had been linked to his sister's mistreatment and drug usage. At 2 a.m. on April 4, Nima encountered Bob in the East Cut district of San Francisco. There, he challenged Bob about his suspicions. The disagreement quickly intensified, prompting him to pull out his weapon and strike Bob multiple times. He then instantly exited the location. Even though he was gravely wounded, Bob attempted to contact a friend to report the attack. However, because of the severity of his wounds, he passed away at the hospital. Police immediately reached the site after getting an emergency call. There, they located blood traces and indicators of a violent assault, but not the murder weapon. Early information indicated that the murder weapon might have been a knife. When investigators examined surveillance video from the zone where the assault happened, they uncovered an essential detail. A man wearing black who seemed to be rushing to escape the area shortly after the attack. After closely reviewing his identifying traits, including his walking style and physical features, the authorities recognized this individual as Nima. A crucial factor in the inquiry was a phone call between Nima and Bob on the evening of the attack. During the call, Nima questioned Bob about his connection with the Khazars. Investigators concluded that Nima might have been uneasy and furious about the relationship leading to the assault. Therefore, the call became crucial proof in clarifying Nima's motive. Law enforcement later determined that the vehicle Nima used on the date of the assault was rented and was directly tied to the event. Surveillance material displayed the vehicle at the location, verifying Nima's presence. In addition, they uncovered some vital evidence in that vehicle. Blood traces were located on the seats and floor of the vehicle, which were examined through DNA and confirmed to be Bob's. The murder weapon, a knife, was also discovered in the vehicle. Forensic evaluation demonstrated that the knife carried Bob's blood, matching the injury on his body. Nima's fingerprints were likewise discovered on the handle, further increasing doubt that Nima was the individual who committed the assault. It does not end there. Data from the vehicle's GPS system showed that Nima drove to the area where the assault happened at roughly the time of the event. Inside the vehicle, police located various fingerprints of both Nima and Bob, verifying that both had been inside the vehicle before the assault. In addition, in the trunk, they uncovered a set of blood-stained clothes that matched the suspect's clothing description supplied by witnesses. DNA examination indicated that the blood on the garments belonged to Bob. Several of his personal belongings, including a cell phone and a watch he had been wearing at the time of the event, were also discovered in the vehicle. Forensic specialists also found indications that the vehicle had been cleaned to eliminate traces. Some blood marks on the seats and floor of the vehicle, though wiped, were not completely cleared, keeping remnants for analysis. Police additionally recovered a bottle of bleach in the vehicle, which was probably utilized to erase those traces. On April 6, 2023, authorities detained Nima. During questioning, Nima stated he was driven by suspicion that Bob had acted improperly toward his sister, Khazar. He believed that Bob's behavior had damaged his family, which infuriated him and resulted in the attack. On April 14, 2023, a preliminary hearing occurred to decide whether there was adequate evidence to indict Nima for murder. Prosecutors introduced several items of proof, including surveillance footage showing Nima near the location of the crime, a phone conversation between him and Bob shortly before the event, and traces located in his vehicle. The murder weapon, a knife, was discovered with Nima's DNA on its handle and Bob's DNA on its blade. According to the prosecution, the assault was deliberate. Nima was reportedly furious when he learned his sister, Khazar, was being abused and drugged by a drug dealer Bob had connected her with. In a surge of anger, he brought Bob to an isolated location beneath the Bay Bridge, used a knife to stab Bob repeatedly, then abandoned Bob at the site. However, Nima's defense attorneys maintained that their client's actions were not intentional. They argued he acted in self-defense after Bob attacked him during a dispute. However, the court ruled that there was sufficient evidence to move forward to the formal trial phase. During the trial in August 2023, the prosecution continued to argue that Nima had acted deliberately. They argued that Nima's conduct was driven by a wish to defend his family's honor. Text exchanges between Khazar and Bob, in which she asked him to avoid her family, were used as proof of tension between the two. The defense attorney then challenged the assertions. They continued to insist that Nima's actions were not deliberate, but instead an instinctive response to seeing his sister harmed. However, the jury rejected the claim. They also did not accept the first-degree murder allegation because there was inadequate evidence to demonstrate intentional intent to kill. Even so, they concluded that Nima was guilty of second-degree murder because his actions were violent and could not qualify as self-defense. In September 2023, the trial commenced with intense arguments from both parties. The prosecution requested the maximum punishment of life imprisonment without parole, asserting that Nima's conduct was extremely serious and premeditated. Meanwhile, the defense attorney requested a lighter sentence, asserting that Nima acted under mental instability and did not intend to kill another individual. The court ultimately imposed a 25-year sentence on Nima Momeni, with eligibility for parole after completing 20 years. In late 2023, Nima submitted an appeal seeking a reduced sentence on the basis that he was not fully conscious of his actions when the event happened. However, the appeals court rejected the request, stating that his actions were intentional and clearly organized. The dispute between Nima and Bob originated from personal relationship tensions. Their families asserted that Bob had exposed Khazar to dangerous individuals, resulting in her being abused and traumatized. In contrast, Bob's family condemned Nima and his relatives, alleging that they had concealed the facts regarding their son's death and misrepresented the narrative of Bob's relationship with Khazar. This matter is not merely a personal disaster, but also raises numerous concerns about complex family relationships, pressures from one's private life, and interpersonal conflicts that can produce unintended violent acts. Moving on to the next case. The case of Rachel Keeley. Rachel was the eldest of 4 children born to John and Rose Keeley. The family consisted of 3 girls and 1 boy, and they were members of the Jehovah's Witness community. They lived in the Inishmore housing estate, located near the entrance to the regional park. Rachel was highly involved in her local congregation and devoted to her faith. After completing her education at Ballin College Community School, she pursued a career as a beautician. This was a deliberate choice, as it would allow her more time to participate in missionary work with the local Jehovah's Witness community. In the summer of 2000, Rachel took a trip with one of her sisters to work as an au pair, but she soon returned home. She was known as a kind and gentle girl and had a boyfriend who was part of her Jehovah's Witness social circle. On Thursday, the 26th of October, 2000, Rachel left her home around 4:30 p.m. with her 2 dogs to walk them in the regional park in Ballincollig. She was very familiar with this park, and even though it was getting dark, she would not have thought twice about going there, as she knew the area well and expected other people to be around at that time. She had only planned to be gone for about an hour, and her mother would have had her dinner ready when she returned, as she had a Bible study that night and would be going straight out again after dinner. But about an hour after Rachel left, her mother Rose heard scratching at the back door. It was the 2 dogs, but Rachel was not with them. It was immediately clear that something was wrong, and Rose and her youngest daughter, Elizabeth, headed straight to the park to search along the path Rachel usually took, but there was no sign of her. By 7 p.m., the family contacted the police. Friends and relatives went out again to search for Rachel. Rose bought flashlights from the local shop so they could see, as it was now completely dark. Near 8 p.m. that evening, a close family friend found Rachel dead in the undergrowth, not far from the walking track. She was found fully clothed, face down in the fetal position, covered with briars and branches from trees. The emergency team was notified, but it was immediately obvious that Rachel was dead. The police promptly initiated an investigation. A perimeter was established around Rachel's body, and 6 police officers stood guard until the state pathologist, Dr. Harbison, could arrive to examine the scene. Rachel's mother later said in interviews that this gave her great comfort, knowing her daughter was not alone and was protected in death, even if they could not protect her in life. When Dr. Harbison arrived, he spent 3 hours examining the scene. Door-to-door inquiries began immediately at houses nearest the park. Rachel had last been seen in the park at 5:15 p.m. She was later buried at St. Oliver's Cemetery in Mahone County, Cork, on the 28th of October. Police issued an appeal to anyone who might have been in the regional park that evening and could provide valuable information to help determine who had attacked Rachel. Dr. Harbison, the state pathologist, completed a preliminary examination of Rachel's body and determined she had died from asphyxiation, but required further analysis to ascertain exactly how she died, whether by smothering or strangulation. Police were also trying to determine the motive behind the attack. Was it a robbery or a sexual assault? Rachel was found fully clothed, but her clothing appeared to have been tampered with. Police politely questioned known sex offenders and local residents, and they also sought to speak with an elderly man and some teenage girls who had been seen in the area at the time of the killing. CCTV footage from local businesses in the vicinity was also collected, and by the 4th of November, It was reported in the local paper that police were seeking to collect DNA samples to compare with those found on Rachel's clothing and under her nails. More than 1,000 males from the area provided samples, but the police did not disclose what type of material containing DNA had been collected from Rachel. On Friday, the 10th of November, 2000, news broke that someone had been arrested for questioning in connection with Rachel's death. The individual was a 16-year-old male who was brought to the Garda station in Cork and questioned that night. The teen appeared before a special sitting of the Cork District Court and was charged with the murder and rape of Rachel. He could not be named publicly as he was a minor, but it was reported that he was from the Ballincollig area. He was remanded to St. Patrick's Juvenile Centre in Dublin. The trial began on May 1, 2000, at the Central Criminal Court in Dublin. Rachel's mother, Rose Keeley, was the first to take the stand. She described how the dogs had returned home an hour after Rachel had left to walk them. She said that she and her youngest daughter, Elizabeth, had gone out to search the park for Rachel around 6 p.m. and called out for her. Elizabeth said she thought she had heard a scream as they continued the search. They encountered the defendant and said hello to him, as they knew him as a neighbor who lived around the corner from their house. Rose stated that she considered asking him if he had seen Rachel but thought she might appear paranoid, so she did not. 4 boys who had seen the accused on the evening of Rachel's death were also called to testify. They stated that he behaved normally and that they had watched TV at a friend's house around 6:30 p.m. Afterwards, they had gone to the regional park to ride motorcycles, but left immediately because police were nearby. The accused had no insurance or road tax for his motorcycle, which he had left behind in the park. Dr. Harbison took the stand and stated that Rachel had likely been chased and dragged to the location where she was found. He said she had been placed in the fetal position after being strangled in a different area. Dr. Harbison also mentioned that there was no evidence of forced sexual assault, but her clothing was disheveled. Police informed the court that the accused had provided hair and saliva samples, but had refused to give a blood sample because he was afraid of needles. Dr. Maureen Smith told the court that the forensic evidence she collected included fibers taken from Rachel's fleece jacket that matched fibers from a jumper found in the accused bedroom. On the day of his arrest, additional fibers collected from Rachel's pants matched the fibers of the jumper he was found with, along with semen recovered from Rachel's undergarments and outerwear that matched the DNA provided by the accused. Dr. Smith's testimony was lengthy, and there were concerns that one juror may have fallen asleep during her cross-examination, but the court was assured that this was not the case, and the trial continued. On Wednesday, the accused mother testified that police had come to their house during the investigation. Her son had been worried about getting in trouble for driving his motorcycle without insurance or tax. Someone told him he could face 3 years, so he decided to leave the area, even though she told him not to, fearing that the guardian might suspect he was involved in Rachel's death. She stated that her son was innocent. The accused father testified that his son had left school at the age of 14. The accused was a talented athlete and Gaelic footballer who could have played for the Cork junior team. He was the eldest of 4 children from a stable background and a good neighborhood, living near the Achilles. They knew Rachel casually, as the accused had gone to school with her brother. The accused also took the stand and told the court that on the day of the killing, he had visited his girlfriend's workplace. They had been seeing each other for around 2 years. He stated that the police had called to him a week before Rachel's death, giving him a green form accusing him of dangerous driving and driving without insurance or tax. It was a warning and not a summons, but he knew that if he was caught again that night in the park, he would face charges. This explained why he abandoned his bike and why he intended to run away. He said he had met his friends in the park at 5 p.m. after work and went to a friend's house 10 minutes later, but he had to admit that he returned to the park at 5:20 p.m. after a former babysitter gave evidence that she had seen him in the park at around 5:30 p.m. that day. He agreed with his friend's testimony that they left the park at 6:30 p.m. to watch TV at a friend's house and returned to the park at 8 p.m., where he abandoned his bike after seeing police. The accused also admitted that he had packed his bags to leave after police contacted him 2 days following Rachel's death. He additionally admitted providing false information on a questionnaire about his whereabouts. When he attempted to leave, he could not find a train or bus because it was the week of the Guinness Jazz Festival, making transportation nearly impossible. The police soon apprehended him, and since he was a minor, he he was returned home 2 days later. They contacted him and took a saliva sample as part of the ongoing investigation. In court, he also stated that he had not seen Rachel for at least a month and had no contact or close contact with her. The DNA evidence was challenged by the defense, and a second expert was called to testify. The expert stated that the test tubes used to collect the samples were not properly sealed, and that there was a theoretical possibility of contamination. However, she also stated that this was unlikely unless it was done intentionally by an individual. Additionally, it was mentioned that all samples collected were blood samples, except for the accused, who had provided a saliva sample. Closing arguments then began, and the defense argued that the prosecution was blinded by science and that the jury should remember what happened to the Birmingham Six. They stated that anyone unfamiliar with this case should research it and that forensic evidence in DNA could be incorrect or misleading. The prosecution countered, stating that the accused parents had lied in the witness box to protect their son and were helping him leave the country to stay with his uncle in the UK, rather than visit a girl he knew in Kilkenny. The uncle had moved from Ireland 2 years earlier after being convicted of a serious crime and serving a prison sentence. On Tuesday, the 18th of June, the jury returned after 4.5 hours of deliberation and being sequestered in a local hotel overnight. They found the defendant guilty of murder and rape by a majority of 10-2. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for her murder, and the sentence for rape was to be determined later that year. An application for appeal was denied. The trial lasted 26 days over a period of 7 weeks. The following day, the accused was publicly identified in the press as Ian Horrigan. As he was no longer a minor, he had turned 18. He lived in close proximity to the Achilles Keeley family, who had moved house after Rachel's funeral, as they could not bear living so near the accused family. On November 22, 2002, Horrigan appeared in court again to be sentenced for the rape. He received a 10-year sentence to be served concurrently with his life sentence for murder. His request for an appeal was denied. In January 2006, Horrigan applied for leave to appeal in the courts. His legal team argued that the judge's instructions to the jury had been misdirected and misleading. The jury should have been informed that forensic evidence is not infallible and that Rachel's body could have been deposited at the scene several days before being discovered. The Court of Criminal Appeal agreed with Horrigan's arguments, and his conviction was overturned. A new trial was ordered, which took place in February 2006. Horrigan admitted to manslaughter, but the state rejected this plea. Dr. Cassidy, who replaced the ill Dr. Harbison, concluded that Rachel had died from an arm lock applied around her neck, leading to cardiac arrest. Horrigan did not testify during this trial. The jury deliberated for hours before finding him guilty of rape, but not murder, convicting him of manslaughter instead. He received an 8-year sentence, with 6 years suspended, taking into account his time already served and his lack of prior convictions. The Keeley family chose not to make a statement, leaving them and the public outraged by the outcome. The Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, immediately filed an appeal, also considering the sentencing too lenient. On April 19, 2007, the prosecution appeared before the Court of Appeal to request an increase in Horrigan's sentence. The judges agreed with the DPP and determined that Horrigan's sentence did not reflect the severity of the crime. A sentence of 12 years for each charge, to be served concurrently, was imposed. The time Horrigan had already served was deducted from this, meaning he would not be released until 2010 at the latest, requiring him to serve an additional 3 years. The Keeley family were relieved with the sentencing, as Horrigan was placed on the sex offenders register. However, his criminal activity continued. In 2007, he was charged with armed robbery while out on bail for Rachel's killing. He attacked an elderly couple, stole €1,500, and escaped in their son's car. Horrigan initially denied the charges, but was later found guilty. His conviction, however, was overturned due to issues with the search warrant, leading to a retrial in which he pleaded guilty to robbery and theft and received a 4-year sentence. In March 2013, it was reported that Horrigan had been involved in a violent incident while in Wickfield Prison. He had beaten Jared London of the notorious McCarthy-Dundon gang severely, reportedly in retaliation for a prior attack by Dundon on a friend of his. Sources from the prison told newspapers that Horrigan was considered a head case and was moved out of the prison for his own safety. Ironically, only a few months later, Horrigan was released from prison after serving his sentence for the robbery. Upon his release, he moved in with his girlfriend, Teresa O'Neill, who lived just around the corner from Dundon's family home in Limerick. Teresa's brother, Thomas O'Neill, a convicted rapist, had been involved in the Great Low Woods gang rape in County Clare in 2004. At that time, Thomas O'Neill had also been the boyfriend of Dundon's ex-girlfriend. From this point on, there were multiple overlapping dates and convictions, but the timeline is correct. On the 13th of September, 2013, Horrigan was arrested again, this time in connection with a shooting in Limerick. The previous evening, a man had been standing outside Horrigan's home and was shot, suffering multiple pellet wounds to his chest from a shotgun. A trial took place in January 2015, and Horrigan pleaded not guilty to the possession of a shotgun with intent to endanger. He was found not guilty. However, in November 2013, he had robbed a shop in Limerick. He entered the shop, and the man behind the counter tackled Horrigan, but he managed to escape, leaving behind the scarf he had been wearing. When the police had the scarf forensically tested, it was linked directly to Horrigan. He was found guilty in 2015 and sentenced to 5 years in prison, with 1 year suspended. By 2016, it was expected that Horrigan would be released once more from prison, and his girlfriend posted on Facebook that he would be home for Christmas. By March 2017, however, his home in Macroom, Limerick, was raided by police, and €3,000 worth of heroin was discovered. 6 months later, a shop in Mallow, County Cork, was robbed at knife point, with nearly €1,400 stolen. Within 4 weeks of that robbery, the media reported that Horrigan had gone on the run. He fled to the UK, and police launched a manhunt because he was on the sex offenders register. He was in breach of his conditions, which required that police know his whereabouts at all times. In June 2018, Horrigan appeared in court and admitted to possessing the drugs found in his home. He was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months, with 6 months suspended. In December 2018, he appeared in court in relation to the off-license robbery and again pleaded guilty. He received a 6-year sentence, with 2 years suspended, and was due for release in 2022. On the 26th of March, 2022, Horrigan attacked a woman in her 60s and a man in his 20s with a hammer, leaving the man in critical condition. He was charged with 4 offenses against the state and remanded in prison. He appeared in court in December 2022 and is set to face trial again, though no date has been set. In September 2022, Horrigan was in court once more for breaching the conditions imposed on him as a sex offender. He had failed to notify the guardian of a change of address and had joined Tinder. He was sentenced to 12 months in prison. Rachel's parents have stated that they do not care how long Horrigan spends in prison, as it will not bring their Rachel back. This statement was directed specifically at Horrigan himself and not at his other victims. They have expressed that if the justice system were not constrained by outdated laws, and if judges had more discretion, many people could be spared from criminals like him. Horrigan is only 38 years old and has a long life ahead in which he could continue to cause mayhem in the country. The questions remain: where will it end, and how many more victims will there be? Moving on to the next case. The case of Rex Heuermann. Since 2010, the label Gilgo Beach Killer has grown into a significant fixation for residents of Long Island, New York. The puzzling vanishings and the succession of female remains discovered along Ocean Parkway resulted in an investigation lasting many years. At the center of this account are the tragedies of the victims, primarily escorts, who became prey to a ruthless murderer. In December 2010, while searching for a missing woman, police uncovered 4 female bodies located close to one another at Gilgo Beach. The victims were later verified to be linked to the same serial killer. In the months that followed, a total of 11 bodies were discovered along Ocean Parkway on Long Island. Their remains were located near each other, restrained with duct tape or leather belts, and wrapped in fabric. The majority of the victims were young women, many of whom were employed as escorts. Some of the remains were only partially recovered, indicating that the killer had dismembered them. All of the victims were murdered under similar conditions, frequently lured through online platforms. One of the victims was Maureen Brainerd Barnes, 25, an escort from Norwich, Connecticut. She used aliases such as Juliana and Marie to promote her services. She disappeared on July 6, 2007, and her body was found in 2010 near Gilgo Beach. Melissa Barthelme, 24, was a hairstylist from the Bronx, New York, and also worked as an online escort. She went missing on July 12, 2009. Her sister later stated that a stranger called and claimed responsibility for her death. Melissa's body was later discovered at Gilgo Beach in December 2010. Megan Waterman, 22, was a single mother residing in Scarborough, Maine. She disappeared on June 6, 2010, after checking out of the Holiday Inn in Hauppauge, Long Island. She advertised her escort services on websites such as Craigslist. 2 days after she vanished, her family reported her missing to police. Her body was found on December 13th of that year. Amberlyn Costello, 27, from West Babylon, Long Island, went missing on September 2, 2010, while receiving treatment for drug addiction. To fund her heroin dependency, she worked as an escort. Her body was discovered on Ocean Parkway in December 2010. Other victims include Jessica Taylor, 20, who vanished in 2003, and Sandra Costilla, 28, who went missing in 1993. Their remains were located years after their disappearances, raising the total number of victims connected to the case. Valerie Mack, 24, also disappeared in 2000 while working as an escort under the alias Melissa Taylor. Her body was dismembered, and her remains were not identified until 2020, when DNA testing confirmed her identity. Although investigators gathered DNA, hair, and other evidence from the bodies, they were initially unable to pinpoint a specific suspect. The absence of clear evidence and the complexity of the case made it challenging for police to identify the killer. However, during the investigation, authorities observed a shared pattern among the murders. All of the victims had comparable occupations and social standings, and all of the bodies were found near Gilgo Beach, which led police to believe the cases might be connected to the same perpetrator. In 2022, due to advancements in DNA analysis technology and phone data, the investigation centered on Rex Hoyerman, a 61-year-old architect living on Long Island. Despite having no criminal history and minimal public attention, Rex emerged as a suspect in a sequence of murders. During the day, he was a family man with a steady career. At night, he engaged in grave crimes, killing escorts to satisfy his lust. During the investigation, police found Rex's hair on the body of Valerie Mack. This created a direct connection between Rex and the case. Additionally, witnesses confirmed seeing Rex's vehicle near the locations where the victims' bodies were discovered. When authorities searched his residence, they located numerous documents describing murder techniques, which appeared to be plans he used to commit the crimes. They also uncovered several old magazines and newspapers that contained articles about the Gilgo Beach murders and the investigation. Prosecutors believe Rex kept these materials as souvenirs. Among them was a copy of the July 29, 2003 edition of the New York Post, which included an article about the investigation into the bodies of Valerie and Jessica Taylor. This evidence, including DNA and planning materials, led police to conclude that Rex was the primary suspect in the case. Prosecutors stated that they retrieved a file from a hard drive in Rex's basement that detailed how he carefully planned the murders, including a checklist of actions to complete before, during, and after each killing. It also included a section for notes for future use. The document was created in the same year Valerie was killed and contained information relevant to her case. Specifically, the document referenced Mill Road, a street near where Valerie's first body was located, marked with the notation DS, which investigators believe stands for dump. Additionally, under supplies, the document listed foam drain cleaner. On October 3, 2000, Rex's call records showed that he contacted a plumbing company on Long Island twice, and the following month he paid another company to inspect the main sewer line. Investigators said the evidence indicates that Rex's home was the site of the murders, often when his family was away. Tierney stated that authorities do not know where Rex's family members were at the time of Valerie's murder. Rex may have applied his meticulous planning abilities as an architect to carry out the killings. On July 13, 2023, he was arrested at his architectural firm, representing a major shift in the case. After his arrest, he was charged with the murders of 3 women, Amber, Marie, Megan, and Maureen, and he was regarded as a prime suspect in several additional cases. However, he has consistently asserted his innocence and has pleaded not guilty to all charges. On August 4, 2023, The woman known as Fire Island Jane Doe was identified as Karen Vergata, age 34. Then, on October 18, 2023, the victim's attorneys announced that new evidence had surfaced linking Rex to victims Gilbert and Vergata. On January 16, 2024, he was charged with the murder of Maureen but entered a plea of not guilty. In June 2024, nearly 1 year after his arrest, Rex was charged with the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor. On Tuesday, December 17, he appeared in court. He was also charged with the murder of Valerie Mack, but pleaded not guilty. He has been held at the Riverhead Correctional Facility in Suffolk County without bail since the initial charges were announced. Outside the courthouse, Rex's lawyer, Michael Brown, rejected the evidence connecting Valerie to her death. He emphasized that hair samples from Valerie's body were collected more than a year earlier. He also stated that the DNA technology used to associate Valerie and other victims with Rex has never been regarded as reliable in New York City cases. The arrest of Rex Heuermann represents a significant advance in the search for justice, but it also acts as a warning about the dangers that exist in modern society. This is not merely a tale of crime and punishment, but a reminder that safety and human rights must always take priority in every corner of life. Moving on to the next case. The case of Romina Núñez. The case of Romina Núñez several years ago shocked all of Spain with its unimaginable cruelty and cynicism. The situation in which this unfortunate young woman found herself was, in many ways, typical. Her husband beat her, and she remained silent, hoping he would change. However, the outcome of this story stunned even experienced investigators who had seen everything in their careers. The victim's body was never recovered, only a fragment, which the sea eventually washed ashore. But how did this happen? And could the tragedy have been prevented? To answer these questions, it is necessary to understand who Romina was and why she never dared to reveal to anyone the danger she was in. Who is Romina Núñez? Romina Celeste Núñez. Romina Rodriguez was born in the fall of 1990 in Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and was the eldest of 2 daughters in a poor working-class family. Her parents separated when the girls were still young, leaving their mother, Miriam Rodriguez, to raise them alone. She had to work multiple jobs simultaneously because her ex-husband offered no financial support and showed no interest in the daughter's well-being. While still a schoolgirl, Romina began working to help her mother and younger sister in any way she could. At the age of 17, she began a romantic relationship with a young man named Christopher. He courted her sincerely, and they made plans for a shared future. But their happiness ended when Núñez discovered she was pregnant and informed her lover. The young man immediately gave her an ultimatum: either terminate the pregnancy or their relationship would end forever. Deeply hurt by his words, Romina, after consulting with her parents, with whom she was very close, decided to keep the child. Most of all, she feared that having an abortion at such a young age would prevent her from ever becoming a mother, leaving her with only one choice. Christopher kept his word. He ended all relations with her and showed no concern for her or the child's future. At 18, Romina gave birth to a son she named Lucas. However, with the arrival of the baby and the family's already dire financial situation, life worsened catastrophically. Romina now had to support her son while seeking better prospects and decided to move to Spain. Depressed by the situation, she wanted to improve her circumstances and help her family, but she could not find a well-paying job in Paraguay. She then contacted her maternal aunt, who lived in sunny Spain. Her aunt invited Romina to live with her, assuring her that settling in Europe would be easier and that there were more opportunities than in Latin America. Without hesitation, Romina packed only the essentials, bought a plane ticket, and set off for Spain. She left her 2-year-old son in the care of her mother and sister temporarily, planning to bring him once she had found a stable home and job. In late summer 2010, Romina flew to Madrid and from there traveled to the suburbs, settling in the provincial town of Alcobendas at her aunt's house. Romina immediately began looking for work and felt fortunate. The attractive and sociable young woman found employment as a hotel administrator, earning a decent salary. She sent part of the money home and used the rest to rent a separate apartment to maintain independence from her hospitable relatives. Soon, Núñez met a man named Javier, with whom she began a passionate and stormy romance. A few years ago, Romina's new partner, like her, had emigrated to Europe in search of happiness and a better life. He was a native of the Republic of El Salvador, worked in construction, and appeared to be a serious man. However, when Romina became pregnant, the situation repeated itself. Javier was not ready for the responsibility of a child, but the couple tried to live together for a time. Unfortunately, soon after the birth of their shared son, they ultimately broke up. Romina found herself once again in a difficult situation, being in a foreign country with an infant in her arms and uncertain about what to do next. For a while, she returned to her aunt's house, where she was welcomed and helped in every possible way. When her son was only about 6 months old, the young mother returned to work because she could not remain idle. But a few months later, she faced another shocking challenge. For a long time, she ignored her poor health and weakness, attributing it to stress and fatigue. However, when Romina finally visited a doctor, she was diagnosed with cancer. She underwent several courses of chemotherapy, losing her hair and a significant amount of weight, but ultimately overcame the insidious disease. After treatment, she recovered quickly, continued working, and used wigs to conceal the absence of hair. Romina believed that having steadfastly overcome such severe trials, a period of happiness would surely follow. She saved money and planned to bring not only her eldest son, but also her mother and sister to Spain. In the summer of 2017, at an event attended with friends, Romina accidentally met a man named Raul Diaz-Chicon. He was handsome, able to impress others, had a serious job, and was financially secure. He was drawn to Romina's smiling beauty and inquired about her through mutual acquaintances. Romina was also attracted to this statuesque man, and when he soon asked her out on a date, she gladly accepted. Raul was almost 15 years older than Romina and worked as a leading process engineer for a large energy company. He had experienced a couple of failed marriages and had 2 teenage daughters from previous relationships. The age difference did not intimidate Romina in the slightest. Romina's personal life was similarly complicated, as she was raising sons from 2 previous relationships. After just one date, the couple realized they were in love and did not want to be apart. Romina, overwhelmed by her new emotions, could barely contain her happiness, telling friends how elated she felt. Her new partner gave her small gifts and pleasant surprises almost daily. He arranged romantic dates, sent flowers with touching cards, and offered frequent compliments. Romina believed she had finally found her true love and a man who would accept both her and her sons. However, she soon began to hear very unpleasant rumors about him. It was said that he had been rude and even cruel to his previous spouses, which had allegedly led to the breakdown of both marriages. Despite these warnings, Núñez did not want to believe them, though she noticed that Raul maintained no relationship with either his former wives or his daughters. Nevertheless, the significant age difference and the presence of children from previous relationships did not become obstacles for the couple. Just 6 months after meeting, they decided to live together and settled in a luxurious villa on the island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands. This place seemed to Romina a true paradise, but her happiness lasted only a short time. Her dream man soon turned into a domestic tyrant. At first, the lovers lived together with Romina's youngest son. Raul tried to treat the child well, and Romina even believed he could be an ideal father for her boys. He himself promised a long and happy life together, assuring her that she would need nothing and that he would fully provide for her and the children. The young mother, in love, trusted the words of her chosen one, and when he proposed marriage, she agreed without hesitation. However, Raul insisted that they needed time for just the 2 of them, so they could be alone and enjoy each other's company fully after the wedding. In reality, he not only had no intention of taking Romina's eldest child from Paraguay, but also dreamed of getting rid of her youngest son. Nevertheless, the young mother believed her lover and ignored the warnings of her friends, who had noted the man's strange behavior. In June 2018, Chacon purchased tickets for Romina and her child to Paraguay, and a return ticket only for Romina herself. When she arrived home and told her mother and sister about her fiancé, the women were somewhat puzzled by Raul's behavior. They doubted the sincerity of his intentions and assumed he simply wanted to remove another person's child from his home. Romina, however, was offended by such remarks and even quarreled slightly with her loved ones. A few days later, she returned to Spain, promising that she would come back in the fall for her boys. Upon her return, she was warmly welcomed, and for 2 months she felt perfectly happy alone with Raul. However, in August, just a few days before the wedding, the man brutally beat Romina. The incident shocked her, but the groom knelt before her, begging for forgiveness and promising it would never happen again, and she believed him. Núñez did not report the abuse to the police and did not tell anyone what had occurred. On August 10th, hiding bruises on her face, she went to the wedding with the man who would soon take her life in cold blood, making one last trip home. 2 weeks after the wedding, Romina flew back to Paraguay, not to retrieve her sons as previously planned, but simply to visit her family. Her mother and sister were puzzled by the changes in her during the short time apart. Romina appeared upset and lost, had a noticeable limp, and showed bruises on her neck, which she tried to conceal with a scarf. To all questions, she either remained silent or claimed the injuries were accidental. Romina spent nearly a month at home, which also surprised her relatives since she had just been married. However, the newlywed claimed that her husband had suggested she visit her children because she had not seen them for a long time and missed them greatly. Her mother even praised her son-in-law for his generosity, yet she still did not understand why her daughter appeared so unhappy. In mid-September, Romina secretly borrowed money from relatives for a return ticket to Spain because her husband refused to pay for her journey. This should have been a clear warning that returning was unwise, but Núñez still hoped that everything would work out and that her marriage would be happy. On September 17th, at the airport, her mother, sister, and son saw her for the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a mother of 2 children. Since returning to her husband, Romina's life increasingly resembled a terrible nightmare. Raúl, as it later emerged, used illegal substances and had stopped hiding his addiction from Romina. Under the influence of these substances, he turned into a true beast, literally torturing his wife. Yet each time she attempted to leave him, he promised to stop and swore it would not happen again. After the beatings and threats, there were usually temporary periods of calm when he became loving and caring once more, giving gifts and arranging romantic dates. However, these periods became shorter and shorter, and incidents of abuse and manhandling occurred increasingly often. Shortly before the new year, Romina confided to her best friend that she was afraid of her husband and feared he might one day kill her. On December 29th, Raúl again beat his wife so severely that she required medical attention. The hospital suspected abuse and intended to call the police to document the incident, but at that moment her husband arrived at the department and claimed that Romina had fallen on her own, insisting there was no need to involve law enforcement. Romina confirmed his story, refused hospitalization, and went home. On January 1st, 2019, Miriam, Romina's mother, tried repeatedly to contact her daughter, but she did not answer. She then called Raúl to find out what had happened, but there was no response. After several days of silence, Miriam sent Raúl a message stating that she intended to go to the police. This prompted an immediate response. Raúl called back, claiming that he and Romina had quarreled on December 31st, after which she packed her things and left him. He assured Miriam that everything was fine and that Romina would soon return, as she had done in the past. However, Romina's mother remained unconvinced and insisted that Raúl go to the police. Only on January 8th, under pressure from his wife's relatives, did Raúl finally file a report regarding her disappearance. This time, however, he told a slightly different story, adding that after the quarrel, Romina had taken his money, and he assumed she might have flown to Paraguay to visit her children. As a result, he was not particularly worried until his mother-in-law contacted him. What was Raúl hiding? He frequently contradicted himself during testimony, raising many questions and suspicions. Authorities decided to take him seriously and investigate the couple's life more closely. Interviews with friends and relatives revealed that not everything had been smooth in the marriage. Romina had repeatedly complained to loved ones about her husband's abuse, though she never provided details, and others often noticed bruises and abrasions on her body. It was decided to place Chacon under covert surveillance, and all his phone calls were tapped. The man, however, appeared to sense he was being watched and behaved cautiously for an extended period, giving no clues or reasons to arouse suspicion. Nevertheless, the investigation continued, and it soon came to light that Romina had visited the hospital on December 29th with severe injuries, and that her husband had almost forcibly removed her, forbidding her from contacting the police. A few months earlier, Romina had filed a domestic violence report, only to withdraw it the following day. A week later, Raúl, in a phone call with a relative working in the police, revealed that his wife was no longer alive, but that her body would never be found. This provided sufficient grounds for the man's arrest as the main suspect in the case and his detailed interrogation at the station. According to Raul, his wife had consumed excessive alcohol on New Year's Eve and began to cause a scene, demanding that he immediately bring her children into their home. When he refused, she allegedly threw a tantrum, started fighting, and hurled objects at him. Raul claimed that he then left the house for a few hours until the situation calmed down, and upon his return, he found Romina in the bathtub, apparently lifeless. According to his account, she had suffocated due to intoxication, but he feared being suspected of involvement in her death or even accused of murder. Raul then decided to remove all traces of her body before reporting her disappearance. However, the manner in which he admitted to disposing of the body shocked investigators. He stated that he attempted to burn her body on a barbecue in the courtyard. Living in a luxury complex with a large surrounding area, he assumed neighbors could neither see him nor smell the odor produced by burning human flesh. Raul miscalculated, however, because the barbecue did not function like a crematorium, and the remains were not fully incinerated after a few hours. He then removed the remains, divided them into parts, packed them in separate bags, and a few days later rented a car to transport the dismembered body to a remote and deserted part of the island, where he disposed of it by throwing it into the sea from the rocks. Police spent weeks combing the shoreline and surrounding areas where Raul claimed to have dumped the bags of his wife's remains. Divers were deployed to search the seabed, aerial units participated, and numerous volunteers assisted. Despite these efforts, no significant results were obtained. Meanwhile, on January 16th, Romina's husband was formally charged with domestic violence and the murder of his wife. This followed a thorough search of his home using specialized equipment and luminol, which revealed numerous traces of washed-up blood in various rooms. It was also discovered that Raul had been ordering caustic soda online, a substance used to remove organic matter and paint. Investigators found that in one of the second-floor rooms, he had scrubbed a bloody stain so thoroughly that he damaged the flooring and attempted to paint over it. According to the investigation, this room was where the suspect dismembered his spouse's body. Additionally, a broken fragment of Romina's fingernail with traces of blood and Raul's epithelial cells was found on the floor, suggesting that the victim had been alive and resisted. In the bathroom, a contact lens belonging to Romina was found stuck to a tile on the wall, likely dislodged by a strong blow to the face. Despite these discoveries, authorities were unable to locate any other remains. At this point, the station received a call from a tourist who reported finding a lung fragment on the beach. He could not confirm whether it was human or animal, but having learned that authorities were searching for a body, he reported the find. Toward the end of February, expert examination confirmed that the lung fragment belonged to the missing Romina. Despite this evidence and the examination results, Raul continued to assert his innocence, maintaining his initial claim that Romina had drowned in the bathtub while heavily intoxicated. Although the evidence found in the house indicated a violent struggle, Raul claimed that he had not used any tools or implements to dismember the body. He stated that he had attempted to burn it completely on a barbecue, and that the remains, weakened by prolonged exposure to the fire, had fallen apart on their own, after which he simply placed them in bags and disposed of them. This assertion was false for several reasons. First, the body of an adult Romina could not have been accommodated on the fixture in his yard. Second, even after prolonged exposure to such temperatures, the bones could not have become so fragile as to disintegrate without the use of tools. Furthermore, separating the lung from the body would have required opening the chest, which could not be done with bare hands. The investigation was unable to determine precisely how Raul ended his wife's life, but based on the traces of struggle found in the house, it was suggested that he could have beaten her to death. There was also no doubt that Raul had dismembered her body in the same room where he later repainted the floor to conceal the bloody traces. Raul's trial was delayed repeatedly due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with sessions postponed and rescheduled multiple times. During this period, he changed several lawyers, and under the weight of the evidence, he admitted that he had accidentally killed his wife during a scuffle, rather than finding her dead in the bathtub as he had previously claimed. Nevertheless, he continued to assert that Romina had been drunk and violent. It was not until June 2023 that the defendant was finally found guilty, although the sentence was considered too lenient by Romina's loved ones. He was sentenced to 12.5 years for involuntary manslaughter, 2 years for confirmed domestic violence, 1 year for causing serious bodily harm in December 2018 when Romina had visited the hospital, as well as several months for abuse of the body. Moving on to the next case. Case of Suzanne Morphew. Suzanne Morphew was born on April 11, 1971, to Jean and Adrian Alexandria and grew up with her 2 brothers, David and Andrew. Those who knew Suzanne described her as an intelligent, thoughtful, and caring friend. In 1998, while in high school, she met her future husband, Barry Morphew. After 6 years of dating, they got married. Barry was an exceptional baseball player and had been signed with the Toronto Blue Jays. Meanwhile, Suzanne pursued a degree in education at Purdue University. However, Barry's sports career was cut short due to a serious injury, and he switched to a career in horticulture. Suzanne had been teaching for 4 years when Barry started his landscape company, which gradually gained momentum. The couple had 2 children, Mallory and Macy. They lived a picture-perfect life in Indiana until Suzanne was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. Despite beating cancer twice, in 2018, the Morphew family decided to move to Mayville, Colorado, for a fresh start and to be closer to their daughter, Mallory, who attended Western State University. They settled into a stunning 7-acre property where Barry could hunt and continue his work as a contractor. He also became a volunteer firefighter. Suzanne retired from teaching and dedicated more time to her church and her new hobby, sports mountain biking. The Morphew family seemed perfect from the outside, but they had their secrets. It was not until May 10, 2020, that their problems came to light. That Mother's Day started off like any other at the Morphew residence. Barry and their daughters left the house, leaving Suzanne alone. Barry claimed he had a landscaping appointment in Broomfield, 3 hours away from Mayville by car. Meanwhile, the girls went on a camping trip. Barry and the girls planned to return home that evening to celebrate Mother's Day with Suzanne. However, when they did not hear back from her, they began to worry. The girls sent her a message to wish her a happy Mother's Day, but received no response. This was unusual since Suzanne was very active on social media. They expected her to be on her phone, especially since she was supposed to attend her best friend's daughter's wedding and share some photos. After several hours of no response, Mallory and Macy grew concerned and asked their neighbor, Martin Ritter, and his wife to check on Suzanne. Mrs. Ritter went to the Morphew house between 4 o'clock and 4:30 p.m. and found it empty. Barry's wife called him to explain the situation, and he advised her to check if Suzanne's mountain bike was still at the Morphew residence. If it was not there, he told her to contact the police, which is exactly what she did. The police arrived at the Morphew residence, and Barry, along with his 2 daughters, returned home, eager to learn about Suzanne's whereabouts and condition. A few hours into the search, the police discovered their first significant lead. 2 deputies found Suzanne's mountain bike near a steep ravine, not far from the Morphew home. This suggested that Suzanne might have been involved in a crash. However, there were no signs of a struggle on the bike or in the surrounding vegetation, and no skid marks indicating that she had used her brakes. Despite the mountain bike being found at the bottom of a ravine with no damage and no signs of struggle or disturbance to the surrounding vegetation, detectives suspected foul play. When presented with this evidence, Barry's reaction was unusual, and his subsequent explanation that a mountain lion must have moved the bike seemed far-fetched. Many people found Barry's behavior during the investigation into his wife's disappearance suspicious. In a private conversation with YouTuber Tyson Draper, Barry elaborated on his mountain lion theory. Notably, he was absent from the search parties organized by Suzanne's brother, Andrew, who was skeptical of Barry's account of the bike ride and suggested that Suzanne might have gone missing on May 9th instead of Mother's Day. As the investigation continued, suspicion shifted to Barry when Suzanne's helmet was discovered 1 mile from their home, precisely in the direction his truck's telemetry showed he had driven that morning. This discovery was particularly incriminating because it was in the opposite direction of the Broomfield construction site, which was his alleged destination that day. During the initial police interview, the suspect claimed he woke up to his alarm clock at 4:30 a.m. and drove directly to the Broomfield construction site. However, the telematic data from his Ford F-350 revealed that he drove 1 mile west before heading to the site. When confronted with this discrepancy, the suspect provided an explanation. He stated that he had gone scouting for elk that morning around 4:30 a.m. and was curious to see which direction they were headed, so he could track them later. He allegedly had a habit of tranquilizing elk and removing their antlers for sale. But when the officers questioned how he could have spotted elk at 4:30 a.m. if he was just waking up, he changed his story. He claimed he did not set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. and woke up on his own. When questioned about the day of the disappearance, he stated it was one of the best days the couple had had in a while. He said he worked with a coworker in Salida that morning, returned early, went for a hike with Suzanne, and then they grilled steak and were intimate together. Barry claimed that he and his wife, Suzanne, went to bed together, suggesting it might have been the last time they saw each other. However, as established, Barry is not a trustworthy witness. When the police investigated, they discovered that Barry had lied about almost everything that occurred that night. The first indication that something was amiss came when investigators reviewed Barry's phone and vehicle data on May 9, 2020. Although Barry and Suzanne did spend the afternoon and evening together, the events did not match Barry's story. The first significant discrepancy arose between 2:42 and 2:44 p.m. phone records showed Barry making erratic movements around the property. When questioned, Barry claimed he was likely hunting chipmunks with tranquilizers at 2:47 p.m. Then Barry turned his phone to airplane mode, which remained active until 10:17 p.m. Furthermore, the steak dinner he claimed to have shared with his wife was called into question when investigators found only one dirty dish instead of two. Later that night, more peculiarities emerged on the Morphew property. During their examination of the data, the police found several concerning details that raised suspicions about Barry's activities later that night. At 9:30 p.m., an hour after he claimed to have gone to sleep with his wife, his car was seen reversing backward from the driveway, moving 96 feet. Investigators thought this might have been when he loaded her body onto his truck, if he was guilty. The records also showed that between 3:25 and 3:48 a.m., the door to his truck opened and closed over 80 times. Although this evidence was circumstantial, it suggested that Barry was not telling the police everything, prompting a closer investigation into the events of May 10th. Further investigation revealed that he had no legitimate reason to be in Broomfield that day. His company's contract was not set to start until a week later, so there was no project for him to inspect. Barry claimed that he had only visited the Holiday Inn, the job site, a local store for granola and water, and briefly stopped at McDonald's to clean his windshield. However, surveillance footage obtained by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation contradicted his account. Barry was caught on camera throwing away 5 trash bags near McDonald's and the Holiday Inn. When questioned about it, he gave a suspicious explanation, claiming he was trying to avoid waste disposal fees by cleaning his car himself. However, when officers inspected his car, his story fell apart. A coworker reported a strong smell of bleach and chlorine in Barry's hotel room a day after Suzanne disappeared. Additionally, investigators found that Barry had changed his clothes multiple times that day. Despite these suspicious actions, the investigators initially found no clear motive for Barry's behavior. But when they dug deeper into their personal lives, they discovered a motive. Barry and Suzanne's daughter revealed that the couple's marriage was not as happy as Barry made it out to be. Text messages on Suzanne's recovered phone and personal belongings proved this. In fact, Suzanne was extremely unhappy in the marriage and talked about how Barry refused to consider divorce. Suzanne kept a list of grievances on her phone, detailing a pattern of physical abuse. She was afraid to be alone in a room with Barry and worried about his drinking. She also suspected him of infidelity and tried to protect her phone from him, fearing he would seize it. On May 20th, when the police searched the Morphew house, they found a pen that Suzanne had bought to catch her husband in the act. Ironically, it recorded her own infidelity, not his. The pen revealed that Suzanne was having an affair with a man named Jeff, a high school acquaintance. The affair allegedly started in 2018 and had lasted for about 1.5 years. Although Jeff seemed like an obvious suspect, the police were able to clear him of any involvement in Suzanne's disappearance. The investigators believed that Barry had discovered Suzanne's infidelity and that a note she wrote 2 days before she vanished supported this theory. The note indicated that Barry had accused Suzanne of having a boyfriend. The spy pen was crucial evidence, but it was not the only important discovery made during the search of the Morphew house. The police also found a tranquilizer dart cap in the family's dryer, a spent bullet casing in the bedroom, a large crack in the doorframe, and remnants of Suzanne's journal in the fireplace. When combined with telematic data, These findings suggested that Barry might have planned and carried out the murder of his wife, possibly killing her in the afternoon of May 9, 2020. After texting her boyfriend 53 times and sending a selfie at around 2:10 p.m., Suzanne never used her phone again. It was not until 2 weeks later that the public learned Barry was a suspect in his wife's disappearance, when the police conducted a 2-day excavation of a construction site in Salida, one of Barry's job sites. In response, Barry released a strange video proclaiming his innocence. However, he was not arrested until May 5, 2021, nearly a year after the investigation began. Although the evidence against Barry was largely circumstantial, the prosecution seemed confident in their case due to his changing stories, repeated lies, and clear motive. Barry was charged with multiple crimes, including first-degree murder of his wife, tampering with physical evidence, possession of a dangerous weapon, and attempting to influence a public servant. Moreover, he was later charged with filing a fraudulent election ballot in Suzanne's name, claiming he did not know it was wrong and that it would help Trump's campaign. Barry pleaded guilty to this charge and paid a $600 fine. In August 2021, a preliminary hearing was held to determine whether Barry Morphew's case would proceed to trial. During this 4-day hearing, the prosecution presented their evidence and proposed a theory of what might have occurred. According to the prosecution, Barry murdered his wife on May 9, 2020, then dismembered her body in a hotel room. He allegedly disposed of the tools used and buried her body in an unmarked grave. However, the defense strongly challenged the prosecution's account, highlighting several inconsistencies. They pointed out that cadaver dogs were unable to detect any human remains in Barry's car or the hotel room where the alleged dismemberment took place. The defense also suggested that the dark bullet cover might have been planted as evidence. Furthermore, they noted visual discrepancies in the photos of the dryer, with one image showing the cap inside the dryer and another image showing it was not present. The defense argued that Barry could not have used his dart gun in the alleged murder because it was broken at the time. However, their strongest evidence was the discovery of partial DNA on Suzanne's car and bike helmet that did not match Barry. This DNA actually matched evidence from 3 unsolved sexual assault cases in Chicago and Arizona, raising reasonable doubt about Barry's guilt. The discovery was significant, but it was only brought up during the hearing because the CBI investigator who collected the evidence went on military leave before following up on the lead. To make matters worse, the defense was never informed about the foreign DNA matches and only learned about them during the hearing. This meant the prosecution had withheld important evidence that could have helped the defense. Throughout the hearing, the defense argued that the presence of another suspect with a criminal record meant the prosecution did not have enough evidence to convict Barry of killing his wife. They asked the judge to make a quick decision, but surprisingly, he delayed it, citing the large amount of time and resources invested in the case. On September 7th, the judge ruled that the case against Barry would proceed, setting his bail at $500,000. Barry was released from county jail on September 20, 2021, just 9 days before the trial was scheduled to start. However, in a surprising turn of events, the prosecution suddenly filed a motion to dismiss all charges against Barry without prejudice, allowing them to potentially reopen the case if new evidence emerges. Given the lack of concrete evidence proving Barry's guilt and the prosecution's misconduct, securing a conviction would have been a difficult task. Moreover, the prosecution had missed several crucial deadlines, resulting in sanctions that prevented 14 key witnesses from testifying at the trial. The news of the dismissal shocked the public, and Barry was pictured leaving the courthouse with a wide smile accompanied by his 2 daughters. On September 22, 2023, investigators unearthed multiple shallow graves in Moffett, Colorado, during an investigation. Suzanne's remains were identified using her dental records and chemotherapy port. Surprisingly, this was over 50 miles away from the initial search area, which had focused on the mountains surrounding Barry's property. The discovery of her body raises questions about Barry's potential involvement in the murder. Although the police are certain Barry's truck was not in Moffett on May 9th and 10th, some suggest he could have had an accomplice in disposing of Suzanne's body, allowing him to travel to Moffett, bury the body, and return. If investigators obtained a subpoena for Barry's phone and car data for an extended period, they might be able to link him to the location where Suzanne's remains were found. For now, Barry appears to be cleared of suspicion, but the police and district attorney's office continue to investigate the case. The 12th Judicial District's district attorney told CNN that the case remains open and no further comment can be made until more information becomes available, while offering condolences to Suzanne's family. Barry's lawyer has spoken out strongly since the body was found, suggesting that Suzanne might have been a victim of a serial killer because her remains were discovered in a graveyard with many other bodies. She believes the police wrongly accused Barry and hopes they will eventually admit their mistake. Meanwhile, Barry has filed a $15 million lawsuit against the prosecutors, sheriff's departments, and investigators, claiming they wrongly accused him of being involved in his wife's disappearance and death. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sylvia Likens. Sylvia Marie Likens was born on January 3, 1949, in Lebanon, Indiana, USA, to carnival workers Lester Likens and his wife Betty Likens, formerly Grimes. She was the third of 5 children, with 2 older twins, Daniel and Diana, and 2 younger twins, Benny and Jenny. Sylvia's younger sister Jenny had polio, which left her with a severely weakened leg and caused her to walk with a noticeable limp. She was required to wear a steel brace on her leg to assist her with walking. Sylvia's parents had a turbulent marriage marked by constant relocation and ongoing financial difficulties. They worked at carnival booths across Indiana during the summer months, selling candy, beer, and soft drinks. To contribute, the Likens children often traveled alongside their parents, but Sylvia and Jenny frequently stayed with relatives, most often their grandmother. This arrangement not only kept the young girls protected, but also allowed them to receive a more stable education. From an early age, Sylvia assumed several responsibilities, including babysitting, running errands for neighbors and friends, and performing household chores such as ironing clothes. By doing this, she earned some money, which she used to purchase things for herself and occasionally shared with her mother. People who knew her described Sylvia as a friendly, confident, and charming girl. She had long, wavy, light brown hair that reached just below her shoulders, and her friends lovingly called her Cookie. Despite her lively personality, Sylvia felt self-conscious about her smile because of a missing front tooth, which she lost during a childhood accident while playing with one of her brothers. Sylvia loved music, especially the Beatles, and was very protective of her younger sister Jenny, who was shy and less confident. The sisters often went to a local skating rink where Sylvia would help Jenny, holding her hand as Jenny depended heavily on her stronger leg. In June 1965, Sylvia and Jenny Likens were living with their parents in Indianapolis. The following month, their mother was arrested and jailed for theft. Soon after, their father arranged for his younger daughters to stay with Gertrude Bernese, a mother of 2 girls, Paula and Stephanie, whom the Likens sisters had met at Arsenal Technical High School. Gertrude assured their father that she would care for the girls as if they were her own until his return, which was expected shortly after the 4th of July celebrations. The Likens sisters, Sylvia and Jenny, moved into the Bernese home at 3850 East New York Street. Their father, older brothers, and eventually their mother went on the road with a carnival along the East Coast. As part of the agreement, Gertrude Bernese would receive $20 a week to care for the sisters until their family returned in November. At first, life in the household appeared normal. Sylvia got along well with Stephanie, bonding over their shared interest in popular music and helping with household chores. The Likens sisters regularly attended Sunday school with the other Bernese children, and the pastor frequently praised Sylvia for her kindness and respect for sacred matters. However, when the payments for caring for the girls began arriving late, Gertrude's frustration increased, and she started to mistreat them. This mistreatment included physical punishments with heavy objects, which eventually escalated into routine beatings, starvation, and humiliation. Sylvia bore the majority of the abuse. Gertrude and her daughter Paula repeatedly accused Sylvia of engaging in inappropriate behavior with boys, leading Gertrude to kick Sylvia in the groin and Paula to physically assault her. The girls were forced to eat foods they disliked, and Sylvia was even beaten by Stephanie's boyfriend, Randolph Hubbard. Daily life in the Bernese home became extremely brutal. The violence intensified over time. Paula's attacks on Sylvia were vicious, including punching her in the face and breaking her own wrist. She targeted Sylvia's mouth and eyes, and then used her cast to inflict further harm. The sisters endured constant verbal and psychological abuse, including Gertrude's vicious accusations of promiscuity and forcing them to attack one another. The abuse inflicted on Sylvia did not come solely from the Banovsky family. Coy Hubbard and his friends would come to Gertrude's house and physically and verbally harass Sylvia. Gertrude and her children would participate as well, causing further harm. Neighborhood children would beat Sylvia, treating her like a punching bag, while Gertrude humiliated her, forcing her to undress and perform sexual acts for their amusement. Gertrude removed Sylvia from school as punishment for stealing a gym suit, which Sylvia had taken because Gertrude refused to buy her clothing. This cruelty resulted in extreme physical abuse, including beatings with a police belt and kicks to her genitals. Despite Stephanie's efforts to step in, Gertrude continued to torture them, causing additional pain by burning their fingertips with matches and whipping them. A few days later, Gertrude once again used the police belt to repeatedly whip Jenny after she was accused of stealing a single tennis shoe from school to wear on her stronger foot. As the torture and mistreatment became more frequent and severe, Sylvia gradually became incontinent, a condition for which she was denied bathroom access and forced to soil herself as an added punishment. On October 6, 1965, Gertrude confined Sylvia to the basement, tying her up with rope. She often kept Sylvia naked, giving her very little food and frequently refusing her water. Sylvia was repeatedly tied to the basement stair railing, with her feet barely touching the floor. The Banfi family would sometimes pause their physical and emotional abuse to watch their favorite television programs. Neighborhood boys even paid 5 cents each to see Sylvia's exposed body, taking part in her humiliation, beating, burning, and mutilation while she was held captive in the basement. Gertrude and her children restrained and silenced Sylvia, then submerged her in a bathtub filled with scalding hot water. Afterward, they rubbed salt into her wounds. Following this incident, an anonymous caller, who was the father of a neighborhood boy named Michael John Monroe, contacted Arsenal School to report that a girl with severe skin injuries was living at the Banvi residence. Because Sylvia had been missing from school for several days, a school nurse went to Gertrude's home to investigate. Gertrude told the nurse that Sylvia had run away the week before and that she did not know where she was. She also claimed that Sylvia's skin lesions were caused by poor personal hygiene and that Sylvia was a bad influence on both her own children and her sister. The school failed to conduct any further investigation into Sylvia's location or condition. In mid-October, John Bonazzi Jr. carried out a cruel and sadistic prank on Sylvia. He offered her a bowl of soup, only to quickly pull it away when she tried to eat with her hands, which was difficult due to her severe malnutrition. Afterward, Gertrude allowed Sylvia to sleep upstairs but warned her not to wet the bed. Before falling asleep, Sylvia quietly asked Jenny for a glass of water, hoping to avoid dehydration. However, the next morning, Gertrude discovered that Sylvia had urinated on herself and, as punishment, forced her to perform a humiliating and degrading act by masturbating with a glass bottle in front of the Banvi children. Shortly after, Gertrude yelled for Sylvia to come back into the kitchen, then ordered her to strip naked while declaring that she had branded her daughters and was now going to brand her. Gertrude began carving the words, "I'm a prostitute and proud of it," into Sylvia's abdomen with a heated needle. When Gertrude was unable to finish the markings, she directed 14-year-old Richard Hobbs to complete carving the words into Sylvia's flesh while she took Jenny to a nearby grocery store. In what Hobbs would later claim were brief, shallow cuts, he continued branding the words into Sylvia's abdomen as she clenched her teeth and groaned. Richard and 10-year-old Shirley forcibly dragged Sylvia to the basement. There, they attempted to burn Sylvia's body, specifically beneath her left breast, using an anchor bolt to create a symbol resembling the letter S. However, because they mistakenly applied part of the loop backward, the deep burn scar that resulted instead resembled the number 3. On that dreadful night, after suffering horrific abuse, Sylvia told her sister Jenny that she knew Jenny did not want her to die, but she was certain that she was going to die. The following day, Gertrude awakened Sylvia and forced her to write a letter while dictating what it should say. The plan was sinister. They meant to trick Sylvia's parents into believing that Sylvia had run away from the Banvi home. The letter's contents were designed to blame a group of unnamed local boys for severely abusing and mutilating Sylvia after she had supposedly agreed to have sexual relations with them. After finishing the letter, Sylvia was once again tied to the basement stair railing while Gertrude completed her plan to abandon her in Jimmy's forest with assistance from John Jr. and Jenny. Gertrude offered Sylvia cookies, but she refused, saying, "Give them to the dog, I don't want them." Furious, Gertrude forced the cookies into Sylvia's mouth, and then she and John viciously beat her, focusing on her stomach. On the morning of October 26th, Sylvia's condition had worsened. She could barely speak or control her body. Gertrude brought her into the kitchen, propped her against the wall, and attempted to feed her a donut and a glass of milk. However, Sylvia struggled to hold the glass, which further angered Gertrude, who threw her to the floor before taking her back to the basement. Soon afterward, Sylvia became delirious, repeatedly groaning and muttering incoherently. When Paula asked her to recite the alphabet, Sylvia could not go beyond the first 4 letters and was unable to rise from the floor. Sylvia endured neighborhood bullies in the basement. She recognized familiar faces and shouted out names. After failing to bite into a rotten pear, Jenny reminded her that she could not feel her teeth, having lost one at the age of 7. Weak and desperate, Sylvia attempted to escape but collapsed. Gertrude punished her savagely, striking her head and rendering her unconscious. Shortly afterward, at 5:30 p.m., Richard Hobbs returned to the Banfi home and rushed to the basement, where he found Stephanie crying and holding Sylvia's fragile, injured body. After their mother instructed Stephanie to clean Sylvia's body, she and Richard chose to give Sylvia a warm, comforting bath and dress her in clean clothes. They laid her on a mattress in one of the bedrooms, where she whispered her final wish, for her father to be by her side or to be taken home. After suffering severe punishment and weakening from starvation, Sylvia finally succumbed to her injuries and died. When Stephanie realized Sylvia wasn't breathing, she attempted to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, while Gertrude hysterically screamed at the children in the house that Sylvia was faking her own death. Initially, Gertrude struck Sylvia's lifeless body with a book, yelling at her that she was lying and pretending in a futile attempt to rouse her. Soon, overcome with panic, Gertrude instructed Richard Hobbs to call the authorities from a nearby payphone. When police arrived at the residence at approximately 6:30 p.m., Gertrude led the officers into the bedroom, where she exposed Sylvia's severely beaten and mutilated body lying on a filthy mattress. She then handed them the letter that Sylvia had been forced to write. Gertrude asserted that she had cared for the young girl for more than an hour prior to her death, applying antiseptic to her injuries in a futile effort at first aid. According to Gertrude, Sylvia had run away from home with a group of teenagers and returned to the house that afternoon, bare-chested and holding the note. After declaring to everyone in the house that Sylvia's death was meant to occur, Paula looked at Jenny and calmly stated that if Jenny wished to live with them, they would treat her like their own sister. Following instructions she had received before the police arrived, Jenny recited the rehearsed account of the events leading up to Sylvia's death, then quietly told the officers to take them away and that she would tell them everything. Jenny Lycan's formal statement resulted in the arrest of Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John Jr. Benazzi on suspicion of Sylvia's murder just hours after her body was discovered. On that same day, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs were also arrested and charged with the same offenses. The 3 older Benazzi children, along with Coy Hubbard, were placed in a nearby juvenile detention facility, while the younger Benazzi children and Richard Hobbs were held at the Indianapolis Child Guardians Home, all detained without bail while awaiting trial. At first, Gertrude denied any involvement in Sylvia's death, but only one day into her detention, she confessed to knowing the children and admitted that her daughter Paula and Coy Hubbard had physically and emotionally abused Sylvia. Gertrude also acknowledged forcing the girl to sleep in the basement on approximately 3 occasions after she had wet the bed. When an officer suggested that the likely causes of Sylvia's incontinence were her mental distress and kidney injuries, Gertrude became evasive. Paula showed no remorse, signing a statement admitting to repeatedly beating Sylvia. She also confessed to breaking Sylvia's wrist and committing other violent acts, including pushing her down the basement stairs 2 or 3 times. John Jr. confessed to whipping Sylvia once and frequently using his fist to abuse her, also admitting to burning her with matches on multiple occasions. The autopsy of Sylvia's body revealed over 150 separate injuries across her body, and she was severely emaciated at the time of her death. The injuries varied in location, nature, severity, and healing stage, including burns, severe bruises, and extensive damage to muscles and nerves. Her vaginal cavity was swollen and nearly closed, although an examination determined her hymen was still intact, debunking Gertrude's claims that Sylvia had been 3 months pregnant and the accusations of prostitution and promiscuity. The official cause of Sylvia Marie Lycans' death was ruled to be a subdural hematoma, caused by a powerful blow to the right side of her head. The physician also observed that the shock she experienced, mainly resulting from prolonged and severe damage to her skin and subcutaneous tissue, along with long-term malnutrition, contributed to her death. By the time her body was found, rigor mortis had fully developed, indicating that she may have been dead for as long as 8 hours before discovery. Notably, although the autopsy showed that Sylvia had been bathed recently, possibly after death, this may have hastened the reduction of her body temperature and the subsequent onset of rigor mortis. In May 1966, Gertrude B. Sess, her children Paula and John, and 2 neighborhood youths, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs, were tried and convicted of neglect, torture, and murder in connection with Sylvia's death. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Gertrude B. Sess guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life imprisonment. However, she was paroled in 1985. Paula was convicted of second-degree murder and released in 1972. Hobbs, Hubbard, and John were found guilty of manslaughter, serving less than 2 years in the Indiana Reformatory before being granted parole on February 27, 1968. In Indiana, the brutal torture and murder of Sylvia Likens is regarded as the worst crime in the state's history. A veteran investigator from the Indiana Police Department, with 35 years of experience, described it as the most sadistic case he had ever handled. Sylvia tragically lost her life on October 26 in Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. Her parents were expected to return for her and her sister in November, but sadly, Sylvia died before they arrived. Sylvia and her sister Jenny lived in fear of reporting the escalating abuse and neglect to family members or school authorities. They believed that speaking up would make their already desperate circumstances even worse. Jenny, in particular, struggled with the urge to inform relatives, fearing that Gertrude would retaliate by subjecting her to the same abuse and suffering as her sister. In addition, Jenny endured harassment from neighborhood girls who mocked her and sometimes beat her whenever she spoke about Sylvia's situation. The middle-aged Bessesi couple, along with other families in the neighborhood, had suspicions or had observed signs that the girls were being mistreated, but they were too frightened to report it to the authorities. As a result, no one intervened to stop the abuse the Likens sisters endured, and tragically, no one was able to save them from their horrific ordeal in time. In the aftermath, all those responsible for her torture and murder received prison sentences, although some did not serve their full terms. Nevertheless, they cannot escape the guilt and horror they inflicted, which will follow them for the rest of their lives. Moving on to the next case. The case of Abriel Perez. Abriel Perez was born on November 18, 1971, in Monterrey, Mexico. She was the second of 3 children born to Maria del Sacramento Saganon and Manuel Perez. Raised alongside her older brother Javier and younger sister Ana, the family lived modestly but ensured their children received a good education and encouraged them to aspire to a better life. Abriel excelled academically, demonstrating a talent for mathematics and entrepreneurial skills, and dreamed of obtaining a high-quality higher education to secure a well-paying job with opportunities for career advancement. After completing high school, Abriel was admitted to the most prestigious university in Nuevo Leon, where she earned a master's degree in finance and business administration. Upon graduation, she was hired in the sales department of one of the country's largest and fastest-growing companies. A few years later, she ventured into digital sales and quickly climbed the ranks, becoming the executive director of the company within 2 years. Abriel was young, beautiful, successful, ambitious, and steadily moving toward the life she had always envisioned. She built a brilliant career, supported her family, and had numerous plans for the future. However, her personal life remained unsettled, which disappointed her loved ones. Nevertheless, she remained confident she would find true love and live a long, happy life. Little did Abriel know how her marriage to the man she believed perfect would unfold. Abriel met Juan Carlos in the mid-1990s when her career was gaining momentum. They were both ambitious, which created a strong connection between them. He was captivated by her beauty, charm, kindness, and intelligence, while she was drawn to his sharp intellect and determination. As their companies collaborated on projects, they crossed paths several times, eventually leading Juan Carlos to realize he was in love with Abriel. Through mutual acquaintances, he obtained her phone number and asked her out on a date. The feelings were mutual, and their relationship developed quickly. By 1998, they decided to formalize their relationship with a wedding. By that time, they had both achieved considerable career success and were involved in developing online stores, which showed great promise. Their life resembled a true fairy tale, evoking envy and admiration among their peers. After 3 years of marriage, Abriel gave birth to their first child, a daughter named Anna Cecilia. 2 years later, they had a son named Juan Carlos Jr., and another 2 years after that, they welcomed a third child, a boy named Julio Andreas. Despite having 3 young children, Abriel managed to balance her parental responsibilities with her career advancement, taking barely any maternity leave. From the outside, the Perez Sanchez family appeared perfect, wealthy, successful, and happy. However, appearances were deceptive. Behind closed doors, Juan Carlos revealed his true nature, being hot-tempered, aggressive, and harsh. He was intolerant of compromise, insisting that everything be done exactly as he wanted. Over time, his behavior worsened, and verbal altercations escalated into physical confrontations. After the birth of their first daughter, Juan Carlos briefly softened, attempting to control his emotions, but this did not last long. By the time their third child was born, he no longer made any effort to be a good father or husband. He vented his anger on Abriel, insulting and belittling her, and her tears seemed to lift his spirits. He regularly physically harmed her, often in ways that left no visible marks, so she could hide the bruises under clothing or mask them with makeup. All of this was done to protect his flawless reputation and to pride himself on being a model family man, loving husband and father. Abriel remained silent for years, trying not to tell even her sister and mother about the ongoing nightmare. She earned a good income and could have raised the children on her own. However, her husband was a wealthy and influential man who could easily take the children away through the courts. By 2010, the facade of the ideal family had begun to crumble, and those who once admired them began to suspect that something was terribly wrong behind closed doors. Abriel was not merely subdued but deeply distressed, visibly thin, sleeping poorly, and frequently bearing bruises on her face and body that became increasingly difficult to conceal. In public, Juan Carlos maintained a calm and confident demeanor, pretending that all was well, playing the role of a loving and caring husband, interacting with his wife politely and affectionately. At home, however, he transformed into a monster, making it increasingly dangerous for Abriel to be near him. Despite pleas from loved ones to divorce him, Abriel stubbornly insisted that everything was fine and that she would handle the problems with her husband herself. In 2014, Juan Carlos' career reached its peak when he became the head of a major trading company, making him one of the most influential people in his field. Following this promotion, the family moved to Mexico City, settling in a large house in one of the capital's most prestigious neighborhoods. Their children attended an elite private school, and Abriel genuinely hoped that the move would improve their relationship. Contrary to expectations, the change only led Juan Carlos to continue physically harming and insulting his wife, even in front of their children. He began to accuse her of infidelity without cause, and whenever she attempted to defend herself, he resorted to using his fists. He monitored her phone and emails, forbade her from using social media, and later even hired a private detective to follow her and photograph any men who approached her. Over the next 4 years, Abriel tried every means to save her marriage, despite her husband's behavior becoming utterly unbearable. She lived in a perpetual nightmare that outwardly appeared as a happy and successful union, with many envying her for having a prominent, influential, wealthy, and seemingly caring husband. In 2018, the Sanchez family traveled to Monterrey to celebrate Catholic Christmas with the Perez family. However, Juan Carlos behaved toward his wife as he was accustomed, showing no restraint even in front of her parents, who were horrified by what they witnessed. At that moment, Abriel realized that things could not continue this way and informed her husband that she would file for divorce once they returned to Mexico City. Hearing this, Juan Carlos flew into a rage, grabbing her throat and squeezing so tightly that she nearly lost consciousness. Only her mother, Maria del Sacramento, entering the room and raising the alarm, prevented a tragedy. Upon returning to their home in the capital, Abriel prepared for divorce, moving from the marital bedroom to a small guest room. However, this did not protect her from her tyrannical husband. On the morning of January 4th, while she was still asleep, Juan Carlos entered the bedroom holding a baseball bat, striking her hard on the head and attempting to swing again. Half awake, Abriel barely comprehended what was happening, but managed to slip off the bed just in time, literally saving her life. She began to scream, and the children ran into the room after hearing the noise. The youngest son shielded his mother with his body while the eldest son took the bat from his father. Together, they fled the house and headed to the hospital, where doctors diagnosed Abriel with a serious concussion and a deep laceration above her eyebrow requiring stitches. As soon as his wife and sons left the home, Juan Carlos contacted his lawyer to explain the situation and request assistance in resolving it. He also posted on social media claiming that his wife had betrayed him, was unfaithful, intended to leave him for another man, planned to take their children, and sought to seize all their jointly acquired assets. Moreover, he claimed that his wife had stolen all the money from their home safe, and that when he tried to stop her, she had injured him with a knife in the shoulder. As evidence of his innocence, Sanchez shared photos of a bloody knife and stains on the floor, but these were later revealed to be falsified. The blood originated from Abril's own room, and the knife photo had been taken from the internet. Despite this, his friends believed him and shared his story on social media, igniting widespread outrage. Meanwhile, Abril had filed a police report against Sanchez, accusing him of attempting to kill her. After being discharged from the hospital, she moved out of their home with their sons and was granted temporary custody. Their adult daughter, who was attending college, also sided with her mother and condemned her father's actions. Sanchez was ordered to pay a small amount of alimony to Abril and their sons, but he objected to the amount. He faced a potential prison sentence, yet, as an influential businessman, he was confident he would evade punishment. Abril returned to her parents' home in Monterrey, where she filed for divorce and began offering online consultations to women in similar situations. She planned to establish a center providing psychological and legal assistance for victims of domestic violence. 8.5 months after the incident, Sanchez was finally arrested and charged with femicide, bodily harm, and attempted murder. He was jailed for over a month, but successfully appealed the pretrial detention decision and was released. During the trial, crucial evidence, including hospital photographs and medical records, was not presented. The judge deemed the testimonies of Abril and her sons insufficient and released Sanchez, stating that his actions did not constitute a direct threat to Abril's life. Abril was shocked and frightened by the verdict, realizing that her ex-husband had leveraged his connections to secure his release. She sent an official letter to the judge expressing fear for her life, but it had no effect. Immediately after being released, Sanchez initiated legal proceedings against Abril for custody of their sons, compelling her to return to Mexico City for court sessions. Abril arrived in Mexico City with her children on November 25th, fearing for their safety after a court session. As they drove to the airport, a motorcyclist stopped at a traffic light, drew a handgun, and fired twice at Abril, who was seated in the front passenger seat. One bullet grazed their younger son, but none of the children suffered serious injuries. Abril was rushed to the hospital, where doctors battled for over 6 hours to save her life. Unfortunately, she died that evening from severe injuries and significant blood loss. Abril's family, convinced that her ex-husband, Juan Carlos, was behind the brutal attack, urged authorities to arrest him. However, law enforcement stated that without identifying the shooter, it was difficult to determine motives, and they could not claim the attack had been orchestrated by Sanchez. The case was not classified as femicide until further investigation, and Juan Carlos remained free. Following Abril's death, her children were placed in the care of their maternal relatives, while their father, Juan Carlos Sanchez, prepared to contest custody in court. Sanchez's soon-to-be ex-wife's sister posted an angry message on social media blaming him for the incident, but her page was quickly blocked and later deleted. Despite this, the family sought to draw public attention to the case. The attack on Abril, occurring on a day dedicated to combating gender-based violence, provoked widespread outrage. People began sharing numerous cases in which men had attempted to kill women but faced no punishment. As a result, the General Prosecutor's Office launched a new investigation into Sanchez and instructed investigators to review the judge's decisions that had allowed his release. The judges involved in Sanchez's case were temporarily suspended and later removed from their positions. Mexican politician and women's rights advocate Claudia Sheinbaum Parro confirmed that Abril's case had been reclassified as femicide and would be reinvestigated. The judges who had released Sanchez could face consequences for Abril's death if his guilt was established. Sanchez posted on social media calling for the perpetrator of his ex-wife's death to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. However, his daughter Anna Cecilia left an angry comment accusing her father of cruelty and shared photos of her mother taken in the hospital after Sanchez had attacked her with a bat. Despite the media attention, Sanchez was initially left free under a restraining order requiring him to check in weekly at a police station. After failing to appear, a warrant was issued for his arrest. He used his resources and connections to flee the country and enter the United States. Mexican authorities contacted Interpol, reporting Sanchez as a fugitive accused of a serious crime, and he was declared wanted worldwide. An investigation was launched to find the hitman who killed Abriel. Street camera footage revealed 2 cars following her vehicle as she left the courthouse with her children and lawyer. The motorcyclist who committed the crime was not acting alone, but received instructions from individuals in the cars. It took investigators several months to identify some of the participants, and 2 suspects were finally arrested on March 5, 2020. Surprisingly, they did not resist arrest and began cooperating with authorities in hopes of reducing their sentences. It was confirmed that Sanchez was the mastermind behind the crime, having paid a substantial sum to 7 individuals involved in the act. The first to be caught were the driver of one of the chase cars and the motorcyclist who fired the fatal shots. While in prison, Juan Carlos had hired 2 experienced criminals to serve as his personal bodyguards. After their release, he rehired them to find people to kill Abriel, promising each a large sum of money if they succeeded. Once he had assembled a team, Juan Carlos paid them the promised money and gave them detailed instructions about Abriel's route and vehicle. The most difficult part was luring Abriel to Mexico City, which he achieved by threatening to take her children if she did not appear in court. Abriel attended court as planned, but intended to return to Monterrey the same day. Juan Carlos knew this through his connections, but it was not until the end of October 2020 that 3 more people involved in the conspiracy were arrested on suspicion of drug distribution. It was later discovered that they were involved in Abriel's murder. All the arrested individuals were part of Juan Maldonado's gang, known as Juan Balto, which had protected Sanchez while he was in prison. Maldonado agreed to assist in killing Abriel in exchange for a substantial reward. He was arrested in November 2020 and began cooperating, confirming that Juan Carlos had hired people to kill Abriel. With this new evidence, it became clear that Sanchez was both the client and organizer of the crime. His previous assault on Abriel with a bat was reclassified as attempted murder, leading the court to issue an arrest warrant for him on charges of femicide. By spring 2021, all participants in the crime had been apprehended except for Sanchez, who remained at large. The weapon used in the murder was also recovered. In total, 9 people from the same criminal group were detained, 7 of whom were directly involved in chasing and shooting Abriel. 5 years after Abriel's death, Sanchez, the mastermind of the crime, is still on the run, and his whereabouts remain unknown. The person who pulled the trigger was sentenced to 52 years in prison, while 2 others involved in the crime received 50-year sentences each. The remaining participants are still under investigation, and their fates have yet to be decided. Moving on to the next case. Case of Augustina Winkelried. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza. She lived with her large family and, as the youngest of 5 children, received special attention. People described Augustina as friendly, kind, and always smiling. Like many young people, she enjoyed going to the movies, bowling, discos, and playing the ukulele with her friends. Esperanza is a small town of approximately 40,000 residents, where everyone tends to know one another. The limited entertainment options meant that the town's youth frequently ran into and knew each other. On the afternoon of January 12, 2019, Augustina's father dropped her off at a friend's house, where a group of 6 planned to gather. The girls had arranged to visit a nightclub and bowling center called Teo's together. Augustina told her father she would spend the night at a friend's house. After leaving the club, Augustina sent a message to her boyfriend, Nahuel, asking him to join her, but he declined, saying he was tired. At the club, Augustina and her friends were enjoying themselves, dancing and listening to the music. By 5 a.m., they decided it was time to leave, but Augustina ran into another group of friends and decided to stay a little longer. A surveillance camera captured her leaving the venue at 5:40 a.m., carrying her cell phone. After leaving the club, Augustina stopped by a fast food stand, waited in line, chatted with an acquaintance, and then headed toward the road. Normally, Augustina's parents knew her whereabouts because she always kept them informed. However, when morning arrived and they did not receive a text from her confirming she had made it to her friend's house safely, they became concerned and tried to contact her. Her phone was unavailable. Her friend informed the worried parents that Augustina had not returned from the club. Augustina's parents then contacted all her acquaintances, but no one knew her whereabouts. As a result, Augustina's father called the police and began searching for his daughter on his own. Daniel Winklavery, a well-known local figure and president of the town's soccer club, was also the owner of a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When news spread that he was in distress, many townspeople volunteered to help search for his missing niece, Augustina. Augustina's friends turned to social media to publicize her disappearance, which eventually caught the attention of television news programs. Consequently, the police launched an investigation focusing on Teo's club, the last place Augustina had been seen. They interviewed potential witnesses and reviewed surveillance footage, which showed Augustina walking toward the road but did not provide further leads. The police then expanded their search, questioning residents along the road and staff from nearby businesses. They hoped that someone might have seen or heard something, no matter how minor, that could serve as a clue to Augustina's whereabouts. Brian, a friend of Augustina, saw posts about her disappearance on social media and contacted her father, Daniel. Brian told Daniel that he had seen Augustina outside Teo's club around 6 a.m. He was driving by and noticed her standing on the side of the road, speaking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped nearby, a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued driving but quickly pulled out his phone and called Augustina to check on her. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. Augustina told him she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that the road was unsafe for walking because of the risk of being hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride, saying she was on her way to a friend's house. Brian then turned his car around and headed back toward Teo's club. When he arrived, Augustina was no longer there, and neither was the silver car. Assuming Augustina had gone with the driver, Brian continued calling her, but she did not answer. Concerned, he drove to the friend's house she had mentioned, but she was not there. He repeatedly checked his phone for updates, hoping to hear from her or see a social media post. After learning about Augustina's disappearance and the discovery of her body, Brian shared crucial information with the police, providing a potential lead on the silver car and its driver. His testimony added vital details to the timeline, helping investigators reconstruct Augustina's final movements. Brian had previously stopped at a nearby gas station, a few hundred meters from where he last saw her, to wait and fill his car. When Augustina did not arrive 15 minutes later, Brian went to look for her but could not find her. His attempts to contact her were unsuccessful, as she did not answer. At the time, he assumed she had gone directly to her friend's house and forgotten about their meeting. The primary lead in the investigation was the silver car. Although Brian could not identify its exact brand and model, he recalled it was an older vehicle. The driver might have been the last person to see Augustina and could be linked to her disappearance. When the police tracked Augustina's cell phone, they found that the last signal it transmitted was received by a tower located in the same neighborhood as Teo's club. Since the club was on the outskirts of town, surrounded by vacant lots and fields, search teams focused their efforts in those areas. Of all the establishments along the road Augustina had walked, only the gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel suspected Augustina might have passed by it, given its proximity to her friend's house, and went to review the footage. The gas station attendant, a fellow father, sympathized with Daniel's concern and showed him the recording from that morning, almost risking his job by sharing it without authorization. The gas station owner, furious upon discovering this, initially fired the attendant. However, after townspeople boycotted the station in protest, the owner reconsidered and rehired the attendant, publicly apologizing. Daniel reviewed the footage, but did not see his daughter. However, it did show the same older silver Renault Brian had described, driving past the gas station around the time Augustina had been walking along the road. Daniel identified the car's owner as 39-year-old Pablo Trianfini, a municipal garbage collector who lived less than a kilometer away. Though he had no prior criminal record, Trianfini had previously caught police attention. In 2017, his ex-wife reported him for domestic abuse, resulting in a court order prohibiting him from contacting her, which he violated later that year and was arrested. Shortly after Daniel viewed the footage, police officers arrived, unaware he had already seen it. They recognized the silver car, but feared a lynching might occur upon learning Daniel had seen it first. Officers rushed to Trianfini's house and found a crowd gathered, shouting, "Where is Augustina?" The crowd dispersed when the police arrived. An onlooker informed the officers that Trianfini was inside. He had peeped out but fled back into the house and bolted the door upon seeing the hostile crowd. Lacking probable cause for unauthorized entry, the officers requested a search warrant. While waiting, they secured the house to prevent Trianfini's escape. Around midnight, an officer chose to inspect the yard and discovered Pablo Trianfini. The police rushed to assist, but it was too late. Trianfini's death implicated him in Agostina's disappearance, yet a search of his house and car produced no evidence. By taking his own life, Trianfini had avoided further trouble and repercussions. As the police were inspecting the house, Trianfini's neighbor approached them and mentioned that Pablo had visited earlier in the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for some earthworms because he intended to go fishing. About half an hour later, he returned the shovel and said something that the neighbor found very strange. Witnesses observed Trianfini leaving the house several times on Sunday, riding his bicycle while carrying a shovel. This possibly indicated that Augustina was no longer alive. On Monday, January 14, 2019, a search commenced at daybreak with the support of drones and police dogs. At 9:15 a.m., Augustina's partially undressed body was found roughly 500 meters from Teo's club. It had been hidden in a ditch covered with thick vegetation. The forensic examination revealed that Augustina had fought desperately to survive. Her hands bore defensive wounds, and fragments of her attacker's skin were discovered beneath her fingernails. DNA analysis confirmed that the man who attacked Augustina was Pablo Trianfini. Forensics determined the cause of death to be strangulation. The precise circumstances of how Augustina ended up in Pablo Trianfini's car remain unknown. Did he force her inside, or did he simply offer her a ride? We will never know for sure, as the only two individuals who could provide answers are now dead and unable to speak. A detailed search of Trianfini's phone uncovered no evidence suggesting he had any prior connection to Augustina. Hundreds of mourners attended Augustina Vincariad's funeral to pay their respects, whereas, surprisingly, not a single family member of Pablo Trianfini reportedly attended his own funeral, according to Argentine media reports. Moving on to the next case. The case of Alicia Canales-McGuire. Alicia Canales-McGuire was born on October 29, 1992, in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. Growing up on a farm, she learned the value of hard work and often returned to her family's farm to help. Spending time with loved ones is important to Alicia. She communicates with them frequently. Alicia lives in Bird's View with her husband, Bradley, whom she married in a beach ceremony at Deception Pass in July 2017. Having just married 2 months prior, Alicia was excited about starting her own family. Her sister, Amanda Canales, who has 3 children, was about to go on a business trip to New York and asked Alicia to babysit while she was away. Alicia gladly agreed because she loved her nieces and nephews. Alicia had been caring for her grandchildren with the help of an in-house nanny. When the nanny heard gunshots, she rushed to investigate. She found Alicia dead at the door. The nanny immediately called 911, requesting assistance. When police arrived, they began searching the house to ensure the perpetrator was no longer inside. The officers confirmed that only the nanny and Amanda's children were present. After the children were safely removed from the house, the police began collecting evidence. A car was parked in front of the house near where Alicia was shot, with shell casings nearby, indicating that the shooter had been next to the car, close to the front door. Several bullets were lodged in the door frame, and Alicia's body lay face down outside the door. The crime did not appear to be a robbery, as the house was undisturbed and there were no signs of forced entry. This led police to question who might have wanted to kill Alicia and why. However, police attention shifted when they discovered that the house belonged to Alicia's sister, Amanda. They began considering the possibility of mistaken identity, suspecting that Amanda might have been the intended target. But Amanda was in New York at the time of the shooting. The nanny who was in the house during the shooting was questioned by police. They asked if she had seen the shooter or knew anyone who might have wished to harm Alicia. The nanny reported that she had been upstairs when she heard the gunshots. Upon running downstairs, she found Alicia lying face down and unconscious on the floor. Unfortunately, the nanny did not see the shooter. Alicia's acquaintances told police that she seemed to get along well with her husband, Bradley. However, they provided a crucial clue by mentioning that Alicia's sister, Amanda, was having problems with her ex-husband, Kevin Lewis. After reviewing reports from the local sheriff's office, police discovered that they had previously been called to Amanda and Kevin's address multiple times in connection with domestic disputes. Police found this information particularly noteworthy and decided to investigate further. Before dawn, officers visited Kevin at his home in another part of Everett. When they knocked, Kevin answered the door, appearing as if he had just woken up. During the conversation, the officers asked Kevin if he knew where Amanda was, and he replied that she should be home. Police questioned Kevin about his whereabouts the previous night. He claimed to have gone home, stating that his sister and mother could confirm his alibi. He did not ask why the police were there. When informed that a shooting had occurred in the house where his children lived, he showed no emotion, which was unusual for a father. He should have asked whether his children were okay, but he did not. Upon learning that Amanda was away on business, Kevin appeared genuinely surprised, exclaiming, "Really?" and ending the conversation. As they left, the police discovered surveillance cameras at 2 nearby homes that could help corroborate Kevin's account. After reviewing the footage, the police observed a car parked near Kevin's driveway approximately 40 minutes before the attack on Alicia. The footage showed someone resembling Kevin walking out the front door, getting into the car, and driving away, contradicting Kevin's claim that he had been home all night. The recording was not clear enough to definitively confirm the person's identity as Kevin. To gather additional information, police examined footage from another camera, which offered a closer view of the car but did not reveal its identity. All that could be seen was that it was a light-colored vehicle. Fast-forwarding the footage, the police saw the car return about 20 minutes later. They then noticed a critical detail. The right front tire of the car differed from the other 3. The 3 tires were light-colored, while the right front tire was dark. The car stopped near Kevin's house, and the same individual seen in the first footage exited the car and walked back to the house. Whoever this man was, he had entered the house roughly 20 minutes before the first 911 call reporting a shooting began coming in. The car then drove away and did not return. It was a 15-minute drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's, meaning the car had sufficient time to reach Amanda's house, or it may not have been involved in the shooting. Amanda first learned of her younger sister Alicia's death when her father called just hours after the tragedy. Amanda was in New York at the time, away from her family. Alicia's death was especially devastating, as she had recently married and was anticipating starting her own family. When police questioned Amanda about potential suspects, she immediately identified her ex-husband Kevin as the likely perpetrator. During their 8 years together, Amanda had endured physical abuse, leaving her with bruises. Even after their divorce in June 2017, Kevin's behavior did not change. He continued to threaten Amanda, causing her to fear for her safety. Following a court ruling in August 2017, Amanda was awarded full custody of their 3 young children. The court ordered Kevin to pay $800 per month. This marked a new beginning for Amanda as she rebuilt her life in Everett, Washington. Surrounded by the love and support of her family, Amanda overcame the challenges of being a single mother. Kevin threatened Amanda, claiming he would kill her. As a former soldier, he had been trained. Amanda believed she was the intended target of the attack, but it was her younger sister who died. She even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he violated multiple times. Kevin frequently loitered outside her home, peering through windows and instilling fear in Amanda and her 3 children. Despite ignoring the restraining order, he was never charged by police. In one particularly disturbing incident, just weeks before her sister's murder, Amanda was brutally beaten as she exited her car. She was returning home late at night and had parked in the driveway next to her house. She did not see the attacker's face because the assault occurred so suddenly, but she was certain Kevin was responsible. Kevin Lewis, 30, was initially the prime suspect in Alicia Canales-McGire's death. Police believed he was targeting his ex-wife. However, Kevin did not know that Amanda was in New York, nor that Alicia was babysitting Amanda's children while she was away. Police found discrepancies. If the person in the video was indeed Kevin, he would have been home during the entire shooting. Furthermore, his sister and mother had provided him with a solid alibi. As they left, the police discovered surveillance cameras at 2 nearby homes that could help corroborate Kevin's account. After reviewing the footage, the police observed a car parked near Kevin's driveway approximately 40 minutes before the attack on Alicia. The footage showed someone resembling Kevin walking out the front door, getting into the car, and driving away, contradicting Kevin's claim that he had been home all night. The recording was not clear enough to definitively confirm the person's identity as Kevin. To gather additional information, police examined footage from another camera, which offered a closer view of the car but did not reveal its identity. All that could be seen was that it was a light-colored vehicle. Fast-forwarding the footage, the police saw the car return about 20 minutes later. They then noticed a critical detail. The right front tire of the car differed from the other 3. The 3 tires were light-colored, while the right front tire was dark. The car stopped near Kevin's house, and the same individual seen in the first footage exited the car and walked back to the house. Whoever this man was, he had entered the house roughly 20 minutes before the first 911 call reporting a shooting began coming in. The car then drove away and did not return. It was a 15-minute drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's, meaning the car had sufficient time to reach Amanda's house, or it may not have been involved in the shooting. Amanda first learned of her younger sister Alicia's death when her father called just hours after the tragedy. Amanda was in New York at the time, away from her family. Alicia's death was especially devastating, as she had recently married and was anticipating starting her own family. When police questioned Amanda about potential suspects, she immediately identified her ex-husband Kevin as the likely perpetrator. During their 8 years together, Amanda had endured physical abuse, leaving her with bruises. Even after their divorce in June 2017, Kevin's behavior did not change. He continued to threaten Amanda, causing her to fear for her safety. Following a court ruling in August 2017, Amanda was awarded full custody of their 3 young children. The court ordered Kevin to pay $800 per month. This marked a new beginning for Amanda as she rebuilt her life in Everett, Washington. Surrounded by the love and support of her family, Amanda overcame the challenges of being a single mother. Kevin threatened Amanda, claiming he would kill her. As a former soldier, he had been trained. Amanda believed she was the intended target of the attack, but it was her younger sister who died. She even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he violated multiple times. Kevin frequently loitered outside her home, peering through windows and instilling fear in Amanda and her 3 children. Despite ignoring the restraining order, he was never charged by police. In one particularly disturbing incident just weeks before her sister's murder, Amanda was brutally beaten as she exited her car. She was returning home late at night and had parked in the driveway next to her house. She did not see the attacker's face because the assault occurred so suddenly, but she was certain Kevin was responsible. Kevin Lewis, 30, was initially the prime suspect in Alicia Canales-McGire's death. Police believed he was targeting his ex-wife. However, Kevin did not know that Amanda was in New York, nor that Alicia was babysitting Amanda's children while she was away. Police found discrepancies. If the person in the video was indeed Kevin, he would have been home during the entire shooting. Furthermore, his sister and mother had provided him with a solid alibi. Furthermore, Angelica stated that they had taken the life of the wrong person. It was a case of mistaken identity. The police have never released details about this case. Only law enforcement and family members know that Alicia was shot in the head. Considering that Angelica knew many details about the crime, the police were interested in this information. During the search for Angelica, authorities discovered that her real name was Alexis Hale. On her social media profile, they found photos of her holding a 9mm pistol, which could have been the murder weapon. In addition, some videos showed a man in the background, identified as her boyfriend, Jaden Feltz. A video posted by Alexis on the night of Alicia's death shows her filming through the windshield of a car, observing traffic signs. Police were able to pinpoint the exact location of the car, approximately a 10-minute drive from Kevin's house. A few days after Alicia's death, police discovered a video of Jaden boasting about a large sum of money. Further investigation led them to a social media post by Jaden, where they found 5 comments, one of which was from his aunt. Upon reviewing her profile, authorities realized she was also Kevin's mother. It turned out that Jaden was Kevin's cousin. Police now had sufficient evidence to make an arrest. The first person handcuffed was Alexis Hale. She screamed, claiming the police could not arrest her because she was only 17. She was aware of why she was being arrested and requested a lawyer. Around the same time, police arrested Jaden in another part of town. To build their case, police analyzed phone records from both Jaden and Alexis, revealing a trip from Spokane to Everett that coincided with the shooting. Alexis did not provide any information to the police. Kevin is in prison, serving a 3-year sentence for assaulting Amanda. Therefore, police hoped to obtain information from Jaden. Authorities secured a confession and the name of the person who had hired Alexis and Jaden, Kevin Lewis. To gather further details, the police took Jaden to the crime scene and asked him to describe what happened. Jaden began explaining how Kevin brought him there, showed him where the house was, and then Jaden drove Kevin home. Jaden was then asked to describe what occurred when his girlfriend Alexis knocked on the door. Jaden explained that the door was ajar and Alicia stuck her head out, seeing Alexis walking away. As Alexis departed, Jaden rounded the corner and began shooting. Alicia closed the door, but Jaden opened it again and continued firing. He fired 2 additional shots before Alicia was able to close the door. Jaden then stated that he ran from the crime scene. Kevin Lewis was arrested on charges of aggravated murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder in connection with the 2017 death of Alicia Canales-McGuire, while he was serving time for assaulting his ex-wife, Amanda. The 2 individuals involved in the case were Jaden Phelps and Alexis Hale. Jaden, then 20, pleaded guilty to first-degree intentional homicide in July 2020 and was sentenced to 31 years in prison. Alexis, then 18, also pleaded guilty and received a 15-year sentence. During his trial, Jaden testified that he committed the crime for money and street credibility. Jaden admitted that he used the money Kevin paid him to get tattoos and purchase a pair of Timberland boots and a Ferragamo belt. He stated that Alexis had taken the handgun from a family member, and he split $200 with her. Kevin pleaded not guilty and went to trial later that year. The prosecution argued that Kevin paid Jaden and Alexis $2,400 to harm his ex-wife Amanda, but that a case of mistaken identity led to Alicia's tragic death. Jaden and Alexis claimed that Kevin provided them with the address, and Jaden stated that he did not know the identity of the intended target, only the location. Jaden received the payment after dropping Kevin off at his home. He and his girlfriend Alexis then returned to the indicated location, exited the car, and approached the house, with Jaden stopping near the garage while Alexis knocked on the front door. When Alicia answered, Alexis left, and Jaden continued firing until he ran out of ammunition. He initially fired from his position near the garage, and then moved to the front porch to fire the remaining shots. He aimed the gun at the house, targeting Alicia's neck and head area. Afterward, they drove away but returned briefly, concerned that they might have left a glove at the scene. However, upon seeing a police car, they turned around and left the area, following GPS directions to return to Spokane. The defense argued that Kevin never explicitly instructed Jaden to kill, claiming he only said to get the target off the road. The prosecution countered by noting Kevin's history of violence and threats toward Amanda. In November 2021, Kevin Lewis was convicted of first-degree murder after a 6-week trial, with the jury reaching a verdict in less than 3.5 hours. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in January 2022. As part of his sentence, Kevin was also permanently prohibited from contacting his ex-wife and children. He is currently serving his sentence at Washington State Prison in Walla Walla County. Moving on to the next case. The case of Alicia Ross. A young Canadian woman called Alicia Ross disappeared completely from her own bedroom during the night without leaving any trace. The police were unable to locate either a body or any meaningful evidence, and because of this, the investigation simply stalled. The case could have stayed unresolved if the perpetrator had not eventually surrendered to the authorities. Alicia Ross was born on February 8, 1980, in the Canadian city of Markham, located in the province of Ontario. There is no available information about her biological parents, but it is known that they relinquished their parental rights, and she was adopted at only a few months old by a couple named Marvin and Sharon Ross. Her adoptive parents raised her with affection and care, doing everything possible to make sure their daughter had all that she needed and was able to fully develop her abilities. When Alicia began attending school, her adoptive parents chose to divorce, but they kept a cordial relationship and continued to be jointly involved in their daughter's life. Soon afterward, Sharon remarried, and her new husband, Julius Forrest, treated the girl as though she were his own child. Alicia did well academically, showed outstanding talent in drawing, and also developed an interest in photography along with a love for exploring new cities and countries. After completing school, she spent a year in Australia, where she traveled and enjoyed life before returning home and enrolling in university in the summer of 2005. The 25-year-old Alicia later went on a hiking trip in the mountains with friends, where she met a young man named Sean, with whom she started a romantic relationship in early July. He was 4 years older than she was, but the slight age gap did not trouble the couple. On August 16th, the young woman, together with her adoptive mother and their dogs, went for a walk in the park. Alicia seemed happy and mentioned that she was expecting a promotion at work to the role of senior sales manager in the following days. She felt very proud, as she had been working diligently for a long time, and her efforts were about to be recognized. In addition, the young woman spoke about her boyfriend, Sean, whom she had been seeing for a little over a month, but appeared to be deeply in love with. Alicia hoped that this relationship could develop into something more serious in the future, and expressed her wish to introduce her new boyfriend to her adoptive parents by organizing a family dinner. After the walk in the park, the mother went back home, while her daughter left to go on a date with her boyfriend. She promised that she would not stay out for long, as she needed to wake up early for work the next day, when her promotion was supposed to be decided. The women said goodbye and went their separate ways. Sharon would never see her daughter alive again. The unexplained disappearance from her own home that night, after meeting Sean, is what resulted in the unresolved case. Alicia invited him to her house, and they spent a pleasant time together. Around midnight, the young man left for home, and Alicia walked him to the door, which functioned as a second exit through the backyard. They parted with a kiss, and he left, promising to call her as soon as he arrived home. Around midnight, as he had promised, Sean phoned his girlfriend, but she did not answer. He was not especially worried, believing that Alicia had simply fallen asleep since she needed to get up early for work. However, the next morning, when he tried to call her again and she still did not respond, he became truly concerned and contacted a mutual acquaintance who worked at the same office as Alicia. From her, he learned that Alicia had not shown up for work, and he immediately rushed to her house. On the morning of August 17th, Sharon and Julius planned to play golf with friends and left the house at 10. They noticed their daughter's car in the driveway, but assumed that someone had picked her up, so they went on with their day. Some time later, Sean arrived at Alicia's house but could not find her, so he called the police to report her missing. He then contacted Sharon to notify her about what had happened. The couple hurried back home, where the police were already present. Sean was the first person to realize that Alicia was missing and to inform law enforcement. He was also the last individual to see her on the night before she vanished, stating that they had separated at the gate around midnight and that he had not heard from her since then. When Sharon and Julius arrived at the house, officers were already on site, examining the area and talking with Sean, who had called them. The young man appeared clearly anxious and upset. When the mother entered Alicia's room, she immediately observed that all of her daughter's personal items, which she never left the house without, were still in their usual places. Her purse, passport, driver's license, keys, mobile phone, along with her bank cards and cash, were all still in the room, indicating that she would not have gone anywhere, especially not without taking them. The gate was open but showed no signs of being forced, suggesting that the missing woman either allowed her abductor inside or willingly left with someone from the yard. In the backyard, police discovered signs of disturbance. The grass and flowers in one section were trampled, as though someone had fallen there. In addition, a pack of cigarettes and the woman's right sandal, which she had been wearing the previous evening, were found on the ground, arranged in a straight line. Neither Alicia nor her parents smoked, so the cigarettes did not belong to them, and Sean stated that he did not smoke that specific brand, leaving the ownership and placement of the cigarettes uncertain. Sean was almost immediately regarded as the main suspect. First, he appeared noticeably nervous, and his explanation seemed somewhat inconsistent and fragmented. Second, he was the first to report his girlfriend's disappearance to the police, even before contacting her parents and confirming that they had not seen her either. This indicated that he clearly knew she was missing. Furthermore, law enforcement discovered biological traces on the woman's bed belonging to both Alicia and Sean. Based on these findings, investigators theorized that Alicia may have refused intimacy with Sean and that he decided to force himself on her. Then, in an attempt to hide his actions, staged her disappearance, which he likely caused by taking her life. When Sean was taken to the police station, questioned, and presented with the investigators' theory, the young man was stunned. He was deeply distressed by being viewed as the main suspect and insisted that he would never hurt his girlfriend because he loved her. He also admitted that they had indeed been intimate that evening, but maintained that it was consensual. The missing woman's parents also had nothing negative to say about Sean. He had not argued with their daughter, had not treated her poorly, and she spoke only positively about him. Their relationship was progressing rapidly and happily, to the point that Alicia even hoped to have a future with him. In addition, the parents emphasized that their daughter had no intentions or reasons to leave. She was eagerly anticipating a promotion at a job she loved, and as a responsible person, she would never simply abandon everything. Even if some unexpected situation had occurred, she would have informed her parents and certainly would not have left without her documents, money, and phone. Police did not have enough evidence or legal grounds to detain Sean, so after questioning him at the station, they released him. Nevertheless, law enforcement did not eliminate him as a suspect and continued to keep the young man under observation. Sean himself appeared despondent and extremely distressed. The large-scale search for the missing woman began the day after her disappearance. At first, a detailed examination of the house and yard was carried out, and investigators carefully searched the surrounding area and interviewed neighbors. However, no one reported hearing or seeing anything unusual that night. Law enforcement believed that the woman disappeared sometime between midnight, when she said goodbye to Sean, and sunrise, a period when streets are typically quiet and empty, making it difficult to find witnesses. Alicia's photographs were printed on flyers and distributed throughout the city, along with phone numbers for anyone who might have information about her whereabouts. The account of the missing woman received widespread coverage in the media and appeared in well-known publications, generating strong public interest and motivating hundreds of volunteers and concerned residents to assist in the search. Police received many calls each day connected to the case, although most of the information proved to be inaccurate or mistaken. Even so, every lead and theory was examined in hopes of uncovering any clues. The search zone was steadily broadened, bringing in more participants. Careful inspections were carried out in abandoned structures, forested regions, and vacant land. Sean also took part actively in the search efforts, despite still being regarded as the main suspect. Feeling unfairly treated, the young man approached the media and gave an important interview in which he expressed his profound love for Alicia and displayed photographs of the two of them appearing very happy together. He tearfully begged for assistance in the search, appearing completely heartbroken by the circumstances. The search for Alicia became one of the largest operations in the history of Ontario. Every hard-to-access ravine and swampy area was thoroughly searched, yet no clues, leads, or even indications of the missing woman's whereabouts were discovered. Her parents also reached out to the public through the media, stating their belief that their daughter was still alive but being held somewhere against her will. They pleaded with whoever had their daughter to allow her to come home safely and to not harm her in any way. Sean's unexpected arrest led police to favor the theory that someone Alicia knew personally had abducted and possibly killed her. This idea was reinforced by the absence of signs of a struggle, no evidence of forced entry, and the gate being left open, but no solid leads were found. The cigarettes discovered on the ground contained only a heavily smudged fingerprint that could not be identified. Investigators carefully reviewed Alicia's contacts and examined all calls and messages on her phone and email, but nothing suspicious was found. On the 6th day of the search, the case was officially classified as a criminal act, despite the lack of evidence. Sean continued to be considered the prime suspect. He lived alone in his own house, located roughly 10 miles from Alicia's home. After realizing that public suspicion had increased following his appearance in the media, he stopped taking part in the search and declined to speak with journalists. Investigators questioned Sean 3 additional times, but his account remained unchanged. He was then offered a polygraph test, which he refused, further convincing police that he was involved in the crime. 2 weeks after the disappearance, Sean was arrested on an unrelated offense. He was taken into custody late at night for driving under the influence and resisting arrest. Speculation arose that he was trying to drown his guilt in alcohol. After Sean's arrest, Alicia's parents gave another interview, stating that they had not known the young man personally and were only familiar with him through what their daughter had told them. They believed she had been happy, but now considered that their daughter might have concealed certain details to avoid worrying them, even though she had planned to introduce her boyfriend to her family soon. Police questioned Sean's neighbors to see if they had observed anything unusual recently, such as him disposing of large garbage bags, acting suspiciously, leaving suddenly, or cleaning his car. However, no meaningful information came from these interviews. Detectives were left hoping that Sean might eventually confess to everything. About a month after Alicia's disappearance, the media attention surrounding her case began to decline. The search went on, but it was no longer highlighted in newspapers or news reports, and the investigation appeared to have reached an impasse. The only course left for law enforcement was to continue applying pressure on Sean, hoping that he would eventually admit to the crime. Then an entirely unforeseen turn of events took place in the case on September 20th, 2005, more than a month after Alicia's disappearance. A 31-year-old local resident named Daniel Sylvester contacted the police and confessed to killing the young woman, revealing where he had concealed her body. It is important to point out that this man had not previously been a suspect, and the police had not considered him at all during the initial investigation. At first, it seemed that the man was simply seeking notoriety and attention and had chosen to take responsibility for the most infamous case in recent years. However, all uncertainty vanished when police located the young woman's body at the site he had indicated. Daniel Sylvester was an unemployed recluse who lived in his mother's house, which was located next to the Ross family home. The two properties were divided by thick, overgrown bushes, forming an almost impenetrable barrier. Despite living practically next to one another for their entire lives, Daniel and the victims had never interacted. Alicia had seen Daniel on his property a few times and believed him to be mentally unstable because of his odd behavior. Police had not focused on Daniel earlier, as he appeared to be a withdrawn and isolated person who had not drawn attention to himself. Daniel experienced serious social difficulties from a young age. He had trouble making friends, was mocked at school, and every attempt to build relationships ended in total failure, which caused him to develop a deep hostility toward women. As a child, girls called him a loser and said they would never associate with someone like him. At the age of 8, Sylvester was diagnosed with a social behavioral disorder and placed under continuous psychological treatment, but the therapy did not lead to significant improvement. During his teenage years, he admitted that he had fantasies about suddenly attacking and overpowering a girl, which aroused him. However, specialists were confident that these thoughts would remain fantasies and would not turn into real actions. After completing school, Daniel stopped attending therapy, chose not to pursue further education, and became a recluse. He lived in his mother's house, shutting himself off from the outside world, spending his days sitting in his room, often browsing adult websites, and occasionally going out in the evenings to secretly observe his neighbors by peering into their windows. He particularly enjoyed watching when someone was involved in sexual activity, as the sight aroused him. Still, Daniel remained a virgin well into his 30s, satisfying his urges through solitary means. Neighbors rarely saw him and therefore regarded him as a harmless individual. At first, Sylvester stated that the girl's death had been accidental and that he concealed the body to avoid punishment. According to his account, when he realized that the girl showed no signs of life, he placed her in the trunk of his mother's car and drove roughly 50 miles out of town, hiding the body in a bush-covered ravine along a rural road. 3 weeks later, afraid that the body might be discovered, he moved it again in the middle of the night, taking it even farther away to an abandoned area. The body was located exactly where Daniel said it would be, which removed the final doubts about his guilt. However, the state of the remains showed that the girl had been treated with extreme brutality. The injuries were so severe that it appeared as though she had been struck by a vehicle. An autopsy revealed that Alicia had nearly all of her ribs broken, along with her neck and both arms, and had also suffered extensive closed-head trauma accompanied by internal bleeding. The precise cause of death could not be established, but at least 3 of the injuries were incompatible with life. Forensic specialists were shocked, as they had never encountered injuries of this nature before. It was necessary to clarify the circumstances and the sequence of events on that tragic evening in order to determine exactly how the girl sustained her injuries. The offender initially claimed that he had argued with his neighbor on a shrub-covered path between their homes. During the verbal dispute, the neighbor called him a loser, which enraged him, and he struck her on the head. When she fell, he kicked her several times in the chest. Realizing that she was not breathing, he decided to hide the body and later moved it again when the search area expanded. However, there were gaps and missing specifics in his story that did not align. It was unclear why Daniel was at his neighbor's house at night, why the argument began, and what provoked such a savage beating. The evidence found at the scene was arranged in a straight line, making it difficult to reconstruct the complete chain of events. The investigation determined that Sylvester had gone out to watch his neighbors. He noticed that Alicia's boyfriend had come over, and he moved closer to their house while the couple was being intimate. He observed them through a window, then retreated to the bushes, but did not leave. As midnight approached, the couple went outside and kissed by the gate, just a few feet away from the watching neighbor. When Sean departed, the girl returned to the yard and noticed Daniel. She became extremely angry, realizing that he had been spying on her and her boyfriend the entire time. She began shouting at him, calling him a pervert and ordering him to leave immediately. Finally, Alicia called him a loser, which triggered Sylvester, as that was the same word girls had used to describe him during his childhood. Consumed by rage, Sylvester struck the girl violently on the head and knocked her to the ground. She attempted to fight back and grabbed her attacker's hair, but he began choking her. When his grip loosened, Daniel quickly stood up and started kicking Alicia while she lay on the ground, mainly hitting her chest, back, neck, and head. Forensic experts later counted 33 fractures on the victim's body along with massive internal bleeding. When the man realized that his neighbor was dead, he moved her body into his garage, undressed her, and then masturbated to release tension, according to his testimony. The examination confirmed that Sylvester had not violated the body. He then placed the corpse into the trunk of his mother's car and transported it to a remote location outside the city. After returning home, the criminal took a shower, changed his clothes, and acted as though nothing had occurred. His clothing, the victim's possessions, and the towels he used to clean the crime scene were packed into trash bags and discarded. The trial and sentencing process began only in April 2007, at which point new details were revealed publicly. The defendant admitted that he had taken his neighbor's life, but he and his attorney insisted that it had been unintentional. The defense requested a psychiatric evaluation, claiming that Daniel was mentally ill and should not be held responsible for his actions, and suggesting that he receive treatment in a clinic rather than be sent to prison. However, the prosecution argued that despite his mental illness and problems with anger control, Sylvester acted with full awareness of the consequences of his actions. He kicked the girl mercilessly with all his strength, knowing that this would most likely result in her death. Nonetheless, the court ordered a psychiatric assessment, which confirmed that the defendant could indeed be considered fully accountable for his actions. As for the items discovered in the backyard, Daniel never admitted to having placed them there in a straight line. On May 7, 2007, the defendant was convicted of a second-degree crime and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 16 years. 1 year later, Canadian singer-songwriter Kathleen Edwards wrote a song titled Alicia Ross, which depicted the events from the young woman's point of view during the final moments of her life. Moving on to the next case. The case of Anel Baez Alvarez. Anel Baez Alvarez was born on March 17, 1998, in Guayaquil, Sinaloa, Mexico. She was raised in a family with her father, Ade Alvarez, her mother, Hugo Beza, her brother Omar, and her sister Aiden. During her childhood, Anel developed normally and did not experience any serious difficulties. Although she was initially a shy child, over time she became confident and charismatic, always striving to please the people around her. Anel's father worked as a tailor, and the family lived a comfortable, close-knit, and happy life. However, everything changed when Anel's mother was diagnosed with cancer in the early 2010s. The entire family cared for her throughout her challenging treatment. After his wife passed away, the family was deeply wounded, but they did not give up and continued supporting one another through their grief. This loss brought Anil and Aiden closer, and they shared everything with each other. During these hard times, Anil kept a cheerful and friendly attitude. When she entered high school, she became an exemplary daughter, managed household chores very well, consistently looked after her younger sister, and earned good grades at school. One of her hobbies was cooking meals for her family. Annel overcame her shyness and became one of the most popular girls at school. She formed a band and became the lead singer, developing a passion for love songs, especially the ballad Amore Eterno. Around this time, Annel also met her best friend, at least for a period. Her name was Arund Elizabeth Gutierrez. They became an inseparable duo, admired by everyone around them and regarded as the most popular girls at school. Anil and Arund expressed their friendship openly on social media. On October 14, 2012, Anil posted a photo with Arund, expressing her happiness about their friendship. She thanked God for allowing her to be close to Arund and even considered her a sister. However, as time went on, the relationship between Anil and Arund began to change. Despite being the same age, Annel and Arund had completely different personalities. Annel was a kind girl who enjoyed listening to love psalms and spending time with her family. Meanwhile, Arund lived in a dysfunctional family environment and became increasingly involved in urban youth culture, commonly referred to as Boato in Mexico. Arund regularly attended musical events, such as the Caliber 50 concert at the closing ceremony of the Carnival in Guayaquil in 2014. Arund also held strong political opinions, having shared on social media that she attended a march in support of Joaquin Guzman Lora, also known as El Chapo. It is important to note that Arund frequently shared her views online, unlike her friend Annel. Over time, the distance between Annel and Arund increased. In 2014, Annel and Nirund both attended the Guayaquil High School of the Autonomous University of Sinaloa, but they no longer interacted as closely as they once had. Instead, each formed their own new circle of friends. Anil became close to friends such as Melissa, Kareem, Manuel, and Maria Jose, who shared a similar lifestyle. She was often admired and loved by her group, especially Maria Jose, who had known Anel since elementary school. Anel was consistently caring and supportive toward the members of her group. She was also known for being polite and well-organized. In contrast, Arund began to display a very different personality on social media. She posted negative and disturbing content on her page, some of which was deeply alarming. Several posts appeared threatening and initially did not make sense. This caused concern and suggested that Arund might have serious mental health problems. Arund's posts continued and became increasingly suspicious. On March 3rd, Arund shared another message stating, "Maybe not now and not tomorrow, but soon. I assure you, I will not tell her anything then, but know that I have destroyed you mentally." Arund's final post was dated March 16th, in which she wrote, "This really makes me desperate." However, no one knew who those threats were meant for. Rumors started circulating around the school that Arund was angry with a former friend named Anel because they were no longer close. Some people even claimed that Arund was jealous of her former friend because everyone liked Anel. Nevertheless, Anel paid no attention to what Arund posted on social media. She celebrated her birthday with a large party, and everything in her life appeared to be going well. But everything changed on March 19th, when Anel did not pick up her youngest sister, as she usually did. Hugo, Anel's father, received a call from the school informing him that his youngest daughter had not been picked up by Anel as usual. At first, he was not overly concerned and assumed that Anel might have overslept or gone out with friends after school. But when he decided to call Anel to make sure everything was fine, there was no answer. Hugo thought that Anel might still be sleeping after picking up her sister. He tried to contact Anel again, but once more received no response. Despite calling repeatedly, she did not answer, and Hugo's worry began to grow. Hugo decided to return home to the Los Fuentes area. When he arrived, he found the front door wide open. Upon entering the living room, Hugo noticed that some furniture had been moved, which made him suspect that a robbery had occurred. He called out Anel's name and searched the house frantically for her, but there was no reply. Hugo eventually went to Anel's room and tried to open the door, only to find it locked, which increased his concern. Hugo knocked on the door several times, but Anel did not respond. So he forced the door open and went inside. What he saw left him devastated. Lying on the floor was Anel's lifeless body. He immediately called the police, who arrived at the scene quickly. When officers entered the house, they found Hugo and his 10-year-old daughter sitting upstairs, overcome with grief. The police followed Hugo to the room where they discovered the body of his 16-year-old daughter, Anel. They observed that Anel's body had numerous wounds, and there was blood on the floor. It appeared that the attacker had attempted to clean up the blood, but was unsuccessful. During the autopsy, forensic specialists determined that Anel had been stabbed a total of 65 times. The police believed that the attacker had a close relationship with Anel. This belief was reinforced by the fact that there were no signs of forced entry on the doors or windows, leading investigators to think that Anel knew the attacker and had allowed them into the house. They even speculated that Anel might have arranged to meet the attacker that day. However, when detectives examined Anel's cell phone, they found no evidence that she had invited anyone to her home. As a result, they considered the possibility that the encounter was unplanned. Since there were no surveillance cameras in the area, detectives began interviewing neighbors. Some reported seeing a slim girl with black hair leaving the house. These accounts helped narrow the list of suspects, and the police began focusing on one particular person. They started questioning Anel's close relatives and discovered that all of them had strong alibis. They stated that Anel had no enemies and was very friendly, so they could not imagine anyone wanting to hurt her. However, detectives noticed a social media post made by Arund in which she expressed shock over Anel's death. Some people offered condolences, but others criticized Arund and accused her of being responsible. They left harsh comments, claiming that Arund was guilty. Arund deleted her account, but the police were able to collect information before it disappeared. They called in several of Anel's friends to ask about the relationship between Anel and Arund. All of them said that the two had grown apart, and that Arund appeared to be jealous of Anel because Anel was more popular. After the interviews, detectives accessed Arund's social media accounts and discovered threatening posts she had written months earlier. The most significant one, however, was a message written just hours after Anel's death in which Arund said, "I was so stupid. Oh my God, what did I do?" Everything pointed to Arund becoming the primary suspect in the case. However, this information was kept confidential because the police feared that Arund might flee before they were able to arrest her. Officers waited for the right moment to take action. The case drew enormous attention, and hundreds of people gathered at a well-known funeral home in Guamachil to say farewell to Anel. Anel's friends, family members, teachers, and classmates cried and embraced one another, unable to accept that Anel had died in such a way. Among the crowd, two individuals stood out, Arund and her mother. Arund entered the funeral home with her head lowered, her long black hair covering most of her face. Her clothing seemed strange given the hot weather, as she wore a hooded sweatshirt with long sleeves, as if she were trying to conceal something. Arund and her mother approached Anel's family to offer their condolences. They sat near Anel's coffin, while people around them whispered and stared at Arund with tense looks, noticing how nervous she appeared. The police then approached Arund and asked her to accompany them to the police station. Arund did not resist and went with the officers. Once at the station, the interrogation began. At first, Arund claimed she was innocent, but after several questions, she began to talk. Arund revealed scratches and bruises on her arms and torso, admitting that Anel had caused these injuries when she tried to defend herself in December 2013. The conflict began over a photograph that Anel had posted online in which the two were seen hugging and partially undressed. Arund disliked the photo because Anel had shared it without her permission. She asked Anel to remove it, but Anel initially ignored her request. Eventually, Anel agreed to delete the photo, but by then it was too late. Their friendship was permanently damaged. The situation worsened when a classmate told Arund that he had a compromising photo of her, and she believed it was the same image Anil had posted months earlier. This led Arund to start thinking about revenge. For a long time, Arund had been expressing her anger on social media. On March 19, 2014, she posted a cryptic message on her personal page. After that, she went to Anel's house in the Los Fuentes neighborhood. When she arrived, Arund brought 2 portions of ice cream and put on a false smile. She said she wanted to make peace with Anel and become friends again. Anel gladly agreed and invited her inside. She even asked Arund to go upstairs to talk in her room on the 2nd floor, just like they used to. Once they were in the room, Anel and Arund talked and ate ice cream together. After a short time, Arund suggested watching a movie. She said she needed to use the bathroom and asked Anil not to pause the film. However, instead of going to the bathroom, Arund went downstairs to the kitchen and took a sharp knife. She returned to the room, hiding the knife under her clothing. She saw Anil lying on the bed with her back turned toward the door, which gave her the chance to attack. Arund pulled out the knife and began stabbing Anil. Anil tried to defend herself, but was unable to fight back. She lost a large amount of blood and collapsed onto the floor, becoming the victim of a violent crime. Arund grew anxious, knowing she had to act fast before Anil's family came home. She attempted to clean all the blood from the house. Although she used every cloth she could find, there was simply too much blood, and she was only able to clean part of it. She eventually went to the bathroom to wash her hands, and then took Anil's clothes from the closet and put them on. Arund then shut the bathroom door and left Anil's body inside. She exited the house, leaving the front door partially open. Arund's version of events angered Anil's relatives greatly because they believed it was false. According to them, Arund's portrayal of Anil was completely inaccurate. Additionally, Anil's friends insisted that they had never seen the photograph mentioned in the account. The legal process moved rapidly, for police officers escorted Arund to juvenile court. After a hearing lasting an hour and a half, Arund was found guilty. Even though she had carried out a planned act and the killing was intentional, because she was only 16 years old under Mexican juvenile law, Arund was sentenced to 7 years in prison. She was transferred to a juvenile detention facility. The victim's family believed justice had been done, but they were mistaken. The defense filed an appeal, arguing that the trial had been held in the wrong jurisdiction. A higher court ordered the case to be reopened. Despite the fast-track process, the verdict was not reversed. This outcome sparked widespread public outrage. Hundreds of people shared images on social media with signs demanding justice for Anil. Several surveys were conducted with more than 5 million participants, and most believed that Arund's sentence was unjust. They hoped she would receive a much longer prison term. However, after the retrial, she was once again sentenced to only 7 years in prison. Hugo spoke to journalists and expressed his dissatisfaction. Although he was relieved that the sentence had not been overturned, he felt that Arund's age should not have exempted her from a longer sentence. Hugo hoped she would at least serve the full term. That did not happen either. On July 6, 2016, Arund's sentence was reduced to 5 years in prison. At the same time, the court ruled that if she showed good behavior, she could be released even earlier. This decision drew dozens of journalists who photographed her, forcing state police to shut the courthouse gates. The case became one of the most high-profile in the country. Hugo was not informed about this hearing, which made him extremely upset. Matters worsened when, on September 23, 2017, another hearing was held to assess Arund's conduct under reforms to the Federal Juvenile Justice Act. As a result, she was released after serving only 3.5 years. When Hugo left the courthouse, he was deeply dissatisfied and felt he had witnessed a grave injustice. He expressed profound regret that legislative reforms appeared to favor offenders over victims, and this seemed to mark the tragic end of the story. Moving on to the next case. Ardith Wood. Ardith Wood, a striking 27-year-old, was not only beautiful but also remarkably intelligent. She was pursuing a doctoral degree in philosophy at Waterloo University while simultaneously working as an editor for a philosophy journal. Ardith's dream of becoming a professor was on the verge of coming true. The summer of 2003 arrived. Ardith chose to spend her vacation visiting her family in Ottawa, Canada. She enjoyed a wonderful time with her loved ones, taking walks together and cooking at home. On the morning of August 6th, the young woman went for a run. Upon returning, her thoughtful parents were already waiting with a delicious breakfast dessert. It was a warm and sunny day, so Ardith decided to go for a bike ride. Her brother kindly lent her his bicycle. The girl promised to return in a couple of hours. That day, her mother had planned to go shopping before lunch, awaiting her daughter's return from the ride. Ardith loved cycling along the picturesque trail through the forest, past the river and cliffs. This route was popular among local cyclists. It was usually peaceful and safe, but not this time. The 27-year-old Ardith never came home. Her mother grew worried, and then a heavy downpour began. She realized her daughter would not be riding in such weather, but as time passed, Ardith still had not returned. The family set out to search, assuming she might have fallen off her bike and needed help. The bike paths wound throughout the city, and they did not know which direction Ardith had taken, so her relatives searched everywhere. Their efforts proved fruitless, and when night fell, they went to the police. Due to the severe weather, the search was postponed until morning. The following day brought no news of Ardith. One of the largest search operations in Ottawa's history commenced, involving rescuers, police officers, dog handlers with their canines and helicopters. In total, approximately 1,000 people participated, including numerous volunteers. Ardith's family actively joined the search, posting flyers with her photo throughout the city. However, the first few days produced no progress. The police then appealed to the public for assistance. Soon, a call came from a local resident. She reported that on the day of Ardith's disappearance, she had been in the forest on the bike path and noticed a suspicious man with a bicycle there. The witness described him as a young man with a pleasant appearance, well-dressed, but acting extremely suspiciously. His behavior was frightening. It was revealed that the stranger had attempted to push the girl off her bike and drag her into the bushes. Fortunately, other people appeared on the trail, causing the perpetrator to fall behind, and she managed to escape quickly. After this incident, she no longer felt safe walking alone and stopped cycling alone. According to the girl, the event took place in an area called Green Creek. She suggested that the stranger might have attacked Ardith as well. The eyewitness was invited to the police station to help create a composite sketch. She described the suspect as a young man, approximately 20 to 30 years old, light-skinned, dark-haired with a beard and glasses, pleasant-looking, and athletically built. The sketch was shown to Ardith's family, but they did not recognize anyone familiar to the missing woman. Many men at the time wore similar glasses and beards, so suspicion could have fallen on anyone. The investigators decided not to release the portrait to the media, fearing a flood of false tips. The police continuously appealed to local residents for help, showing Ardith's photo. Law enforcement was confident that such a bright, beautiful girl with a memorable appearance could not have gone unnoticed. Someone must have seen her and could provide a lead. This assumption proved correct. A 16-year-old girl named Laura called the police. She reported that on the day of the disappearance, while riding her bicycle past the trail, she saw Ardith sitting on a rock, seemingly resting. When Laura rode further, she heard a scream. Turning around, the girl saw Ardith arguing with a man. Laura did not know what to think. Perhaps it was just a lover's quarrel. Ardith was not calling for help, and then she went into the woods with the man. Laura wanted to find out what was happening, but she became frightened. Seeing the approaching storm, the 16-year-old witness hurried home. As she was leaving, she thought she heard someone screaming. The police invited Laura to the station to view the composite sketch of the stranger. She recognized him. According to her, the incident occurred around 1 p.m. in the same location, Green Creek. Later, the police received several additional calls from girls who had encountered this unsettling man on the trail. He attacked them, but the victims were fortunate enough to escape. One woman's call was particularly notable. She recounted how an attractive stranger had approached her during a walk. They engaged in a pleasant conversation, but suddenly his behavior changed drastically. The man began grabbing her, but the woman managed to push him away with her bicycle and flee quickly, not even looking back for fear he would pursue her. After reaching home, she told her family about the incident and warned them to avoid that area. Curiously, none of the girls who were attacked had reported the incidents to the police. The search for Ardith focused around the creek area. Soon, her bicycle was discovered, indicating that the police were on the right track. Meanwhile, the investigators received another call that became a breakthrough in the case. A man, who did not give his name, reported a disturbing incident in the forest. He described a terrible accident. Allegedly, he claimed he did not intend to harm Ardith's life. Confused, he decided to dispose of the body. The stranger stated that he carried the girl across the creek, dug a small pit, and buried her there, covering the grave with branches. Then he hung up. The police managed to trace the call, which had been made from a phone booth 20 minutes away from Ottawa. Law enforcement rushed to the location, hoping to find witnesses or lift fingerprints or DNA from the receiver. However, they were disappointed. Someone had thoroughly wiped the handset. No eyewitnesses or surveillance cameras could be located. The search for Ardith continued in Green Creek. Dogs trained to detect human corpses were brought to the scene. Soon, the worst fears of the family and police were confirmed. With the help of the dogs, they located the missing woman's grave, situated between two trees in a quiet, scenic spot. Approaching, the detective saw the half-buried naked body of the girl. It was likely that the criminal had been startled by someone, which explained why he had buried the victim so carelessly. Criminologists began examining the crime scene, but unfortunately found no evidence. no fingerprints or DNA. The medical examiner confirmed the identity as Ardith Wood. She had suffered a horrific, agonizing death that did not resemble an accident, contrary to what the stranger had claimed in his conversation with the police. The cause of death was determined to be drowning, with algae found in her lungs, indicating that the girl was still alive when she entered the water. Although the body was discovered naked, medical examiners found no conclusive signs of sexual assault, though they did not rule it out. The police believed the crime was sexually motivated. In their view, the stranger targeted girls in isolated areas for this purpose. Otherwise, what else could have driven him? Detectives urgently needed to apprehend the criminal to prevent further victims. They were convinced he had attacked several girls and had already killed one. How far could the maniac go? The police decided to release a composite sketch of the suspect to the media, requesting the public's assistance in identifying him. Investigators received approximately 4,000 calls with potential leads and began processing them, which required a significant amount of time. On September 10th, the police released critical information about the suspect. It was revealed that the girls who had seen the stranger in the forest had noticed a specific detail. He had an eagle tattoo on his left shoulder. This proved to be a crucial lead that could aid in locating the criminal. The media published a sketch of the tattoo, prompting several calls to the police. People reported knowing individuals with bird tattoos on their faces, necks, or backs. However, this information ultimately led nowhere. In April 2004, while reviewing another batch of calls, investigators discovered an important clue. A man claimed he knew the killer. He lived in the area and had been riding a bicycle near Green Creek around the time of the crime. The detectives found this information intriguing and invited the specified individual in for questioning. When the man arrived at the police station, the investigators were astonished. He matched the criminal's description in both appearance and age. During the conversation, the young man appeared noticeably nervous. He claimed he frequently rode his bike along that trail, not understanding why this was an issue. When the police asked him to show his shoulder, an eagle tattoo was revealed. It was discovered that the man had a prior record with the law. He became the prime suspect. The interrogation lasted 3 hours. Throughout the session, the suspect answered questions defiantly and aggressively, remarking about himself, "I'm like a scorpion under a rock. You never know what I'm going to do." The man had no alibi and could not account for his whereabouts on the day of Ardith's disappearance. Nevertheless, he denied any involvement in her murder. There was insufficient evidence to charge him, so the suspect was released but remained under surveillance. A few weeks later, he was summoned for questioning again. By then, the detectives had gathered substantial information and prepared their questions carefully. They also suggested he undergo a polygraph test. The suspect agreed and passed all tests without difficulty. The police were incredulous but had no choice but to release him, having removed all suspicion. The investigation had reached a dead end. The Ottawa police announced a $50,000 reward for any information that could assist in solving the case, marking the largest amount law enforcement had ever offered under similar circumstances. Soon, around 5,000 calls with leads came in, which the police began reviewing. One set of information mentioned the name Christopher Myers, which drew the investigators' attention. It was revealed that he had previous convictions for selling prohibited substances. Colleagues described 25-year-old Chris as quiet, non-confrontational, and inconspicuous, working as a janitor. His face closely resembled the composite sketch of the suspect. Moreover, he had the same style of beard. The police were hopeful, believing they might have finally identified the right man. However, it emerged that Christopher had an alibi for the day of Ardith's disappearance. The landlady of his rented apartment stated that on August 6, 2003, he was at home in the morning and then went to work at a restaurant. This surprised the police, as a year had already passed. How could the woman recall the details of that day so clearly? Another complication arose. Christopher did not have an eagle tattoo on his shoulder. Although witnesses insisted they had seen it, perhaps it had been removed. The detectives remained convinced that he was the person they were seeking and needed to prove it. A few weeks later, another similar attack took place. In the evening, a girl who closely resembled Ardith was walking alone across a bridge when she heard someone approaching from behind. Turning around, she saw an attractive man on a bicycle. The girl had no intention of engaging with him or talking and asked to be left alone. The man rode past her, and just as she sighed with relief, The stranger turned his bicycle around and charged straight at her. There was no one nearby who could assist. The attacker jumped off his bike and forcibly dragged the victim into the bushes. The girl screamed loudly, which appeared to frighten the assailant. He fled. The victim reported the incident to the police, and other investigators took over the case. Initially, everyone assumed it was an attempted robbery, and the detectives investigating Ardith's disappearance learned of the incident much later. In May, another attack occurred, this time on a tall blonde woman similar in appearance to the missing girl. She was returning late from a party when a stranger approached her and attempted to start a conversation. She asked to be left alone. Then he claimed he was lost and asked for directions. The girl explained where he should go, and he left. She breathed a sigh of relief, but just 10 minutes later, he attacked her from the bushes. The assailant aggressively began strangling her, twisting her neck. At that moment, the girl feared it was the end, but she continued to resist, screaming, hitting him, and biting. Her cries drew the attention of nearby residents, who came out to see what was happening. This frightened the criminal, and he fled, but in his haste, he made a critical mistake. He dropped his phone. Investigators determined that the mobile phone belonged to Christopher Myers, who was already a suspect in Ardith's murder case. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. Chris had committed all of the similar crimes. He targeted girls with similar appearances, blondes, and attacked them. Christopher was brought in for questioning, but was not quick to confess to the murder. He claimed he had never been to Green Creek, had never seen Ardith, and was not involved in the other attacks. Chris mentioned mental health issues and uncontrollable aggression, but insisted he had never physically harmed anyone. Detectives noticed his crooked teeth and persuaded him to take a polygraph test. The test lasted 5 hours, and Chris failed it completely. Nevertheless, he continued to insist on his innocence, claiming the polygraph was faulty. Because the lie detector results were not admissible as evidence, the suspect had to be released. Over the next 5 months, detectives gathered evidence against him, interrogating everyone who knew Christopher, relatives, friends, colleagues, and his ex-girlfriend. It emerged that Christopher had been born into a dysfunctional family of alcoholics. His difficult childhood was accompanied by the development of various mental disorders, including attention deficit disorder and schizoid disorder. Chris was taken from his birth family and adopted by another couple. His adoptive parents treated him with love, but he was uncontrollable. Unable to manage his behavior, they returned him to the orphanage when he was 12. As he grew older, he appeared to become an ordinary, normal young man. Christopher graduated from school, attended university, socialized with friends, and lived in a dormitory. However, his roommate considered him abnormal, as he told disturbing stories that frightened her. Eventually, she forced him out of the room. Chris's ex-girlfriend revealed that he loved cycling along Ottawa's trails and was captivated by the scenic views. She also disclosed a key secret. Christopher enjoyed temporary tattoos. For a time, he had an eagle tattoo on his shoulder. The woman was shown a sketch of the tattoo and confirmed that he had had the same image on his left shoulder. Christopher was summoned for questioning on October 13, 2005. He was placed in a very cramped interrogation room, where burly officers positioned their chairs extremely close to him, exerting significant psychological pressure. The investigators began with simple words. "We know everything about you, Chris. We know it was you who killed Ardith." Christopher initially responded evasively. 3 hours later, he began giving testimony. Confused and inconsistent, Chris admitted that he had been in Green Creek that day and had encountered Ardith. Struck by her beauty, he said he decided to approach her. He started complimenting her, engaging in friendly conversation, and then invited her into the woods, to which she agreed. Once there, Christopher began hugging and kissing her, demonstrating to the detectives how it happened. According to him, that was when things ended. Ardith recoiled from him, apparently displeased by his behavior. She ran away, but fell into the creek. Christopher claimed he tried to save her but failed. He attempted to portray himself as a hero, but this account was inconsistent with his later actions. For some reason, he pulled Ardith's body from the water, undressed it, and buried it. When police informed Chris that he would be charged with murder, he immediately retracted his statements, saying, "No, I never met her. It was a joke. I took all the information from the newspapers." Detectives then conducted a serious one-on-one conversation with him. Eventually, Chris confessed to killing Ardith. He even drew a map of the Green Creek trails where he met the girl. On the map, he marked another person, Laura, who had seen him with the victim in the forest. Laura later identified Christopher as the same man she had seen. He was arrested on October 20th, 2005, and agreed to go to the crime scene to recreate the events. However, when they arrived at the indicated trail, Christopher suddenly claimed it was not the correct location, insisting everything had occurred elsewhere, although all details matched. Christopher had an unstable psyche. He would give testimony and then retract it. Later, he also confessed to other attacks on girls and was charged with additional crimes for those offenses. At the trial, his lawyer argued that Christopher was simply a troubled young man. Initially, he denied his previous confessions, but later, following his attorney's advice, decided to make a deal with the investigation and plead guilty. On January 8, 2008, 5 years after the murder, he admitted to the crime but refused to disclose his motives and details. Later, he also confessed to the other attacks. The prosecution argued that on that day, Chris had not been on the forest trail by chance. He was stalking his prey like a hunter, attacking several girls who were fortunate enough to escape. The likely motive was sexual assault. Ardith was unlucky that day. She fit Christopher's preferred type, an attractive blonde. He attempted to befriend her, but something went wrong, leading to an argument overheard by a teenage girl passing by. Using a pretext, the killer lured Ardith into the woods, where he attacked her and began undressing her, intending to rape her. To save herself, she ran and jumped into the creek. Chris chased her, caught up, and drowned her, then buried the body. Ardith's parents agreed with the prosecution's version of events. According to them, Ardith was a skilled swimmer and could not have drowned in the creek by accident. They believed the defendant deliberately killed her. However, they remained unsure how Christopher had persuaded Ardith to enter the woods. As part of the plea deal, Christopher pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole only after 10 years. In 2020, he filed a related petition, which was rejected by the commission due to the high risk of reoffending against women. In 2007, a plaque commemorating Ardith was installed on one of the centuries-old oaks in Green Creek Park. In 2017, during a powerful thunderstorm reminiscent of the day of the murder, lightning struck the same tree. The oak suffered severe damage, and experts believed it would not survive. Yet, miraculously, the mighty tree endured. It continues to grow as a living monument to the girl who was killed nearby. Moving on to the next case. The case of Bianca Roberson. Bianca Roberson, born on October 17, 1998, Bianca grew into a remarkable individual. She excelled at Bayard Rustin High School, earning straight A's and graduating with honors. Her impressive academic record earned her a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Florida, where she planned to major in criminal justice and pursue her dream of becoming an FBI forensic agent. Bianca was a multi-talented young woman who had been involved in various activities throughout her life. She was a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She also had a passion for music, taking lessons in flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. Additionally, she was an artist. Bianca lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, and was excited to experience the independence and challenges of dorm life. However, her plans were tragically cut short. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother, and grandmother went shopping at Walmart to prepare for her upcoming move to Florida. Bianca Roberson was tragically killed in a car accident on a road she knew well. The incident happened just 10 minutes after she left a Walmart parking lot. Witnesses quickly called 911 and first responders rushed to the scene. Unfortunately, paramedics were unable to save Bianca, and she was pronounced dead at the scene. Initial observations suggested that Bianca's severe head injuries were caused by her car veering off the road. However, as police interviewed eyewitnesses, a crucial detail emerged. A witness reported that Bianca's car had collided with a red pickup truck, which fled the scene without stopping. As she drove home to meet her granddaughter, Bianca's grandmother was worried about the traffic and wondered if it might be related to Bianca. However, she had no idea that the cause of the traffic jam was actually a car crash involving Bianca. When she arrived home, she was met with devastating news. 2 police officers were waiting to inform her that Bianca had been killed in the accident. For Michelle, Bianca's mother, the news was almost too much to bear. Losing a child is every parent's worst nightmare. Michelle, a nurse from Delaware County, was still grieving the loss of her 22-year-old son, M.L. James Rowley, who had passed away from a heart condition in 2013. She had hoped that time would ease her pain, but instead it had only intensified with the loss of her daughter. Michelle Roberson is struggling to cope with the loss of her second child. "I'm just existing," she said, feeling lost and without purpose. Her children were her reason for getting up in the morning, and now she feels like a mom without kids. After her divorce from Rodney Robertson in 2006, they managed to put aside their differences and work together as amicable co-parents thanks to their daughter, Bianca. Michelle acknowledged that their divorce was not easy, but Bianca's presence helped to calm the tension. "Bianca didn't like it when I spoke harshly to her mother, and she would correct me," he said. Bianca's love for her family, especially her father, brought them closer together. Rodney admitted that Bianca was his favorite, and her devotion to family was inspiring. Bianca's father proudly said that his daughter was one step closer to achieving her dream of becoming an FBI forensic specialist. Bianca was excited to be on her own, but her future career was her main focus. Her hard work had paid off as she had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 3 schools that accepted her out of the 4 she applied to. Bianca's father said she had also been accepted to Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Investigators were seeking CCTV footage to verify the initial belief that Bianca's car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. If this were correct, it would indicate that Bianca's death was not accidental, but rather a deliberate act that required police to identify a culprit. However, the truth uncovered during the investigation proved even more shocking. While waiting for the CCTV footage, a major development in the case occurred. It was originally assumed that Bianca's death resulted from her car crashing and striking her head. Yet during the autopsy, forensic experts made a shocking discovery. A bullet was found in Bianca's head. This revelation drastically changed the direction of the investigation. What initially appeared to be an accident and later a collision involving a red pickup truck was exposed as a death caused by a gunshot wound to the head. The findings in the autopsy report prompted detectives to meet with Bianca's family, delivering devastating news that her death was not accidental. This disclosure sent shockwaves, especially for her mother, Michelle, who could not comprehend why anyone would harm her daughter. Bianca had a close relationship with those around her, and her family could not identify anyone who might have wanted to hurt her. Desperate for answers, the Roberson family depended on investigators to identify the individual responsible for Bianca's tragic death. After reviewing the security footage from the Walmart her family visited on the day she died, detectives found no suspicious behavior. The detectives carefully reviewed the family's actions from the moment they left their vehicles to the time they exited the parking lot. They dismissed the idea that someone from Walmart could have followed Bianca and shot her, as she had not argued with anyone during their visit. The family had simply shopped, loaded their purchases into Bianca's car, and left. The investigation suggested that the motive for Bianca's death might be tied to an incident that occurred while she was driving home on the highway. Bianca's mother remembered, "We packed all the bags into Bianca's car," referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu they purchased for her 16th birthday from CarMax. Michelle recalled that her mother had selected the car Bianca was driving when she first obtained her permit. According to Michelle, Bianca's mother said that Bianca had received everything she wanted, but Michelle did not think of her as spoiled. Instead, she believed Bianca was simply loved and willing to work for what she wanted. In fact, Bianca began her first job at McDonald's when she was 15 and soon moved to a dietary aid position at the White Horse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle remembered receiving an enormous number of letters and cards from the residents at White Horse Village who adored Bianca. After police acquired traffic footage from CCTV cameras, Michelle noted that there were no cameras at the exact point where Bianca veered off the road. However, one camera was located about a mile away. To illustrate the location, Michelle recommended looking at Google Maps. According to the map, Bianca lost control of her car where 2 lanes merged into one. When investigators reviewed the footage, they found proof that supported the account of Bianca's encounter with the driver of the red pickup truck. The recording showed the cars traveling next to each other, approaching a spot where the lanes merged into one. It is possible that the conflict began when one driver failed to yield to the other. Considering the tragic outcome, investigators inferred that the driver of the red pickup truck might have been the one who fired the weapon. However, The low quality of the footage made it impossible to read the pickup truck's license plates or see the driver's face. Nevertheless, from that moment forward, the driver of the pickup truck became the primary suspect in Bianca Roberson's death. Detectives were assigned the task of identifying the man, but they only possessed a blurry image to work from. After questioning Bianca's family members, it became apparent that none of them knew anyone who owned a red pickup truck. The police then re-interviewed the witnesses who had been present at the scene and those who had called 911, but regrettably, none of them had caught sight of the vehicle's license plate. Since Bianca's passing, the Roberson family has received an outpouring of support from friends, strangers, and people of all ages. A vigil was held just 2 days after her death, and many reached out to share their stories and condolences. Bianca's family described her as a selfless and compassionate individual who always prioritized the needs of others above her own. According to her mother, Michelle, Bianca would frequently take in children who were in need, even if it meant sneaking them into their home without permission. When questioned about her actions, Bianca would simply state that she wanted to help others in the same way she would hope someone would help her if she were in a similar situation. This empathy and kindness was evident in numerous aspects of Bianca's life, including the time she witnessed a car accident and immediately asked her mother if they could stop to help. The kind-hearted woman's first instinct was to invite those eating alone to join her family for dinner. In the aftermath of Bianca Carr's accident, investigators examined footage from distant cameras to determine the direction of the red pickup truck involved in the incident. To obtain more details about the truck, including its brand, model, and license plate, they required higher quality footage. The police requested the public's assistance through the media, asking anyone with information about the truck to come forward. After the accident, the pickup truck turned toward Poi Pike. To locate evidence, detectives visited nearby houses and shops, searching for cameras that might have captured the truck. Following an extensive search, they found a camera with clear footage recorded approximately 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report Bianca Carr's accident. Upon reviewing this footage, detectives observed the red pickup truck driving by shortly after the incident. The investigation proceeded, but the license plate of the suspect's vehicle remained unknown, and it was uncertain whether the car in the footage was the actual suspect's vehicle or merely a similar one. However, 2 days after the incident, a new lead emerged when a woman contacted the police, claiming she had seen the car they were searching for. She also reported seeing the driver's face. She described the vehicle as a red pickup truck that overtook her, stopped at the Poi Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information proved crucial in narrowing the search area and also revealed that the pickup truck in the footage was not the actual suspect's vehicle, but rather a similar-looking truck. Her description enabled a forensic artist to create a sketch of the suspect, identified as a white male aged 25 to 35 years, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police released the suspect's sketch, hoping someone would recognize the person and come forward. They showed the sketch to Bianca's family, but no one identified the individual. As the investigation progressed, detectives began to entertain the possibility that Bianca's death was a hate crime. To collect additional evidence, the police canvassed the area where the red pickup truck had last been seen, visiting homes and businesses near the intersection where it had turned left. They were searching for high-quality surveillance recordings that could provide answers to their questions. Their efforts proved successful when a homeowner, residing less than half a mile from the intersection, supplied the police with a recording from their driveway surveillance camera. By calculating the estimated time it would take to drive from the crime scene to the homeowner's location, police quickly located the relevant footage. Although the new footage was of higher quality than the previous recording, its angle prevented the police from identifying the car or its driver. The police worked diligently to locate another recording from a closer camera, and they were fortunate. Although the license plate was not visible, they were able to discern some distinctive features of the vehicle. These features included a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. With these details, the police had a significantly better chance of locating the truck. The police appealed to the public for assistance in finding the truck and its driver by offering a $5,000 reward for any information that could aid the investigation. They were confident that someone would recognize the unique vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Roberson's death, a lawyer contacted the police station on behalf of a client who wished to surrender, stating that his client was connected to the incident that led to Bianca's death. The incident occurred on a recent Wednesday at approximately 5:30 p.m. Bianca Roberson, an 18-year-old who had recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School, was driving on Route 100, a two-lane highway, en route to Jacksonville University. Her life was filled with promise, with a loving family and a bright future ahead. As she approached the merge with Route 202, the road narrowed from 2 lanes to 1. A routine merge on a southeastern Pennsylvania highway turned deadly last Wednesday when a dispute over positioning escalated into violence. Bianca Roberson was merging from 2 lanes to 1 when a man in a red pickup truck, also merging, became agitated and shot her in the head. The suspect, 28-year-old David Desper of Pennsylvania, surrendered to police with his lawyer. Although he refused to testify, he consented to a search of his home and disclosed the location of his pickup truck. David was subsequently arrested and charged with the murder of Bianca Roberson. The police located the suspect's vehicle, a pickup truck, at a location David had previously identified. Distinctive features on the truck, such as stickers on the windows and body damage, confirmed that it was the same truck involved in the crime. Investigators searched Desper's residence and recovered the firearm used to shoot and kill Bianca Roberson. Despite this major breakthrough, authorities remained uncertain about the killer's motive. Over 800 loved ones and community members attended a heart-wrenching farewell ceremony at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the suburban Westchester borough, approximately 25 miles away, during the funeral service. Many paid tribute to her, including her brothers, officials from her high school, the chief admissions officer from the university she was set to attend, and friends. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. drew parallels between the shooter and 2 other notorious cases. George Zimmerman, who shot and killed Trayvon Martin, a black teenager in Florida, in 2012 and was acquitted of murder in 2013, and Michael Dunn, who shot and killed Jordan Davis, another black teenager in Florida, in 2012 after a dispute over music. Dunn was convicted and sentenced to life in prison plus 90 years. The pastor conveyed the sentiment of the black community, stating that regardless of whether Bianca's murder resulted from road rage or racism, the fact remained that a brilliant young black woman's life was lost. During the trial in September 2018, David Desper was asked to explain his motive for committing the crime. Instead of offering an explanation, he requested forgiveness from Bianca's family. For Bianca's parents, the prospect of facing their daughter's alleged killer was daunting. To demonstrate support and solidarity, Rodney had arranged for family members and friends to wear T-shirts featuring Bianca's face as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. Bianca Roberson's family wore bracelets with a poignant message, "Bianca Roberson, a rose in God's garden." They also displayed a banner that read, "Justice for Bianca Nicole Roberson," serving as a reminder of the tragic event that took her life on June 28, 2017. Rodney, Bianca's father, expressed his uncertainty about how he would react upon seeing the man responsible for his daughter's murder. "I don't know what I'll do when I see him," he said. "The man who held the gun that took my daughter's life, he just took her dreams away. He had no right to do that." Michelle, Bianca's mother, struggled to come to terms with the loss of her child. "I want to hold her, comfort her, and bring her back," she said through tears. The prosecutor argued that the traffic conflict occurred because Bianca failed to yield when the lanes merged into one. In response, David Desper rolled down the passenger side window and fired a shot. Realizing the severity of his actions, David Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to escape to Delaware. However, after his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck were publicized in the news, David Desper chose to hire a lawyer and surrender. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence indicating that the crime was motivated by bias. Consequently, David Desper was not charged with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan stated that there was no indication that the crime was racially motivated or a hate crime. Nevertheless, many people disagreed with this assessment. Prior to sentencing, the defense portrayed David Desper as harmless and immature for his age, describing him as a big kid who enjoyed playing with cars in his free time. They argued that David Desper had essentially handed the case to the government by turning himself in. The defense claimed that David Desper was driving home when another car startled him, causing him to fire the gun. They maintained that David Desper was not a menacing individual. Prosecutor Chris Miller countered that a 28-year-old man driving with a loaded firearm is not a big kid. He emphasized that David Desper's actions were those of a responsible adult. Ironically, David Desper's own mother had shared a Facebook post about the police searching for the person who murdered Bianca Roberson, unaware that the suspect was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and apologized for her son's actions. "I'm so sorry for what my son did," she said as her son wept. Rodney Roberson struggled to speak through tears as he addressed his daughter's killer. "I have simple questions for the defendant," he said. "Why did you shoot my daughter? Was it because of her youth, her race, her gender, or just because you wanted to go first on the road? Was it simply because you were having a bad day?" Rodney continued, "All my dreams for Bianca were coming true until the day the defendant took her life. Now all I have left of Bianca are my memories." David Desper pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Judge Marie Weecraft became emotional as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Marie Weecraft imposed the maximum sentence of 20 to 40 years for that grade of homicide. David Desper attempted to appeal the sentence, but his appeal was denied. Moving on to the next case. The case of Melissa Lamsch. The Lamsch family is a big family and maintains a very close bond with one another. Melissa Lamsch, a strong and lively woman, is the youngest of 5 siblings. At 27, she works as an emergency medical technician and always tries to reinvent herself, from her appearance to her work. She is very proud of the path she has selected, despite encountering various challenges. In 2013, Melissa met Matthew Plote when they were both in college. At first, they were friends and shared a close relationship. However, everything shifted when she learned she was pregnant. Matthew wanted her to get an abortion, but she declined and chose to raise the child alone. His distance and blame upset her, especially because they had known each other for a long time. As her due date neared, Melissa left her job and moved back with her father in her childhood home in Mentee, Morris, Illinois. She is enthusiastic regarding motherhood, although her relationship with Matthew is becoming distant. She still hoped her child would have both a mother and a father, so she continued staying in touch with him. However, Matthew not only remained silent, but also concealed his upcoming fatherhood. Even his co-workers and family were unaware. At about 4:30 p.m. on November 25, 2020, a fire erupted at Melissa's home, and when neighbors noticed, they called 911 to report the fire. The fire department rapidly came to the scene and found heavy smoke covering everything. The ceiling and walls had fallen down, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Inside the rubble, they located the body of 27-year-old Melissa Lamsch, who was 9 months pregnant, lying face down on the kitchen floor. Michael Pohl, an agent from the Illinois Fire Marshal's office, is examining the fire at Melissa's home to determine whether it was accidental or deliberate. When he examined the kitchen, he initially assumed the fire might have started from cooking. But after a closer review, he learned that the oven and stove were both off. All control knobs were in the off position, and there was no damage inside the oven, showing it was not a cooking-related blaze. They also uncovered no electrical issues, which lowered the chance of an accidental fire. Michael identified at least 3 simple ways for Melissa to leave the house. Most rooms in the house, other than the kitchen, had exits, so it was assumed she would locate a way out. As an emergency medical technician, she was familiar with handling emergency situations. However, she stayed in the burning kitchen. As people started linking the information, they considered this very puzzling. While firefighters studied the home, investigators talked with Melissa's family. Her sister, Cassie, said that during a phone call, their conversation was interrupted when Matthew suddenly arrived to visit Melissa. This was the second time he had gone to see her in the previous few days. Carl Lamsch, Melissa's brother, told investigators that he had spoken to Matthew on the phone, during which Matthew confirmed he had been at Melissa's home that day. Carl also mentioned the fire and the death of a person, but did not clarify that it was Melissa. Investigators later relayed this to Matthew when they called him for questioning that evening. During the interrogation, Matthew was composed and spoke quietly. He said that he went to see Melissa to discuss financial issues and to ask permission to be at the hospital when she was expected to give birth in 2 days. That was the reason he was there. At first, Authorities suspected that Melissa might have died from natural causes, possibly because of complications from pregnancy or from inhaling carbon monoxide from the fire. However, 2 autopsies showed that she had been strangled before the fire started. There was no soot in her lungs, and the carbon monoxide levels in her blood were normal. Instead, the doctors located proof of strangulation, including bruises around her neck. Ultimately, it was determined that Melissa had been murdered. On December 14, 2020, Melissa's relatives held a funeral for her and the unborn baby she intended to name Barrett. Her family believed that Matthew was responsible for Melissa's killing simply because he did not want to become a father. Investigators also found that Matthew had a past involving several relationships with women. With no additional suspects and his acknowledgement of being at Melissa's house that day, he became the main suspect in the case. As a result, detectives were collecting additional proof to charge him. By August 2021, it had been 9 months since Melissa died in a house fire in Mempt, Morris, where she resided. However, firefighters in Carroll Stream, where Matthew was employed, about 75 miles away, were unaware of the fire. Matthew did not reveal anything to his colleagues. When examining his alibi for that date, detectives learned that he had phoned in sick and did not appear at work. On August 28, 2021, Matthew was called again for questioning. Throughout a 7-hour interview, he explained why he was at Melissa's residence on the day of the fire. He said that when he left in the afternoon, Melissa was speaking about cooking a meal. She mentioned some dish, but he did not stay to listen further. Most of the remaining period in the interview was spent with investigators asking questions, while he responded very little. The only person with a motive to kill Melissa was Matthew, who was involved with various other women and did not wish to alter his lifestyle. Clearly, he did not want to accept responsibility for the baby. Matthew had intentionally hidden the fact that she was pregnant with his baby. On March 9, 2022, roughly a year and a half following Melissa's death, Matthew was detained on accusations of murder, intentional injury to an unborn child, and arson. However, he claimed not guilty to any of the accusations. Defense lawyers insisted that their client had been misinterpreted. They said that Matthew, as a firefighter, was a dependable individual and not a killer. On March 18, 2024, Matthew's trial commenced in Ogle County, Illinois. The prosecution claimed that he murdered Melissa and their unborn child because he did not want to become a father. In contrast, the defense argued to the jury that there was no proof proving Matthew had harmed Melissa. They said that he had only gone to see her that day to talk, addressing finances and plans for after the child was born. He then departed while she was preparing a meal. The prosecution rejected these arguments, claiming that Matthew had intentionally invented a story about a house fire caused by a cooking mishap. They argued that this explained why her body was located in the kitchen. They summoned Michael Pohl, a fire inspector, to testify about his conclusions. Michael stated that there was no proof of a fire caused by electrical matters or cooking. The court also called forensic pathologist Amanda Humans, who conducted one of the autopsies, to testify. In court, Amanda stated that no soot was found in Melissa's airways and her carbon monoxide blood levels were normal. Therefore, she concluded that Melissa had died before the fire began. She also observed indications of a struggle on Melissa's body, such as bruising around her neck, a type of injury caused by ruptured blood vessels called subcutaneous hemorrhage. According to Dr. Amanda, this is an obvious indicator of strangulation. Additionally, she said it was the most extreme subcutaneous bleeding she had ever encountered in a strangulation case. Prosecutors collected more persuasive proof from a 7-hour interview with Matthew. Notably, he never denied killing Melissa or killing their unborn son. This implied that he could not fool himself regarding this reality. Throughout the interview, he stayed calm and withdrawn. However, the defense argued that his quietness actually demonstrated his innocence rather than guilt. To counter the prosecution's assertions, the defense appointed a single witness, John Knapp, a retired firefighter and independent inspector. Although he was not present at the fire scene, he reviewed and examined relevant reports and images. He disagreed with the prosecution's perspective that Matthew had purposely initiated the fire. He stated that there was no evidence showing that the fire happened because of the intentional behavior of anyone. After a week-long trial and 2 hours of jury discussion, the jury found Matthew Plote, 36 years old, guilty on all 10 charges, including first-degree murder and intentional injury to an unborn child. The judgment was declared on March 22nd. 3 months later, on June 27th, Melissa's family and friends assembled at the courthouse to hear the sentence. Judge John Rowe sentenced Matthew Plote to life in prison for first-degree murder, 60 years for the intentional injury to an unborn child, and 15 years for arson. Melissa's family felt deep pain from this catastrophe, especially because it happened right before Thanksgiving and only 2 days before her baby was born. Moving on to the next case. The case of Claire Bernal. Claire Bernal was born on August 18, 1983, in Groombridge, a small village situated on the border of Kent and East Sussex in England. She spent the majority of her childhood and teenage years there. Her mother, Patricia Bernal, raised her. Meanwhile, her biological father, who was divorced from her mother, showed no concern at all for her life or happiness. Growing up, Claire was a friendly and outgoing individual who easily connected with others. She had numerous friends and was well-liked by everyone. At the same time, she was also cautious and careful, avoiding bad habits and selecting her social circle wisely. She attended St. Gregory's Catholic School, where she excelled academically and developed an interest in fine arts and dance. She later earned a bachelor's degree in science from the private Kent College. As a teenager, Claire had a strong grasp of cosmetics. During her student years, she worked part-time as a makeup artist. This experience inspired her to pursue a career in the field. She completed specialized courses in cosmetology and makeup artistry, including training in theatrical makeup. Claire's skills and knowledge earned her a dream position as a beauty and style consultant at the prestigious Knightsbridge store in Harvey Nichols. This job provided Claire with a good salary. She also moved to London, sharing an apartment with 2 friends to manage the high cost of living in the capital. Claire earned the respect of her colleagues and even took on a mentorship role for new employees, sharing her expertise in decorative cosmetics and skin care. She was recognized as a consummate professional, detail-oriented, patient, and kind-hearted. Embracing life in London, Claire seized every opportunity to refine her talents, acquire new skills, and immerse herself fully in her new life. During her initial months at Harvey Nichols, she met Michael Pesh, a senior security guard who seemed immediately smitten with her. He was physically attractive and initially tried to gain her attention subtly. However, Michael had a troubled past. A dual citizen of the Czech Republic and Slovakia, he had deserted the army in his home country and fled to the UK to avoid responsibility. He was also undergoing a divorce and showed no interest in his young child. Despite his complicated history, Michael's charm won Claire over. For a month, they exchanged sweet messages, only seeing each other at work. Then, when Michael asked Claire out on a date, she accepted. Unbeknownst to her, this decision ultimately led to her death. Their first date took place at a quaint London coffee shop, where they spent the evening talking and sharing stories about their lives. During this encounter, Michael disclosed to Claire that he was married, but expressed his intention to divorce his wife as soon as possible, claiming he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Although this made Claire uncomfortable, she initially dismissed it, thinking he must be joking. When Claire shared the story with her mother, Patricia, her mother also found it unusual because Claire's suitor was not only a foreigner, but also 8 years older and already married. Her mother advised Claire to avoid meeting Michael again, but Claire reassured her that everything was fine. On the second date, Michael took Claire to an amusement park, presented her with a beautiful bouquet of flowers, and showered her with compliments. He kissed her and professed his love. However, Claire was unsure whether Michael was sincere or joking. She later spoke with her mother, who advised her to stop seeing him. Although Claire agreed that Michael's behavior was unusual, she liked him and wanted to get to know him better. A week later, Michael invited Claire on another date, and she agreed. However, this time he was overly persistent and possessive, confessing his love and telling Claire that he would never let her go. Claire felt not only confused and discouraged, but also frightened. She decided that this would be their final date and that she would end their relationship. In total, they had only 3 dates, and their affair lasted less than a month. Despite this short time together, Michael became excessively possessive, believing that Claire belonged to him. From that moment on, Claire's life turned into a nightmare. Soon, Michael traveled to the Czech Republic, intending to meet with his wife and finalize their divorce. However, he failed to do so. During his absence, Claire managed to push him to the back of her mind, resuming her normal life and convincing herself that Michael was a thing of the past. That changed when Michael called Claire one evening and asked her to meet him at the airport. At first, Claire refused, but Michael made her feel guilty, claiming that he really needed her help. So, Claire agreed to meet him and also offered to let him stay with her for a day because he said he had nowhere to go, having moved out of his old apartment and unable to move into his new one yet. But as soon as Michael stepped into her home, he revealed his true intentions. He wanted to live with her from that moment on. Claire was terrified and demanded that he leave immediately, but he refused. The situation became so stressful that Claire and her neighbors threatened to call the police if Michael did not leave. He eventually left the apartment, but remained sitting in the corridor until morning. The next day at work, Claire attempted to end things with Michael, explaining that their 3 dates had not meant much to her. However, Michael refused to listen and instead asked for another chance to correct his mistake and prove his feelings. He arrived with a large bouquet of scarlet roses and walked Claire home, despite her refusal to accept the flowers. That night, Michael sat on the doorstep of Claire's apartment, refusing to leave even when a neighbor tried to intervene. He became aggressive, making a chilling threat. It would be easier for him to kill Claire than to let her go. His behavior and crazed expression made it clear that he was serious. Although Michael claimed to love Claire very much, his actions suggested that he wanted to control her. Claire tried to stay calm and reason with him, explaining that she had no feelings for him and regretted going on the dates. However, Michael responded by hugging her tightly and whispering that she loved him, but she simply had not realized it yet. He then attempted to kiss her, but Claire managed to break free from his grasp. The following months were incredibly difficult for Claire. She confided in her mother, revealing that she felt nervous and scared, not knowing what to expect. She felt as though she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. At work, Michael repeatedly walked past her store, staring at Claire throughout the day. He bombarded her with dozens of phone calls and sent up to 50 messages daily, confessing his love, pleading for forgiveness, begging her to take him back, and then making explicit threats, insisting that they would eventually be together again. Claire changed her phone number multiple times, but Michael consistently managed to obtain her new number within a few days. Even more concerning was that he knew her home address and frequently staked out her house. At one point, she attempted to move to a new residence to escape the harassment, but Michael secretly followed her after work and discovered her new address. Michael seemed to believe that he and Claire were still in a relationship. He counted the months since their first meeting, first date, and first kiss, suggesting celebrating these milestones. His messages often contained threatening language, stating that if Claire was not with him, she would not be with anyone else, and that he would ensure it. Claire's mental and physical health deteriorated greatly due to the harassment. She cried daily and found it difficult to concentrate on her job. Her fear escalated to the point where she was afraid to leave her home. Every phone call made her jump, and nightmares plagued her at night. Claire's health issues resulted in significant weight loss, a disheveled appearance, and a loss of her former confidence and vitality. Eventually, Claire's mother, friends, and colleagues persuaded her to report the harassment to the police, and she finally agreed to do so. To address the situation, Claire initially met with the head of security at the mall where she worked. As a former police officer, he took her complaint seriously and began an investigation. He spoke with other employees and reviewed numerous surveillance videos, becoming convinced that Michael was indeed stalking Claire. In an attempt to resolve the issue, the head of security reassigned Michael to a different floor and a distant area of the mall. However, this measure had little effect, and Michael's behavior continued. He spent most of his time outside the Knightsbridge store, watching Claire. Eventually, the department store management felt compelled to terminate his employment due to his failure to fulfill his duties. Despite this, the harassment persisted, and Claire decided to involve the police despite Michael's threats. When questioned, Michael vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming his intentions were pure and that he only wanted to rekindle their relationship. Michael asserted that his words might have been misinterpreted due to his accent and that he had never threatened her. The police heard Claire's account of events but failed to consult her colleagues and roommates who had directly witnessed the incidents. These witnesses could have confirmed that Michael had been stalking Claire for months and had made multiple threats against her life. However, the police considered the situation not serious. As a result, Michael received only a minor fine and a warning and was banned from the shopping center where Claire worked and from approaching her. Yet, just one day after being questioned and informed of the ban, Michael returned to Claire's house and was seen peering intently through her windows. Claire contacted the police upon seeing him, but he had left by the time they arrived. On June 10, 2005, Claire reported Michael's harassment and violation of the restraining order to the police again. However, he disappeared before the officers arrived, and they showed negligence in not pursuing the matter further. It was not until the third incident that Michael was finally arrested. He offered no resistance and remained calm, allowing himself to be handcuffed. He was charged with stalking and harassment, spent a week in jail, and was released on bail. His trial was set for August 31, 2005. Before the trial, Claire decided to take a break and went on vacation with her mother and a friend to a popular Italian resort. They enjoyed the warm weather and relaxing atmosphere, and Claire began to believe her nightmare was over. Upon returning to London, she was relieved to find that Michael was no longer following her. Unbeknownst to her, this was not the end of her torment. Meanwhile, Michael returned to his home country, where he spent time at shooting ranges, improving his marksmanship skills and obtaining a permit to purchase a pistol. After smuggling the gun into the UK, he made no attempt to contact Claire before their scheduled court appearance. During the hearing, Michael remained calm, pleaded guilty, and apologized, claiming he had no intention of causing harm. Despite this, he was released once again without receiving any punishment. The following 2 weeks were uneventful, and Claire finally believed it was all over and that Michael would leave her alone. Michael, a former senior security guard, used his knowledge of the building's layout to enter undetected. He suddenly appeared behind Claire, catching her completely off guard. Before she could react, a shot was fired. Michael shot Claire in the back of the head at close range, followed by 3 more shots to her face. The gunfire caused chaos in the store, with people screaming, running, and hiding. However, instead of targeting customers, Michael fired 1 additional shot into the ceiling and then ended his own life by shooting himself in the temple. Claire, whom he had stalked and manipulated for nearly a year, was dead, and he had chosen not to live without her. When medical personnel and the police arrived, it was already too late. The aftermath was devastating for Patricia Bernal, Claire's mother. Returning home late from her sister's birthday party, she was met with the sight of police at her front door. Upon learning of Claire's death, Patricia's first reaction was to ask whether Michael was responsible. Overcome with emotion, she covered her face with her hands and broke into tears. Reflecting on that night, Patricia recalled having no premonitions or feelings of unease. She had always believed that she would be able to sense if Claire was in danger and protect her, but that had not been the case. The examination revealed that Michael was under the influence of addictive substances when the crime occurred. Furthermore, a few months prior to the tragedy, Michael had consulted with a department store employee who was also a law student at a prestigious London university. He inquired about the punishment for the crime and the circumstances that could be considered mitigating factors. Claire and other colleagues became aware of this conversation, which frightened her. She reported her concerns to the police, warning them that Michael might be planning to harm her. However, the police took no action in response to her warning. The crime was largely due to law enforcement negligence. Despite Claire's repeated requests for help and protection over nearly a year, the police failed to grasp the severity of the situation. Michael was arrested twice, yet released on minimal bail. He ignored a court-issued restraining order, openly threatened Claire, and even consulted a lawyer regarding potential punishment if a crime occurred, but the police still felt this did not warrant keeping him in jail. Michael was able to leave the country, acquire firearms, and return to carry out his deadly plan without any obstacles. Meanwhile, crucial witnesses, including colleagues and roommates who personally heard Michael threatening Claire, were never questioned by the authorities during this time. It was only after Michael killed Claire, and then himself, that law enforcement fully realized the gravity of the situation and the numerous mistakes they had made. Claire's mother, Patricia, took action to seek justice. She collaborated with other families who had experienced similar losses. Together, they initiated a nationwide program to support stalking victims. As a result of their efforts, stalking was reclassified as a serious offense under the law. By 2012, a new law had been enacted that prohibited stalking entirely. Moving on to the next case. Case of David Viennes. In California, a man jumped off a cliff into the raging waves. A woman who knew him watched in astonishment. The jumper was David Viennes, a successful businessman and celebrity chef who owned a popular chain of restaurants. What could have driven such a successful man to take such a drastic step? The situation was more complicated than it appeared, as David was the prime suspect in a serious criminal case at the time of his jump. According to his friends, David Viennes was charismatic, intelligent, and drew attention wherever he went. David began dating Dawn in the early 1990s while working as a chef at a restaurant where she worked as a waitress. At that time, he had 3 children from previous relationships who lived with their mother, but he remained involved in their lives. David focused on the future, leaving behind his past mistakes and problems. David and Dawn's relationship progressed rapidly, leading to their marriage in 1997. At that time, David owned a successful chain of restaurants, which provided him with both fame and a stable income. They wed in Lomita, California, a small town of 20,000 known for its safety and low crime rates, making it an ideal setting for their wedding. A close family friend, Joko Knights, who ran a small auto repair shop, became someone they trusted deeply. Through this friendship, Joko learned private details about their lives, including that David had a domineering personality and that Dawn sometimes struggled with alcohol. Dawn's addiction escalated to the point where she began drinking early in the morning, hiding the bottles so her husband would not discover she had been drinking. She drank to cope with David's cruelty. To conceal her finances from her husband, she asked a family friend named Joe to keep her money. According to him, she last gave him money on October 18, 2009. Dawn had saved over $1,000. The following Monday, Dawn did not show up for work. Her car was parked near her house, but she was missing. Concerned, Joe asked David where his wife was, and David replied that she had left the house. He explained that she felt pressured by her husband and wanted to undergo alcohol withdrawal. Joe was skeptical of David's explanation. Joe began monitoring David's behavior and discovered that Katie Galvin, one of the waitresses, was having an affair with him. Katie had previously worked at David's restaurant and was now trying to replace Dawn. Dawn remained unreachable, her phone was turned off, and her car was still parked at home. This raised the question of how Dawn could have left without a car. Joe observed that Dawn's belongings were thrown out. After failing to contact Dawn, her friends filed a police report. David repeatedly told everyone the same story. They had argued, and she left, taking only her expensive Louis Vuitton bag. It was odd that she had left her car behind, since transportation was necessary in that small town, which had no airport or train station. She would have needed her own means of transportation to leave, making it unlikely that a wealthy woman like Dawn would take an intercity bus. While investigating David's past, police discovered that he was not only a skilled chef, but also sold large quantities of marijuana. He had been involved in this activity before 2009. His restaurant business was thriving, so he did not need to supervise it closely, which gave him the opportunity to focus on distributing drugs to small dealers. In 2005, David was arrested for drug trafficking, revealing that this was not his first offense. He had been convicted of similar crimes in 1993. David also worked as a police informant, always available and assisting when needed. This cooperation led to the dismantling of a citywide drug trafficking network, for which he served only 1 year in prison. In 2008, after being released, David married and moved to Lomita with Dawn, where they lived until the unfortunate events of 2009. When his wife mysteriously disappeared, he asked his daughter, Jackie, to accompany him to the restaurant to assist with the business. Jackie helped with the business, while Katie was his mistress and aspired to become Mrs. David in the future. Jackie was 19 years old at the time. David repeatedly told everyone the same story about Dawn's disappearance, claiming that they had argued and she had left him. However, Jackie suspected that her father was not being truthful. Jackie directly asked her father where Dawn was. David shocked her by admitting that he had accidentally killed Dawn and asked his daughter to remain silent and not call the police. Jackie agreed. Meanwhile, the police began to suspect David. In response, he took drastic action by asking his new girlfriend, Katie, to send text messages from Dawn's phone, pretending that everything was fine and there was no cause for concern. David believed that once the police saw these messages, the case would be closed. However, these messages only raised further suspicions because Dawn always signed her messages with the nickname Pixie, but Katie mistakenly wrote it incorrectly. The police obtained a search warrant for the David family home and conducted an inspection. They discovered blood in the bedroom and another room, but the stains were old and showed signs of attempted removal, making them unusable as evidence. 16 months after Dawn's disappearance, it was impossible to find proof of David's guilt. Although the police were almost certain that David had killed Dawn, they lacked solid evidence against him. The only lead was the blood found in the house, which ultimately led nowhere. Reporters closely followed the case from the beginning, as it was a novel event in the area. This media attention benefited the investigation by keeping the suspect on edge, as people under pressure tend to make mistakes. One day, a reporter visited the restaurant and loudly claimed that David's entire house was covered in blood. This was a bluff, but it had an effect. David became anxious, and the reporter was expelled from the restaurant. The police decided to question David's daughter, Jackie. 2 officers met with her and obtained a confession. Jackie told them what had happened and then called her father, warning him that the police would be coming to arrest him once a warrant was issued. The press learned of the details and published the story on February 23, 2011. Overwhelmed, David confessed everything to his girlfriend, Katie Galvin. He claimed it was an accident and expressed that he did not want to spend the rest of his life in prison, saying that ending his life was the better option. After saying this, he rushed to his car, and Katie followed him. Despite the situation, Katie remained calm, believing he would not harm her. They reached the cliff, where David left Katie in the car. He ran and jumped off the cliff. Amazingly, the 25-meter fall was not fatal for David. He survived, but his body sustained numerous broken bones. He was rescued from the cliff by a helicopter and taken to the hospital. Had he jumped headfirst, he would have died, but fate had other plans. A few days later, he confessed to the police from his hospital bed. He mentioned that the most recent conflict with his wife was due to Dawn's bad habits. She was not only abusing alcohol, but was also addicted to illegal drugs. His daughter confirmed his testimony. David explained that their conflict on the night of the incident was related to illegal substances. He came home after midnight, exhausted from working 90 hours a week. All he wanted was to relax, but he anticipated that his wife would return under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Since she had not returned home yet, he locked the bedroom door to avoid being disturbed and went to sleep. Later, when his wife came back and tried to enter the bedroom, he told her to sleep in another room and not to bother him. Dawn became angry, burst into the bedroom, broke the lock, and began hitting David in the face. Afterwards, she ran into the living room. David followed her, saw the substances she had, took them away, and threw them in the sink. In response, she acted aggressively and lunged at him. To protect himself, David used tape from the table to bind her hands to prevent her from moving, attacking, or throwing anything at him. He mentioned that he had had to deal with his wife's psychoses in this way more than once. He restrained her and left her there until the effects of the substances wore off. While she screamed in anger, David just wanted peace and ended up taping her mouth shut. He went to bed around 3 in the morning. In the morning, as was his habit, he rolled over to his wife's side but found her gone. He fell asleep again, forgetting that she was still tied up in the living room. When he woke and went downstairs, he found Dawn dead. David realized that under the influence of drugs, she had begun to feel nauseous and choked because her mouth was taped shut. In despair, he felt that his life was over. But he did not want to spend the rest of his life in prison, so he decided to dispose of her body. He carefully packed it and took it to his restaurant. David described how he used a large vat in the restaurant to immerse his wife in water and boil her for 4 days to tenderize the flesh. He then cut her body into pieces, placed them in garbage bags, and dumped them in a dumpster. When the garbage truck collected the restaurant's food waste, the remains of a boiled human being would likely go unnoticed because they were unrecognizable. It is difficult to understand how this could have happened while the restaurant was open. During the investigation, restaurant staff claimed that they did not remember noticing anything suspicious. The story seemed unbelievable, and many people doubted David's testimony. Nearly 2 years later, David, now in a wheelchair, appeared in court. After the first hearing, he dismissed his lawyer, believing that the lawyer was not effectively handling his case. The prosecution suggested a possible motive for the murder. David had previously complained that Dawn had stolen about $200 from the restaurant cash register. During the trial, David claimed that after 17 years of marriage, he would never intentionally harm his wife, especially over such a small amount of money. He found it absurd to be charged with first-degree murder for such a trivial reason. David maintained that he had always provided for his wife, buying her expensive clothing. However, the prosecutor portrayed David as a cold-blooded and cruel killer who had planned the murder in advance. Dawn feared her husband and saved money to leave him, but she ran out of time. The jury deliberated for over 5 hours on the case. David Viennes was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 2023 after serving 15 years. Currently, he remains incarcerated but could be released at any time. The remains of Dawn Viennes have never been located, despite extensive searches at the dump. David claimed that he hid his wife's skull and jawbone in his mother's attic, but the police were unable to find any evidence there. Moving on to the next case. The case of Gretchen Harrington. Gretchen Harrington was born on June 13, 1967, in Pennsylvania. She was the youngest of 3 sisters, and her family moved to the small town of Brawl shortly after her birth. Gretchen's father, a pastor, took a job at the local church, and Gretchen quickly grew to love the town. She spent much of her free time outdoors with her sisters and friends. Brawl was a safe community where parents felt comfortable letting their children play outside until dark. As a member of a devoutly religious family, Gretchen spent much time at her father's church and excelled in Sunday school, always earning top grades. On August 15, 1975, Gretchen's family eagerly awaited the return of her mother and newborn sister from the hospital. Gretchen wanted to be home to greet them, but her father encouraged her to attend Sunday school to keep up her grades. Gretchen reluctantly agreed to go to church and set off with her Bible. Her older sisters, who usually walked with her, stayed home that morning. However, Gretchen was not worried about the short 8-minute walk to church. Sunday school was divided into 2 sessions. The first session took place at Trinity Church and lasted an hour and a half. After that, some of the children went to her father's church. But when the children arrived at the second church at 11:30 a.m., Gretchen's father noticed that his daughter was not there. He assumed she might be at the first church, so he called to check. The pastor's wife answered, informing him that Gretchen was not there. She then told her husband, David, who was a Sunday school teacher. He was surprised by the news since Gretchen had not attended his class that morning. Gretchen's father became worried when he could not find her. He asked David to contact the police and began searching the area between the churches and nearby streets, but she was nowhere to be found. He also reached out to the parents of her friends, but they were either at church or at home. Her best friend, who was also David's daughter, had not seen her all day. As news of Gretchen's disappearance spread, the police quickly launched a search operation. Hundreds of volunteers joined, many of whom knew Gretchen's father from his church. Together, they searched the entire town, then moved on to wooded areas and the riverbank. A police helicopter was also deployed to scan the area from above. The search continued through the night, but to no avail. The next day, more volunteers joined. Police posted flyers with Gretchen's photo and information about her disappearance along the roads. Despite their efforts, police were unable to find Gretchen. After several days of searching, no significant clues were found, and Gretchen's fate remains a mystery. The town was known for its safe environment, where children were often allowed to play outside freely without adult supervision from a young age. However, this sense of security vanished when Gretchen went missing. Some people thought she might have run away from home, while others believed she had gone swimming in the river and drowned. The most alarming theory, however, was that she had been abducted by someone. As a result, parents became extremely cautious and stopped letting their children go out alone. Police interviewed bystanders and gathered some clues. One witness reported seeing a girl who looked like Gretchen near the church on the morning she went missing. According to the witness, a green sedan approached the girl, but the witness did not see what happened next. Another person shared a similar story, describing a white Cadillac approaching the girl. Police examined the owners of vehicles, matching the description in the area. Several days later, detectives received a new lead. A resident of Westchester, a town located 30 minutes from Brawl, contacted the police and reported finding children's shorts that matched the description of Gretchen's clothing. Police immediately presented the shorts to Gretchen's mother, but she confirmed that they did not belong to her daughter. The investigation into Gretchen's disappearance had stalled, with no progress made for several weeks. Consequently, the police halted their search operation and redirected their focus toward gathering additional information. They continued to interview witnesses, but with each passing day, their hopes of finding Gretchen alive began to diminish. Until October 14th, when police received a telephone call. A jogger was running in a large national park, approximately 20 minutes from Brawl, when he came across a body. The jogger promptly alerted park rangers, who then notified the police. Upon arriving at the scene, police quickly determined that the body was that of a child. However, due to the severe state of decomposition, identifying the child was extremely difficult. Police suspected that Gretchen could be the victim, so they showed her parents the clothing found on her body. Gretchen's mother immediately recognized them as her daughters because she had sewn them herself. Forensic experts later confirmed that the body was Gretchen's by comparing it to her dental records. They also concluded that she had died from severe head trauma. Because the body was so heavily decomposed, police were unable to obtain further information, including whether Gretchen had been sexually assaulted. Additionally, DNA analysis was not available in 1975, leaving police without any additional leads. News of the murder sparked renewed interest in the case, and police received numerous tips from the community. The investigation into Gretchen's death produced no leads. Police screened nearby residents with a history of violent crime, but nothing emerged. Months later, the case remained stagnant. Over the years, the case was periodically reopened, and the police reviewed the available information. However, each time, the investigation produced no new evidence. Even applying DNA analysis proved unhelpful in this case, as no foreign DNA was found on Gretchen's body or clothing. The case of Gretchen's murder remained unsolved for decades, occasionally resurfacing in newspapers and on television. However, it was not until recent years that the case regained widespread public attention. Two local journalists, Joanna and Mike, decided to write a book about the crime, dedicating several years to gathering information. As children, both Joanna and Mike had grown up in the same town as Gretchen. Joanna, who was only 9 years old when the crime occurred, noted that the town had changed forever, and children were no longer allowed to roam freely or leave home unsupervised. This fear persisted for years, leaving a lasting impression on the townspeople, with the memory of Gretchen's murder still vivid in their minds. To write their book, Joanna and Mike had access to the case files and conducted interviews with individuals involved in the investigation. By carefully reconstructing the events surrounding Gretchen's disappearance, they were able to piece together the entire story. The book, released in 2022, brought renewed attention to Gretchen's case. Months later, a woman contacted police regarding Gretchen. The woman stated that she had been 10 years old at the time of the murder and had lived in Havertone, near Gretchen's home. She had been friends with Gretchen and her sisters, as well as many other children in the area. She frequently slept over at friends' houses, and one night, while staying at her sister's house, she woke in the middle of the night feeling someone touching her. When she opened her eyes, she saw their father standing in front of her, who quickly left. The following day, she stayed another night. Her friend's father continued to enter her bedroom and began touching her. The next morning, she finally confided in one of her sisters about what had happened. She was surprised to learn that it occurred quite often with her friends. When the woman returned home, she recounted the entire story to her parents. However, instead of reporting it to the authorities, they prohibited her from ever going to her friend's house again. This incident occurred just a week before Gretchen went missing. The woman eventually disclosed the identity of the man involved in her story, David Zanstra, the same pastor who taught Sunday school. She also revealed that a month after Gretchen disappeared, one of her friends informed her about an incident in which a man had attempted to kidnap her. The girl had refused to get into his car and later confided to her friends that the true perpetrator was David Zanstra. The woman provided her personal diary as evidence supporting the information she shared. In her diary entry dated September 15, 1975, she documented her friend's request to keep the encounter secret due to fears of potential harm from David Zanstra. Upon receiving this new information, the police immediately reopened the investigation into Gretchen's disappearance. While reviewing the case files, detectives discovered several suspicious factors that indirectly implicated David Zanstra. It was David Zanstra who reported Gretchen missing to the police, giving investigators a detailed description of her clothing. Dark blue zip-up shorts with front buttons and pockets without zippers or buttons, and a white shirt with braided hair. However, he mentioned that he had not seen Gretchen that day, raising questions about how he knew what she was wearing. His description was later confirmed by the discovery of her body, dressed exactly as he had described. Police closely scrutinized David, the man who taught Sunday school at Gretchen's father's church. David initially claimed he had not seen Gretchen on the morning of her disappearance. However, David's alibi allowed him sufficient time to kidnap Gretchen, murder her, dispose of her body in the park, and return to the church to teach. The investigation revealed that David and his family had relocated to another state just months after Gretchen went missing. This sudden move, coupled with David's ownership of a green scooter, drew the attention of the police. They decided to question David, who is now 83 years old and living in Georgia. On July 17, 2023, they began the questioning. As the conversation progressed, David realized that the police suspected him of murder. In response, he denied all allegations and asked what evidence they had against him. David was confronted with incriminating evidence, including a woman's testimony about his inappropriate behavior at a sleepover and claims of molesting his own daughter. When he learned that his secret had been exposed, David's demeanor changed. After 48 years of silence, he finally began speaking about the murder. According to David, on the morning of the murder, he drove his green American motor station wagon to the church where Gretchen's father served as pastor. He saw Gretchen leave the house and waited until no one was around before approaching her. He offered her a ride, and she agreed. However, rather than taking Gretchen to the church, David drove her to a secluded area of the park. He stopped the car and told her to undress, but Gretchen refused and asked to be taken home. In response, David struck her several times on the head, causing her to lose consciousness. He then removed her clothing and committed the crime before driving her to another part of the park. He carried her body into the bushes and covered it with branches. David then returned to the church to begin his classes. After David confessed to the crime, the police arrested him for Gretchen's murder. David was taken to Pennsylvania, where he was held pending trial. David's work had given him a respected position in society, which had shielded him from suspicion. However, once the truth finally emerged, the police obtained a DNA sample and began comparing it with DNA from other unsolved cases. They also examined the disappearances of young girls in the cities where he had worked. Police have connected David to the disappearance of 4-year-old Amanda Campbell from California, who went missing in 1991. The case bears similarities to Gretchen's. At the time, David Zanstra had been a pastor in that same neighborhood. The police currently have no definitive evidence against David, but they have identified parallels between the various cases and Gretchen's kidnapping. Consequently, they are investigating David as a potential perpetrator of these cases. The trial for Gretchen's murder has not yet commenced. David's attorney is attempting to delay proceedings and is advising him to retract his confession. If this occurs, the trial could extend for years. Considering his advanced age, David may not live to witness the verdict. Moving on to the next case. Case of Jennifer Londano. Jennifer Londano, a 31-year-old engaged and responsible individual, failed to arrive at her job in Englewood, New Jersey, prompting concern among her family and friends. As the manager of the newly opened Luna Lounge on Armory Street, Jennifer was a diligent worker with a flawless attendance record. However, on June 25, 2017, she vanished without a trace after closing the bar in the early morning hours. When she did not show up for her shift that evening, her co-workers grew worried and attempted to contact her. Her phone was switched off, which was unusual, as she always maintained regular communication with them. This lack of response heightened their anxiety, leading her loved ones to file a missing person report with the police, noting that she always checked in before going anywhere. As the investigation commenced, police visited Jennifer's apartment, where she lived alone. The officers found the front door locked, with no signs of forced entry or damage. Upon entering the apartment, they initially observed nothing out of the ordinary. The space was clean and well-maintained, with no evidence of disarray or theft. At first glance, nothing suggested that the apartment was a crime scene. After examining Jennifer's apartment and finding no leads, police visited the bar where she worked as a manager to gather further information. They spoke with the staff and learned that Jennifer was well-liked by everyone, with no reported conflicts with patrons or employees. Her co-workers described her as kind, helpful, and highly respected. Jennifer was a driven and ambitious individual with a strong work ethic. In 2016, she partnered with 40-year-old Rafael Lolas to open the Luna Lounge in Englewood, New Jersey. The bar was successful, in part due to Jennifer's exceptional people skills and management abilities. Rafael provided the financial backing, while Jennifer served as the face of the business, charming customers with her warm personality. During conversations with the bar staff, police discovered that Jennifer and Rafael's relationship extended beyond business. They were romantically involved, and their relationship was public knowledge. Despite their closeness, they had not yet decided to live together. The investigation revealed that on the morning Jennifer was last seen, she had closed the bar and gotten into Rafael's car, which was waiting for her after work. As the last person to see her, Rafael became a key person of interest, and detectives decided to bring him in for questioning. Rafael stated that he drove Jennifer home from work after closing the bar and that they spent some time together at her apartment before he left to allow her to rest for her evening shift. Following her disappearance, Rafael maintained contact with Jennifer's family and collaborated with them to determine her whereabouts. Since there was no apparent connection between Rafael and Jennifer's disappearance, police focused on other leads. However, they encountered challenges due to Jennifer's phone being turned off on the day she vanished, with the last signal detected from a cell tower near her home. Neighborhood interviews yielded no suspicious information. As part of the investigation, police requested banking records, which often provide crucial clues in such cases. When the bank shared the data, it revealed an unexpected development. Jennifer's bank card had been used even after she went missing. The investigation led detectives to suspect that Jennifer was intentionally hiding, but her family strongly disagreed, convinced she would never voluntarily cause them distress. To gather more information, police began investigating the activity on her card, seeking to determine when, where, and how it was used. 2 days after Jennifer's disappearance, on June 27th, a pedestrian walking along Pier 44 in Brooklyn noticed something unusual in the water. The person gazed at the object for some time, unable to identify it, before realizing in shock that it was a human body, or at least a part of one. The police were called to the scene, and the pier was closed off. A meticulous search by divers yielded no further body parts or evidence. The police faced a formidable task in identifying the victim, but a possible lead appeared. A tattoo was found on the victim's right thigh during a forensic examination. The tattoo, which might have belonged to the victim, was partially translated from Sanskrit, an ancient Indian language with intricate grammar. The police released an image of the tattoo, hoping someone would recognize it and provide information. Investigations showed that the tattoo's inscription was Sanskrit, but incorrectly written. The tattoo artist and the victim seemed to intend to write Liliana, but did so with grammatical mistakes, indicating that neither of them was familiar with the language. For days following the initial grisly discovery, police received another alarming call from a passerby who spotted a leg on the riverbank near 79th Street. Police promptly cordoned off the area and retrieved the leg from the water. The leg, which was intact from the knee down, appeared to match the earlier remains, leading investigators to believe they belonged to the same person. A striking detail was the pink-painted fingernails on the leg. Despite an extensive search by divers in the vicinity, no additional remains or evidence were discovered. However, forensic analysis soon confirmed that the fragments found were indeed from the same body. Around this time, the police had already identified the victim. A few days after releasing an image of the distinctive tattoo, a woman contacted the police station and revealed that she knew the tattoo's owner. It was Jennifer's mother, Gladys Quintero, who recognized the tattoo on the news and identified it as belonging to her daughter. The tattoo turned out to be a tribute to Jennifer's late aunt and symbolized the name Lily or Liliana, helping Jennifer's mother in New York identify the human remains. When it was confirmed that the remains were Jennifer's, the family was left devastated. The discovery marked a major turning point in the case, shifting it from a missing person investigation to a homicide probe. The family was not only devastated by Jennifer's death, but also horrified by the brutal circumstances surrounding it. Unfortunately, due to the condition of the remains, it was impossible to determine the exact cause of death. Despite an extensive search, the police could not recover additional body parts. As family and friends paid their respects to Jennifer at her workplace, the bar, detectives were making progress in their investigation. They tracked leads on Jennifer's credit card usage. Through a careful review of security footage and store visits, detectives identified the person who had used Jennifer's credit card Raphael, Jennifer's boyfriend. They discovered that Raphael had left Jennifer's apartment on the day she disappeared to go shopping. His purchases, made with Jennifer's credit card, included a box of garbage bags and 2 meat cleavers from different stores. Later that evening, he crossed the George Washington Bridge into Manhattan, and his cell phone records placed him near the Hudson River. Raphael returned home after leaving Jennifer's apartment and never went back. 2 days later, Jennifer's torso was discovered. The police suspected that Raphael might have killed her and dismembered her body using meat cleavers, a disturbing notion given their romantic relationship. However, the evidence pointing to Raphael's guilt was growing. Consequently, the police obtained an arrest warrant and a search warrant for his home, anticipating that they would soon apprehend him. Raphael attempted to avoid capture by renting a hotel room and paying in cash, but he was quickly located and arrested. He did not resist arrest and denied any involvement in Jennifer's death, claiming that Jennifer had given him her credit card. Raphael continued to insist that Jennifer was fine when he left her, but detectives uncovered further evidence that contradicted his account. A search of his home revealed dark red stains in the bathroom, which were later confirmed by laboratory testing to be Jennifer's dried blood. Detectives investigating Jennifer's disappearance analyzed her communications with Raphael and discovered a pattern of frequent arguments, usually sparked by jealousy. A search of Raphael's home also uncovered a box sent via the post office and a bag that had previously contained a GPS tracking device. It became evident that Raphael had secretly installed the device on Jennifer's car, enabling him to monitor her movements. Cell phone data showed that Raphael had picked Jennifer up from work and taken her to her apartment. Although Jennifer's phone was soon turned off, Raphael's phone remained active. Between 9 p.m. and midnight on the day of her disappearance, his phone sent a signal to a cell tower near the Hudson River. This indicates that Jennifer may already have been dead by that time, and Raphael may have driven to the river to dispose of her body. Raphael and Jennifer's relationship was complex and turbulent, with conflicts often revolving around financial matters. Despite their efforts to establish a business together, having opened a bar less than a year before her disappearance, their relationship was marked by hostility and unclear boundaries. Raphael's messages to Jennifer were volatile, swinging between insults, threats, apologies, and declarations of love, including one notable message in which he called her a gold digger. Jennifer's family was shocked and incredulous when the man who claimed to love her and had assisted in searching for her became the primary suspect in her murder. Raphael refused to explain himself, denied wrongdoing, and hired a lawyer. Although police could not locate the exact knives Raphael had purchased, they were able to obtain identical ones from the same store. Forensic analysis later confirmed that these knives were used to harm Jennifer's body. Raphael was subsequently charged with multiple crimes, including murder, desecration of remains, stalking, hindering apprehension, and credit card fraud. The trial, which began in November 2019, lasted 2 months. Prosecutors argued that Jennifer was killed by Raphael in her apartment during a jealous argument. Raphael's attorneys contended that the state had no concrete evidence to support this claim, highlighting that there were no signs of a struggle in the apartment and no marks in the bathtub where Jennifer was allegedly dismembered. The prosecution countered that the absence of evidence was itself evidence of a cover-up. The lack of any signs of a crime suggested that Raphael had deliberately attempted to conceal his actions. The bathtub, in particular, was found to be unusually clean, with no DNA or physical evidence linking Jennifer to the scene. The prosecutor emphasized that an ordinary person's bathtub would not be as spotless as the one in question. During the trial, Jennifer's mother emotionally addressed the judge, stating that the defendant had destroyed her life and her family. She stressed that Jennifer was her beloved daughter and that the defendant's actions had left her devastated. After reviewing the case, the judge concluded that Raphael had been consumed by an obsession with Jennifer. When given the chance to speak, Raphael declined, choosing to communicate only through his lawyer. In December 2019, the jury deliberated for 3 days before returning a verdict finding Raphael guilty on all charges. The verdict was formally announced in February 2020. Consequently, 43-year-old Raphael received the maximum sentence: life in prison with the possibility of parole after 63 years. This means he will be 106 years old before he is eligible for parole. Regrettably, the remainder of Jennifer's body was never recovered. Moving on to the next case. The case of Julissa Thaler. In May 2022, the case of Julissa Thaler shocked the United States. She received a life sentence for a gruesome crime. Julissa had a troubled existence with numerous problems, but many people still struggled to accept that she could commit such an awful act. In court, she claimed innocence, arguing that United States government agencies were largely at fault. This complex account began on December 15, 2015, when Julissa delivered her son Eli, who was diagnosed with Townes-Brocks syndrome, a genetic disorder. The pregnancy was carried to full term, and Eli underwent several operations during the first months of his life. Although intellectually normal, Eli had mobility difficulties, kidney disease, and required a hearing device. However, he was a cheerful and friendly child. At 22, Julissa ended her relationship with Torrey Hart, Eli's father, and stayed with her mother for a period. During her adolescence, she began confronting major obstacles. From ages 13 through 18, she repeatedly stayed in psychiatric hospitals to treat drug and alcohol dependency. She clashed with her parents and fled from home multiple times. These problems continued after her baby was born. Specifically, she was closely supervised by the Department of Child Support Services in Minnesota because, in 2017, her child did not receive required medications and proper care. Julissa was also criticized for not sufficiently meeting her son's needs. In 2019, Julissa asserted that Torrey had threatened to blow her up in her car. This accusation was examined and determined to be false, since Julissa had fabricated the claim during a psychotic episode to keep the father from seeing his son. Torrey was very devoted to the child and treasured his moments with him. Torrey also accused Julissa of being unfit to care for their child. An inquiry verified these accusations, and after visits from social workers, Eli was temporarily placed with a foster family by Julissa in October 2020. During the visit, social workers observed that the boy lacked suitable clothing, wore pajamas around the house, and lived in a filthy setting. The first-floor bathroom was flooded and contained numerous products strewn about, some of which were decaying at the time of the inspection. The refrigerator lacked enough food. At the end of 2021, Torrey returned to family court, anxious about his son. Julissa, the boy's mother, could not provide a secure living space. She had been forced out of her rental residence, was dealing with mental health troubles, and had resumed taking illegal drugs. This circumstance made it unsafe for Eli to remain with her. Additionally, the boy began showing severe behavioral issues. For instance, he pushed another child off a slide and kicked a child in the throat. Eli began destructive actions such as chewing his shirt excessively, had trouble sleeping, spoke in a baby-like fashion, and developed a stutter. Torrey went to court to bring attention to his son's unusual behavior. Police also noticed Julissa's violations. She skipped mandatory drug screenings. There were suspicions that she had exposed her son to inappropriate videos after a blood test verified that illegal substances were discovered in her system. One notable account that illustrates Julissa's attitude toward her son involves her retrieving a tumbler that had fallen from a steep mountainside during a hike. She left the ill Eli alone at the top of the mountain while she went down to retrieve the broken cup. Social workers assessed her and concluded that she was not capable of judging the risk, possibly because of the influence of her medications or her mental health issues. However, it was the social worker who was worried about the situation who pushed for Julissa to have custody of the child. Officers were troubled by Julissa's lack of self-control and her refusal to attend weekly therapy. They noticed that she had committed several traffic violations, including speeding and reckless driving, which raised questions about her capacity to safely care for her child. However, officers noted that there was not enough justification to terminate her parental rights because she had shown self-control in court appearances. On May 10, 2022, Julissa was granted full custody of her child. Sadly, only 10 days after she regained custody, disaster occurred. On May 20, 2022, at about 7 a.m., someone phoned 911 to report a silver car traveling on wheels without tires. When police arrived, they found Julissa driving. She appeared disorderly and had blood on her hands and face. Julissa claimed that the blood in the vehicle was from deer meat that a butcher had given her, and she said that the blood on her hands and face came from accidentally getting it on herself. The officers were doubtful and confused about why she did not clean herself. They observed what appeared to be human flesh near the armrest, but Julissa maintained it was animal flesh, and could not explain the terrible state of the vehicle. Considering her story suspicious, the police chose to investigate further. Julissa became very agitated when she was asked to sit in the patrol car while police performed a background check on her and her car. The officers learned that neither she nor her car were wanted for any crimes, but they still considered the vehicle suspicious. To stop further problems, the police drove her home but seized her vehicle for deeper inspection, suspecting that it might be associated with a crime. During their investigation, they found a bullet hole in the passenger seat armrest, possibly from a handgun. In the trunk, they found a pistol and a bloody blanket covering the body of a child. Police rapidly returned to Julissa's home, but she had disappeared. Security cameras showed her leaving with a man shortly before police arrived. Police located them and detained them both at an apartment. Before leaving, Julissa tried to wash her bloody clothes. She was taken to the Hennepin County Jail, where her mental health deteriorated, causing delays in the investigation. She was eventually charged with the murder of her son, Eli. Forensic specialists confirmed that Eli was seated in the back seat when 9 shots were fired. The boy's father, Tori, was shattered by the loss. Tori's suffering was intensified when social workers refused to allow him to rescue his son despite his attempts. It was learned that Julissa had been dealing with severe mental health problems shortly before she regained custody of her son. Additionally, she had blocked Tori from visiting Eli for a long stretch by making unfounded allegations against him. The trial was scheduled for 2023 after a psychiatric assessment concluded that Julissa was sane and capable of understanding the accusations brought against her. Julissa rejected killing her son and was portrayed by acquaintances as non-aggressive, even though she wrestled with substance abuse. Her supporters insisted that she genuinely adored her son and could not have performed such an act, while others believed that her mental instability and addiction problems led to the catastrophe. On social media, Julissa portrayed herself as an Aquarius, a mother, a lawyer, a feminist, and a police officer. However, proof including video footage demonstrated that she had acquired a handgun and ammunition and exited her apartment with a wrapped object. A child's car seat with a significant bullet hole was located, and surveillance video recorded Julissa trying to rinse blood from her hands at a gas station. Investigators also uncovered Google queries, including questions about blood quantities in a 6-year-old and ways of hiding evidence. Then investigators examined further. Julissa purchased a $400,000 life insurance policy for her son. However, she was informed that the upper limit was only $50,000. Even so, she continued trying to persuade the bank personnel to grant her a larger policy, which fascinated the staff. It was also disclosed that Julissa had recently formed an interest in firearms. She began visiting a shooting range with a friend, which startled her friend. Julissa was frequently observed exiting her apartment with a firearm wrapped in a gray blanket. The blanket and the handgun were both located in the trunk of her vehicle on the day of the killing. Police also questioned her boyfriend, Robert, who had departed the residence with Julissa before her detention. Robert, a childhood acquaintance with whom she had a positive relationship, rejected any role in the killing or conspiracy. Investigators uncovered no proof implicating him. During the proceedings, Robert was shocked by the evidence and the maximum punishment that could be imposed on Julissa. Robert assisted in reconstructing the events of that morning when he last observed Eli alive. Julissa had informed him that she would bring Eli to school, but instead, she silently carried a handgun. Rather than taking him to school, she shot him with her weapon. Robert was horrified by what happened. He stated that he had no clue that Julissa's plan was so awful. He believed the child was simply an ordinary pleasant kid, and that they had a positive bond. The prosecution asserted that Julissa carefully arranged the offense and, on that disastrous day, savagely murdered her son. The jury declared Julissa Thaler guilty of first-degree murder, and she received a life sentence without parole. She was 28 years old at the time of the proceedings. As the decision was announced, Julissa leaned backward in her seat, placed her head in her hands, and stared downward at the floor. In her last remark, she insulted the judge and denied any role in her son's killing. After the proceedings, Tori Hart, the boy's father, sued the county's Child Protection Service personnel who granted full custody to Julissa. He believes they share responsibility for his son's killing. The court will review this lawsuit in 2024. Moving on to the next case. Lucy Davis. On February 5, 2010, at York Crown Court, the trial of Harold Landry commenced under intense public scrutiny. Harold was charged with ending the life of his wife, Lucy Davis. The final hearing, which marked the dramatic conclusion to this dark saga, occurred in early February 2011 at Wolverhampton Court. The courtroom was filled with tension as Judge David Fett, renowned for his uncompromising approach, oversaw the proceedings. Harold Landry, a 64-year-old man, stood at the center of this legal confrontation. The prosecutor, Rachel Brand, presented the case against Harold, outlining a chilling sequence of events that led to Lucy's tragic death. Brand's cold, methodical presentation of the facts left little doubt regarding Harold's guilt. Harold Landry had been found guilty of murdering his 38-year-old wife, Lucy Davis. Harold, who should have been Lucy's protector, now stood exposed as her killer. Pete, Harold's friend and lawyer, unable to shoulder the burden of defending him, transferred the case to Andy Childs, a seasoned attorney. Childs faced a formidable challenge, attempting to persuade the court that Harold had not intended to kill Lucy, but had been driven by uncontrollable aggression. Throughout the trial, Harold appeared broken and remorseful. He cried openly, declaring his love for Lucy and expressing profound regret. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter, hoping for a reduced sentence. The defense argued that Harold's actions stemmed from an irresistible surge of aggression, triggered by circumstances beyond his control. However, this argument met fierce resistance. The prosecution presented disturbing photographs of Lucy's injuries to the court. The sheer brutality captured in these images spoke for itself, overshadowing Harold's claims that the harm was unintended. Each piece of evidence revealed an increasingly grim portrayal of Harold's actions on that fatal day. When the final verdict was delivered, Harold Landry was sentenced to life imprisonment. The ruling brought a sense of resolution to the legal proceedings, yet left a lasting scar on everyone involved. This tragic case serves as a sobering reminder of the thin boundary between love and violence. It highlights the unpredictable nature of human relationships and the devastating outcomes that arise when that boundary is crossed. Lucy Davis's death stands as a poignant illustration of how swiftly love can transform into a nightmare, leaving behind sorrow and loss. Domestic violence can result in fatal consequences, as it did in 1971 amid the scenic Welsh countryside. Born in the small town of Pontypridd, Lucy Davis was a delightful girl whose childhood was surrounded by unconditional love and warmth. Roger and Andrea, Lucy's parents, fostered an environment of joy and comfort within their home. Alongside her younger sister Anna, Lucy was raised in the picturesque village of Glencoe. Lucy took her first steps among towering mountains and captivating forests. Her radiant smile and gentle nature distinguished her from other children. She easily gained the affection of her teachers and classmates. Recognizing his daughter's enthusiasm, her father gave both her and her sister the chance to immerse themselves in the enchanting world of horseback riding. Under the strict supervision of skilled instructors, they learned the foundations of this noble discipline, mastering heights and overcoming challenges. Lucy and Anna grew into accomplished horse riders. Spending her childhood in Wales was a true paradise for Lucy Davis. She flourished like a delicate flower, absorbing the splendor of nature and the love of her family and those close to her. Horse riding not only provided Lucy and Anna with loyal companions, but also became a genuine school of life. Horses taught them discipline, self-restraint, and responsibility. The sisters' talent and determination were acknowledged at prestigious competitions, where they earned numerous awards. However, Lucy's world extended beyond the riding arena. Her sharp intellect and thirst for knowledge inspired her to pursue new interests. Music became another passion for young Lucy. She eagerly took lessons in flute and piano, refining her abilities. Her dedication did not go unrewarded. A year later, she performed both instruments flawlessly, captivating audiences with her skill. Lucy was thrilled to become a member of the Glamorgan Youth Orchestra, where her musical path continued to thrive. Lucy Davis devoted herself to polishing her musical abilities, discovering an outlet for her passion for music and creativity through the school choir. Music was not merely a hobby for her. It was a deep form of expression. As she grew up, Lucy's days were a mixture of carefree fun and focused effort, instilling in her a solid base of dedication and a thirst for learning, traits that would shape her later accomplishments and make her beloved by those around her. During high school, Lucy encountered Garrett Jenkinson, a fellow Welshman surrounded by mystery. Despite the uncertainty about Garrett's past, the two developed a close friendship that only grew stronger with time. Although Garrett harbored romantic feelings for Lucy, he chose to keep them hidden deep inside. After graduating in 1998, Lucy was determined to pursue a career in music and higher education. She gained admission to the University of Yorkshire in northern England, initially imagining herself as a future music teacher. However, as her aspirations changed, Lucy found herself increasingly drawn to the vibrant artistic environment of a large city. This new ambition brought her to Grimy McAllister, whose outlook on life and sense of humor deeply resonated with Lucy. Their relationship blossomed, leading Lucy to introduce Grimy to her parents. The first meeting went well, strengthening the bond between Lucy and Grimy and laying the groundwork for their future together. Roger and Andre almost immediately saw him as the perfect life partner for their daughter. After thoughtful discussion, Lucy and Grimy decided to move in together, creating their own family. Sometime after the move, Lucy suggested making their cohabitation official, which Grimy agreed to in 1995. Even while still continuing their college studies, they welcomed a son into their lives, whom they named James. Lucy chose to pause her own ambitions to concentrate on caring for her child, while Grimy steadily continued his education to support their family, taking night shifts at the city's postal sorting department. Lucy was thrown into a whirlwind of difficulties, but she met them with hope and determination. Despite her strong love for her family, the months spent at home with her son were marked by loneliness. She and her husband rarely had time together, and his night work only made things worse. Searching for comfort and connection, Lucy created a social media account under the pseudonym Miseria, immersing herself in an online community where she could share her experiences and form new friendships. It was in this virtual space that her attention was drawn to a user named Harold Landry, a 53-year-old entrepreneur from Louisiana. Rising from modest beginnings, Harold's intense drive for independence and success from an early age led him to build a prosperous company producing hydraulic equipment for major oil corporations in the southern United States. His hard work not only earned him significant wealth, but also brought him status and eventually billionaire standing. Talking with Harold was a revelation for Lucy. His life experiences, steadfast commitment, and limitless generosity fascinated her. However, their relationship was not without its difficulties. The difference in their ages, social positions, and lifestyles created tension between them. Harold's life appeared extravagant and varied, filled with unusual hobbies and lavish purchases, including real estate holdings on KML. In Mexico, Harold's marital history was surrounded by uncertainty. He had been married twice and divorced twice, yet nothing was known about whether he had children from those marriages. However, in 1992, Harold's life changed dramatically when he divorced his second wife and met Geraldine Price. Geraldine, born in 1966 and originally from Mexico, was 20 years younger than him and married to Chris Price, with whom she had 2 children. Despite her family connections, Harold succeeded in winning the affection of the young woman. On February 6, 1994, Harold arranged a romantic dinner for Geraldine in New Orleans. They employed a babysitter, Christian Hutton, to look after their children, enabling them to enjoy an evening free from parental duties. As the night came to an end, he accompanied his girlfriend back home. As a token of appreciation, he offered Christian a ride home, which she accepted. Unknown to Harold, fate had an unexpected twist prepared. Chris Price, Geraldine's husband, had been monitoring the pair. After observing their secret relationship, Chris decided not to ignore the situation. He followed Harold, and when they stopped at a red light, he released a barrage of accusations. Despite Harold's calm composure, the tension intensified. In an outburst of anger, Chris challenged Harold to shoot him. Without delay, Harold drew his gun, cautioning Chris about the repercussions. Disregarding the warning, Chris continued to provoke Harold. In a rapid and resolute moment, Harold fired, hitting Chris in the neck. Remarkably, swift medical treatment saved Chris's life. In 1997, Harold faced trial in the St. Mary Parish courts, accused of the attempted murder of Chris Price. His lawyer, Pete Fannin, contended that Harold had been set up. Although the jury convicted Harold of aggravated assault with a weapon, he received a sentence of 5 years in prison. However, after filing an appeal, Harold was released on parole, having paid a fine and completed community service. Harold remained permanently grateful to Pete for his legal defense and steadfast advocacy, which ultimately ensured his release. As their friendship grew stronger, Harold and Chris arrived at a settlement agreement, though the precise amount of compensation was never revealed. Establishing himself in Covington as a wealthy man, Harold openly recounted his past to Lucy, including unsuccessful marriages and a disturbing episode. Instead of deterring Lucy, Harold's disclosures appeared to intensify her attraction to him. His persuasive charm enthralled her, and after separating from Grimmy, Lucy and Harold chose to begin a romantic relationship. Determined to protect their love from unnecessary difficulties, Harold sought to steer clear of any possible problems. In the early 2000s, he traveled to England to meet Lucy's parents, Roger and Andre, who, despite their initial shock at the age gap, fully supported their daughter's decision, refraining from interfering in their relationship. Demonstrating his devotion through extravagant gifts, including costly jewelry, Harold spared no expense in satisfying Lucy's wishes. His love for her became so powerful that thoughts of marriage were constantly on his mind, yet he insisted on perfection before making such a commitment. In an effort to strengthen their connection, Harold invited Lucy, her son Jameson, and her ex-husband Grimmy on an unforgettable trip to Mexico. To Harold, Mexico was not simply a holiday destination. It symbolized paradise, enhanced by the closeness of Pete's apartment, which added a sense of reassurance to their journey. Motivated by the purchase of a diamond engagement ring, Harold enthusiastically shared the news with Pete, who held doubts about Lucy's loyalty due to her frequent meetings with Grimmy. Consumed by love, Harold proposed to Lucy, and she accepted, resulting in their marriage in the middle of 2003. Purchasing a $1 million home in Warshire County, their new family life within the neighborhood was filled with happiness. Embracing Jameson as part of the family wholeheartedly, Harold treated him as if he were his own, nurturing a close familial connection. Not long after their marriage, their daughter, Hearth, was born, quickly becoming the center of their affection. Encircled by caring neighbors such as Rachel Clark and Stephen Kennedy, Lucy and Harold's family bonds strengthened day by day. Nevertheless, as time progressed, problems started to surface in their marriage. Harold became progressively controlling, expecting Lucy's complete compliance. Lucy, who had always valued her independence, was unwilling to submit to Harold's every expectation. Conflicts and disputes grew more common, placing a strain on their home life. Their son Jameson witnessed this strained environment, which adversely affected his childhood. Even neighbors began noticing Lucy and Harold's increasing dependence on alcohol, which worsened their family difficulties. However, when the arguing and yelling stopped, neighbors assumed it meant the family was trying to mend things. In 2009, Lucy found comfort in online conversations with her former school friend, Garrett, through social media. Perceiving his wife's emotional withdrawal, Harold made the hard choice to leave for Mexico, giving Lucy some space. While he was away, Lucy invited Garrett to visit, catching Harold off guard when he returned. Lucy quickly filed for divorce, leading Harold to start a relationship with their neighbor, Rachel Walbon. The divorce process was fraught with conflict over how their property should be divided. Lucy, determined to keep the house for the children's sake, resisted Harold's demand to sell it. Their disputes grew more intense as Lucy disclosed disturbing details about Harold's past, further inflaming the hostility. Amid the emotional chaos, Lucy accepted Garrett's invitation to spend time with him in Wales, making no attempt to hide her phone conversations from Harold after she returned. Despite attempts to repair their marriage, the ongoing arguments continued, and the tension became unbearable for Jameson and their daughter, Hearth. On the evening of February 1, 2010, as the day came to an end, Harold, intoxicated after drinking several glasses of wine, was surprised by the delivery of a package addressed to their neighbor, Stephen Kennedy. It was nearly 9 p.m. when Harold arrived home from work. Stephen noticed a message indicating his package had been delivered to Harold. Seeing that Harold was home, he went over to collect it. Harold welcomed him kindly and offered him a drink. Stephen accepted a glass of wine, and Harold poured one for him. As Stephen entered and greeted Lucy, he noticed that Harold was already drunk. After finishing a single glass of wine, Stephen retrieved his parcel and left. Soon afterward, a fierce argument broke out between the couple over furniture for their new home. Jameson, hearing the disturbance, ran into the kitchen and saw Harold hitting his mother with a kitchen utensil. Acting quickly, he called the police and comforted his sister, Lucy, who was fleeing the house with the children. Lucy went to Stephen's home, hoping he would help her. However, along the way, Harold caught up with her and brutally assaulted her with a knife, stabbing her in the chest. Coldly, he dragged her body beneath a bush and vanished. Hearing Lucy's screams, Stephen rushed outside and found her body. At first believing she had passed out, he soon realized how serious the situation was. Officer Steve C. Fox arrived at the scene, immediately called for an ambulance, and began searching for Harold. Despite these efforts, Harold avoided capture, leaving the children terrified as they waited for the police to arrive. This tragic event marked the beginning of the family's collapse and the start of a painful quest for justice. An ambulance arrived quickly and transported Lucy to Yorkshire Hospital, but it was already too late. Lucy died from her injuries upon arrival. Meanwhile, overwhelmed by fear and guilt, Harold went to the home of his friend Rachel. With a shaking voice, he admitted to committing a terrible act, though he withheld the specific details. In a bid to make amends, he transferred a significant amount of $40,000 to Rachel and surrendered all of his possessions, including cash, car keys, and paychecks. After Harold left for home, the police initiated their search for him. They combed the streets and questioned witnesses, yet Harold appeared to disappear without a trace. Eventually, luck favored the investigators when Harold was apprehended while traveling from Rachel's house. His expression, contorted with fear and regret, revealed everything. Lucy's parents, Roger and Andrea, were consumed by grief. In an official statement to the press, they conveyed profound sorrow over the loss of their daughter and chose not to offer any further comments. The forensic autopsy verified that Lucy died as a result of multiple stab wounds to the chest. Evidence collected from the crime scene, along with the testimony of Jameson, Lucy's son, who witnessed the horrific event, proved crucial in resolving the case. The story of Harold and Lucy is a romance that descended into horror. Although the court proceedings came to an end, the reverberations of the tragedy will linger for many years. Harold Landry, convicted of Lucy's murder, received a life sentence in prison with a minimum of 16 years before becoming eligible for parole. He would be 82 years old at the time of his release, yet no punishment could ever restore Lucy's life. Roger and Andrea found a measure of comfort in the just ruling, even as their hearts remained burdened with sorrow. Harold Landry continued to assert his innocence, pledging to appeal the judgment and stating that he would not alter anything, even with foreknowledge of the outcome. The Landry family stayed strong, vowing to honor Lucy's memory by reflecting her finest qualities for their grandchildren. In spite of the irreversible loss, Lucy would always endure as a beacon of warmth and love in their hearts. Looking toward the future, the Landry family held on to hope. Harold received the sentence he merited, while Lucy's legacy persisted in inspiring those who loved her. With Lucy's love and light carried within them, the Landry family found the courage to move ahead, carrying her memory forward into the years to come. Moving on to the next case. The case of Marie Robards. Stephen Robards and Beth Burrows were raised in Fort Worth, Texas. Stephen, whose father ran a small insurance business, was a familiar and popular presence at school. Beth was a gifted athlete who participated in track and field, volleyball, and basketball. Stephen and Beth fell in love during high school and were married in 1972. When Beth turned 18, and shortly after her boyfriend signed a 4-year contract to serve in the Navy on July 10th, they welcomed their daughter, Marie, later that same year. Due to Stephen's military service, the family moved often between various naval bases. This way of life was difficult for Beth. After Stephen finished his service, they moved back to Fort Worth. Beth frequently criticized her husband and referred to their marriage as a teenage romance, but as time passed, the affection disappeared and everyday struggles made the situation worse. In addition, Stephen's temper and jealousy increased the tension in their marriage, leading Beth to file for divorce in 1979. Their daughter, Marie Robards, was a well-behaved student who performed very well academically. She played the clarinet in the school orchestra and attended art and dance classes as after-school activities. Because her father served in the military, they moved repeatedly, which initially made it hard for Marie to keep changing schools and making new friends. However, she slowly adapted and became more outgoing and comfortable with her new classmates and teachers. After her parents divorced, Marie and her mother, Beth, moved to a nearby city, while her father remained in their former home. Stephen lived in a small one-bedroom apartment in Fort Worth, and Marie, along with Beth, visited him no more than twice a month. During the 1980s, Beth started a relationship with Frank Rouse, a former Navy officer she had met while her husband was stationed in Florida. At first, they were only talking, but after Beth's divorce, they became romantically involved and chose to live together. After leaving the Navy, Frank became a police officer in a small Texas town about an hour away from Fort Worth, with a population of roughly 10,000. Frank had also recently gone through a divorce and had full custody of his son, who was the same age as Beth's daughter, Marie. In 1981, Beth married Frank, but their marriage quickly encountered serious problems. Beth had to work, so she spent very little time with her husband and children, making it hard for them to form strong bonds. This issue was never resolved and became more severe when Marie turned 16. One day, Marie came home and discovered Frank in bed with another woman. She was extremely angry and told her mother right away, but instead of ending the marriage, Beth remained composed. During this period, Beth worked in the emergency room at a local hospital, which required long hours away from home. As a result, she rarely saw Frank and spent little time with her daughter. Beth did not hold Frank responsible for the distance between them. Instead, she blamed herself, believing she should have devoted more time to him. Marie, however, was upset and felt that Frank was not good enough for her mother, encouraging Beth to divorce him. Beth, however, wanted to manage her own relationships and asked Marie not to get involved. As Marie grew older, she began to withdraw from her family. She frequently argued with Frank and criticized his flaws. Eventually, Beth was forced to choose between Marie and Frank. Marie stated that if Beth did not divorce him, she would leave the house. Beth refused to agree with her daughter's demands. Even when Marie began packing her belongings, Beth did not change her decision. She decided that Marie should stay with her maternal relatives in Fort Worth rather than move in with her biological father. Beth contacted those relatives, who helped Marie enroll in a new school. Marie relocated, but after only 5 days in Fort Worth, she had used all her money and wanted to go back home to her mother. During this period, Frank's son chose to live with his biological mother, but he soon became unhappy and wanted to return. However, Frank refused to allow him to come back. Now Marie faced a similar situation and was also not permitted to return home. The rule that if someone left the house, they could not come back created significant tension. Beth felt that Frank was forcing her to choose between him and Marie. Many people supported Frank's position, believing that children should not move back and forth between parents, as this often caused conflict and difficulties. Frank remained firm in his views and wanted to avoid such issues. He believed he was encouraging discipline and attempting to prevent ongoing chaos and tension. It is important to note that Frank was a former military man known for being decisive and disciplined. Marie had no choice but to accept the situation. By this point, she had lost respect for Frank because of his affair, but after the recent events, she had grown to hate him. Marie left Fort Worth and moved into a rented apartment. Meanwhile, Beth tried to persuade her husband to allow them to reunite. She believed this was only a temporary arrangement and that Marie would return soon. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, Frank remained inflexible and never allowed Marie to come back. Beth felt trapped by the circumstances. The pressure on their relationship led her to seek help from a psychologist. Marie then decided to move back in with her father, Stephen. Marie's choice to return appeared to be driven by desperation. Stephen was happy to have his daughter with him again. At that time, he was living alone and dealing with depression. He later found employment as a mailman and became romantically involved with Sandra Hudgens, who lived in the same apartment complex. During this period, they lived in a small, crowded one-room apartment. Marie slept on a cot in the kitchen. Steve recognized that his daughter was struggling, so he tried to lift her spirits. He regularly took her to the movies and on outings. However, Sandra felt that these efforts did not make much of an impact. Marie's academic performance declined, and she often called Beth, asking to come home. She missed her mother's affection and attention. Marie was unhappy with her father's cooking and cleaning and sometimes cried on the phone, pleading to return home. She expressed her dislike for the new school and complained about her father's limited living space. Marie was confused about why her mother favored Frank over her and felt that her mother would not stand up to him. Beth, her mother, explained that she felt powerless because her husband would not allow her to visit Marie. Marie eventually began writing in her diary about thoughts of ending her life. When her father discovered this, he became extremely concerned and immediately informed Beth. It later emerged that Marie had exaggerated her feelings to gain attention. As the months went by, things settled down. Marie appeared to be adjusting. Her grades improved greatly. She was able to connect with her classmates, and everything seemed to return to normal. Marie's emotions stabilized as well. She had fully adapted to her new surroundings. According to Sandra, Marie never had conflicts with her father, treated him with respect, and remained calm. Stephen did everything he could to support her. However, beneath Marie's calm exterior, there was something darker. After 3 years, Marie moved back in with her father. On February 18th, Stephen ordered Mexican food for dinner. After dinner, he intended to go to a church service. About an hour later, Stephen returned to his apartment complex, complaining of intense stomach pain and feeling extremely ill. Maria, together with Sandra, went to check on him after learning that he was sick. When they arrived, Stephen was in agony, trembling, foaming at the mouth, and struggling to breathe. The ambulance arrived soon afterward, but it was already too late. They attempted to insert a breathing tube, but his airway had closed. Stephen was rushed to the hospital, but he passed away on the way. Maria was in shock, staring at her father and trying to conceal her emotions from Sandra. She had no idea what had truly occurred because Stephen's death was not accidental. Hours after the event, Frank and Beth were informed that Stephen had died. They had to bring Marie home, something she had wanted for a long time. After an autopsy, the medical examiner determined that Stephen had died from a heart attack, noting symptoms such as chest pain, nausea, and difficulty breathing. The case appeared simple, and it was concluded that Stephen's death resulted from a heart attack. Toxicology tests were not performed. Even if they had wanted to conduct those tests, the lab lacked the equipment necessary to detect the poison in Stephen's blood. After the burial, Maria remained by her father's grave, still in shock even after everyone else had left. Following the funeral, her mother Beth approached her, visibly distressed, and shared her plan to leave Frank and move to Panama City, Florida, with Maria. However, Maria suddenly began to struggle to breathe in panic, and it took a long time for her to calm down. Beth believed that Maria's reaction was due to the loss of her father Stephen, unaware of the deeper issues involved. Marie and Beth then relocated to Panama City. Beth found work as a clerk at the Department of Motor Vehicles and enrolled her daughter in school. Things appeared to get better, but Marie continued to battle depression. Her mother suspected that this was connected to her father's death. Beth blamed herself for what had happened. As a high school senior, Marie visited a psychologist who diagnosed her with major depression. Marie's mother remembered the serious difficulties Stephen had experienced and worried that his mental health issues might be affecting Marie. To help Marie manage her depression, she sought assistance from a psychiatrist. Circumstances changed when Frank came to Panama City, hoping to reconcile with Beth, believing that he needed to spend more time on their marriage and change his approach to raising their children. Unexpectedly, Beth once again forgave her unfaithful husband. Marie was surprised by her mother's decision. She stated that she did not want to live with Frank, who had betrayed Beth, and said that she missed Texas and wanted to live alone with her mother without any men. Nevertheless, Beth chose to move in with Frank. In response, Marie contacted her grandfather, Jim, and asked if she could live with him in Mansfield. The family agreed, and Marie moved in with her grandfather. Marie became an exceptional granddaughter, an excellent student, and very well-mannered. She was deeply involved in the lives of her family and friends. Marie continued to follow her passion for art and developed an interest in journalism. She was intelligent and attractive, yet she dressed modestly and never behaved recklessly. She always came home on time, did not drink at parties, and avoided dating, even though many boys were interested in her. Eventually, Marie developed a friendship with one of the most popular girls at school, Stacy. Stacy believed that Marie had experienced something traumatic, although she could not imagine how serious it truly was. In January 1994, Marie and Stacy spent the night together, studying Shakespeare's Hamlet. As Stacy read the section about poisoning, Marie suddenly became pale and appeared unwell. Worried, Stacy asked her what was wrong. At first, she thought Marie might be upset about the possibility of being pregnant, but Marie denied it. Stacy then asked Marie if she had wrecked her grandfather's car, but Marie shook her head. Stacy joked, asking if she had killed someone. Marie grew silent and then asked a strange question. She wanted to know how Stacy felt about such things happening in real life. Stacy paused to think. Marie tried to stand up from the couch but quickly collapsed back down, crying, and confessed that she had poisoned her father. Overcome by emotion, she could no longer suppress her guilt. Marie then told the story of the murder. She explained that in early February 1993, during a chemistry class, she had poured a substance from a bottle onto a napkin, which she later placed in her backpack. That evening, she added some of the poison to her father's meal, and afterward she suffered through a long period of guilt over what she had done. After confessing, Marie begged Stacy to keep it secret. Stacy was the only person Marie had told. She revealed that she had access to a deadly poison that was almost impossible to detect. The poison could quickly trigger a heart attack, causing a death that appeared natural. However, Marie claimed she did not know how lethal it was at the time. She said she only wanted her father to become sick so that her mother would take care of her. Stacy eventually told her mother everything, and both were horrified. Stacy's mother contacted the Poison Control Center to ask whether the substance could be fatal. The lab technician sensed that something was wrong and refused to answer. The mother then ended the call. Marie felt confused and did not know what to do. At first, she kept everything secret. She struggled with her emotions for a long time, but eventually convinced herself that it had only been a cruel prank. Stacy suggested that Marie speak to a psychologist or a priest to express her feelings. However, the situation did not improve. In February 1994, on the first anniversary of Stephen's death, Jim took Marie and her friend Stacy out to dinner. As Jim raised a glass in remembrance, both girls suddenly began to cry. For several weeks afterward, Stacy was plagued by guilt and nightmares until she finally decided to speak with the school counselor and confided in her. Although the story sounded strange, the counselor took it seriously and contacted the police, hoping to uncover the truth. The police laboratory did not have the equipment needed to fully analyze the evidence, making the effort unsuccessful. Stacy also started to distance herself from Marie. She wanted to avoid any further contact with her. Eventually, their friendship ended completely. Meanwhile, Marie believed everything had been forgotten and did not realize an investigation was underway. In October 1994, a Fort Worth police officer contacted Stacy and told her that the toxicology results had come back. They showed that Stephen Robards had been poisoned. He had received a dose 250 times greater than the lethal amount, indicating that it was a planned murder. Marie was arrested while studying at the University of Texas at Austin, where many people viewed her as kind and harmless. She confessed right away. Marie stated that she never meant to kill her father. She said she only wanted to make him ill so that she could reunite with her mother. Unfortunately, she misjudged the amount and unintentionally caused Stephen's death. Many people found it difficult to accept that Marie could have committed such an act, and some even placed the blame on her mother for the circumstances. They believed that her mother's abandonment had caused Marie emotional distress. They felt that Marie was not meant to be separated from her mother, which led her to take extreme measures to gain her attention. Marie first appeared in court for a preliminary hearing on October 28, 1994, but she was released on bail and placed under her mother's supervision. A key issue was whether Marie should be tried as a juvenile or as an adult. Since she was 17 at the time she poisoned her father and was legally a minor, on March 30, 1995, Marie Robards was arrested and formally charged with first-degree murder. It was ultimately determined that she would be tried as an adult. Her mother posted $10,000 bail, allowing Marie to move back in with Frank and Beth while she awaited trial. She was 19 years old at that time. Marie's mother used the money Marie had received from Stephen's life insurance policy, totaling $60,000, to hire two highly experienced attorneys from Fort Worth. Their defense strategy argued that Marie wanted her father to become ill, but did not intend to kill him. Her only objective was to be reunited with her mother. The prosecution, however, contended that her actions were driven by malicious intent, particularly pointing to the insurance money Marie received. In this case, the prosecution pursued charges of first-degree murder. Testifying for the prosecution was Marie's best friend, Stacy, who described Marie's emotional condition. The defense called a psychiatrist to testify, stating that Marie was not a cold-blooded murderer, but was instead suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder caused by guilt over her father's death. Throughout the trial, Marie remained silent, frequently covering her face and crying. Although Marie expressed remorse and stated that she loved her father, The prosecutor argued that her emotions were insincere. The prosecution maintained that the poisoning demonstrated premeditation, arguing that a simple stomachache did not justify returning to her mother and instead suggested an intention to kill. At the time, one of Marie's friends mentioned that Marie had considered several different ways to reunite with her mother. Marie believed that if she burned down her father's apartment, her mother would come and get her. However, no one took Marie seriously, and everyone assumed she was joking. Beth felt deep guilt over the situation. During the trial, she stated that if she had left Frank earlier and moved to Florida with Marie, the tragedy could have been prevented. Marie's grandfather, Jim, begged for leniency for his granddaughter, insisting that she could not have killed the man she loved. The prosecutor requested a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 35 years. It is possible that the family's pleas for a reduced sentence, along with Marie's emotional behavior, influenced the final decision. Marie Robards was ultimately sentenced to 28 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 7 years. Following the verdict, her attorneys immediately filed an appeal, arguing that the prosecution had failed to present sufficient evidence regarding Marie's mental state. However, in 1998, the appeal was denied and she was sent to prison. In a conversation with her mother, Marie stated that she did not want Stacy to feel guilty about what had happened. Marie believed that Stacy's actions were justified. Marie ultimately served 8 years in prison before being released in 2003. She later married and changed her name. Moving on to the next case. Case of Michael Grant Assman. Julian Burns, 36 years old, resides in Heber City, Utah. She is a dedicated mother of 2 daughters, aged 6 and 10. Family and friends depict her as smart, courageous, funny, and constantly motivating those near her. In spite of many hardships in life, she always displays fortitude and endurance. Julie and Michael Grant Assman had a relationship that endured for many years but was marked by strain and abuse. Michael, 35 years old, possessed a domineering and quick-tempered nature. Julie attempted multiple times to flee this destructive relationship, yet she encountered obstacles because of Michael's intimidation and extreme behavior. On June 12th, the dispute between Julie and Michael escalated and resulted in violence. She informed the police that he had struck her in the head at their residence. She claimed that she constantly lived in terror, nervous that Michael might murder her. Consequently, the Heber City police detained Michael for domestic violence. On June 13th, only one day after his detention, Michael went before a judge. He was accused and ordered to wear an ankle device for monitoring. However, soon after, Michael detached the device and was freed on bail priced at merely $5,000. This behavior has caused Julie's family and the community to feel frustrated and alarmed. She cautioned that Michael would persist as a threat if released, but the legal system appeared to ignore the severe peril she was confronting. On July 14th, the matter grew serious when Michael's sister notified the family and the police about his strange behavior, along with indications that he might have been planning to take his own life. Concerned about the circumstances, the police chose to perform a welfare check at Michael's residence. However, when they arrived, they discovered he was absent, which made the situation even more distressing. Hours afterward, close to 1 a.m., Julie was killed in her house in Heber City, where she lived with her 2 daughters. In the morning, when Julie failed to arrive at work, a co-worker became anxious and attempted to phone Julie, but got no reply. Fearing that something was amiss, the co-worker resolved to visit Julie's residence to look in on her. When she pushed open the door, she was horrified to witness a terrifying scene. Blood on the kitchen floor, and a wave of fear overtook her. She instantly contacted 911 to report the circumstance, still stunned by what she had just observed. After receiving the report, the police rapidly reached the site to examine the scene. They located Julie's body lying on the floor in a wide pool of blood. Police believed that the reason for death was a weapon injury to the head. A bullet shell was also located at the location, increasing the likelihood that this was a murder. These findings further intensify suspicions that Michael, who had demonstrated violent conduct earlier, might be accountable for Julie's killing. The police promptly initiated an inquiry and searched for information to clarify every aspect tied to this case. Based on the statement of one of Michael and Julie's children, the police collected sufficient evidence to conclude that Michael had assaulted Julie after a fight. Children who saw this dreadful episode heard loud quarreling followed by the noise of a weapon firing. After the event, Michael told his children to shut their eyes and exit the residence while they waited for their aunt to collect them. Michael's conduct caused the police to release a warrant for his detention on the accusation of first-degree murder. However, right after the episode, Michael vanished without leaving any evidence. He was last observed on surveillance footage at a gas station in Heber City around 1:30 a.m. on July 14th. In the recording, Michael was seen refueling his truck and buying an energy beverage. The police characterized him as standing 5 feet, 6 inches tall, weighing 195 pounds, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and operating a 2005 Chevrolet pickup truck with a Utah license plate T287M. In the subsequent weeks, Michael did not perform any banking activity, which enabled him to evade detection by authorities. In addition, because of his experience in mountain camping, the police worried he might be hiding in campsites, on hiking paths, or even residing in an RV or a cabin in the wilderness. Therefore, the police advised the public to be careful and alert if they intend to visit these areas in the near future, since it is possible that Michael remains fleeing in isolated places. More than a month afterward, at roughly 12:45 p.m. on Monday, August 15, 2022, a ranger at Wallowa State Park in Oregon noticed Michael's white Chevrolet pickup near the Washington-Idaho border. The ranger instantly contacted the Wallowa County Sheriff's Office. Soon after, a deputy reached the area and discovered Michael's decayed corpse about 300 feet from the truck. He still wore the clothing he had on the day he disappeared, and he had an injury on his head from a weapon. Police located a weapon at the location, and they assumed that Michael took his own life after evading arrest. A post-mortem examination was organized in Wallowa County to determine the precise reason for death. Although it was uncertain why Michael had turned up in Oregon, investigators suspected that his corpse had been in Wallowa State Park for several days. They were also examining Michael's truck for evidence concerning his behavior in the days preceding his death. Presently, Julie and Michael's 2 daughters, a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old, are residing with one of Julie's sisters, Angela Edmonds. The girls' lives have been entirely transformed since their mother died in July 2022. Their mother was slain by their father, Michael, in their residence. Less than a month afterward, in August, the girls confronted another trauma when their father also passed away. At such a young age, the girls have lost both their parents in a chain of horrific disasters, creating an irreplaceable emptiness in their lives. The Julie family, upon learning of Michael's passing, felt grief and fury. They challenged why Michael had been granted bail before the killing, especially since Julie had previously warned that he would murder her if freed. The legal framework failed to act in time to block this catastrophe. Even though the Julie family received monetary assistance from the community through a GoFundMe page, which gathered over $5,100 for burial costs, the sorrow and devastation they suffered stay impossible to repair. The calamity of Julie and Burns acts as a warning concerning the urgency for tougher actions to defend victims of domestic mistreatment. It also emphasizes the requirement for stricter observation of violent suspects to stop comparable catastrophes. This tragic loss not only brings lasting suffering for her relatives and companions, but also raises serious concerns about the accountability of the legal system in stopping domestic abuse. Hopefully, from these teachings, society will exert more attempts to build a protected setting where every person may live without dread. Moving on to the next case. Case of Vashti Sakat. At roughly 4 a.m. on April 30, 2011, Brett Sakat phoned 911 for help. He told the police that his wife had taken her own life and that she had also ignited their house. Their 2 small sons, aged 2 and 4, were sleeping in their bedroom at the moment of the event. Brett managed to rescue them, but wanted to return into the burning residence to save his wife. Police directed him to remain where he was and not to re-enter because of the flames, and instructed him to watch the children. The police were then sent to their site. When firefighters reached the residence and put out the flames, they located a woman deceased. Her body was positioned on the left side of the bed with her arms and legs bent. In a condition of misery, Brett described what had occurred in further detail. He stated that his wife, 34-year-old Vashti, had called to him for help while he was sleeping on the sofa on the first floor. He instructed her to take their children from the second-floor nursery and bring them downstairs. She complied with his directions in a partially conscious state. He believed his wife was sick and that their children in the next room were troubling her. Suddenly, he heard a loud slam of the bedroom door, followed by flames emerging from upstairs. Alarmed by the odd noises, he went upstairs to check on her and found his wife unconscious on the bed, bleeding. He held her closely, but she did not respond. When he attempted to lift her to move her out, the surrounding flames made it unattainable. Brett resolved to focus on saving the children. He went downstairs, brought his sons out of the residence, and placed them in a car for protection before contacting 911. He assumed his wife had set fire to the bed and shot herself while he was on the phone. Disregarding police cautions, he re-entered the house to rescue her. Covering his face with a damp towel, he cautiously moved into the smoky blackness, but the flames pushed him back. He believed his wife dealt with depression and dark emotions, which may have driven her to set herself ablaze. He felt remorse for being unable to assist her, but he did not understand her reasons for these catastrophic actions. Despite her disturbing thoughts, she was mainly worried about her children's safety. This concern led her to request her husband to remove them before she ended her own life. However, the explanation for lighting a fire afterward remains uncertain, and nobody seems to have a solution. When police inspected the scene, they uncovered several notable elements. They found a gasoline container beside the bed, implying that the fire was intentionally started. The placement of the firearm created multiple doubts. It was discovered beneath Vashti's body with the barrel aimed downward, which made it improbable that she could have shot herself in that manner. Police searched through her handbag and found a note listing assorted expenses. The first item on the list was funeral with a cost of $15,000 beside it. Other costs comprised a mortgage, a vehicle, and education, all labeled as life insurance. This indicates that Vashti may have arranged for her death and designated which expenses her life insurance should handle. On the passenger seat of Vashti's vehicle, her notebook was found. Inside, there was a handwritten message filled with troubling statements. She cannot do this. She cannot fight this. Neighbors shared certain information about the matter. One neighbor who could not sleep that night and was watching television reported hearing gunshots around 3:15 a.m. She observed that Brett did not call 911 until 3:57 a.m., which generated doubt about why he waited 42 minutes to seek help. Vashti's body was sent for a post-mortem. A forensic pathologist concluded that the manner of death was a gunshot wound to the head and confirmed that her death was not due to fire or smoke, as these happened afterward. She had further gunshot injuries to her chest and thighs. A toxicology examination detected no evidence of alcohol or illegal drugs in her body. A few days after Vashti's death, a funeral was conducted in front of the residence where the fire had begun. Relatives, friends, and neighborhood residents attended the service. While Vashti's loved ones remembered her life, her siblings, Kathleen and Rich, held doubts about what had truly occurred. They suspected Brett, and Kathleen swiftly rejected Brett's explanation as unlikely. Kathleen, Rich, and Vashti lived in different states but stayed close, regularly calling and visiting one another. Their family was aware of the problems and disputes in Vashti's marriage. Brett's remarks following his wife's death were startling. A large image of Vashti was suspended above the fireplace in their residence. When her sister approached the picture to offer her sympathy, Brett looked at Kathleen with annoyance and stated that he did not want to talk about his wife. This reaction astonished the relatives. After learning of Vashti's death, her brother and sister contacted the county sheriff, insisting that she could not have taken her own life. They pressed the police to regard the case as a possible homicide and perform an extensive investigation. Rich and Kathleen closely monitored Brett's behavior and provided useful information to the police. By that time, the police, who sensed that something was profoundly wrong with the case, had started to investigate more deeply into the lives of Brett and Vashti. They seemed to be a joyful couple who had been together for many years. They began courting in school, where Vashti was regarded as the school beauty and Brett was a talented athlete succeeding in wrestling. They were deeply attached and married after several years of dating. The pair held their wedding in Belize in 2004 and later settled in Brett's hometown of Kingman, Kansas, a small, pleasant place with a population of only 3,000. There, they purchased a house and formed a family, welcoming 2 boys. At the moment of the disaster, their older son, Brendan, was 4 years old and their younger, Bronson, was 2. Friends and neighbors considered the family exemplary, unaware of the problems they confronted behind the closed doors of their household. Brett frequently complimented his wife to acquaintances, yet he had concerns regarding her extreme commitment to her position in the HR division of an advertising agency. She often stayed late, which troubled him. He struggled to comprehend why she felt compelled to work so intensely, particularly since he earned a respectable salary as a police academy teacher and could maintain the family without difficulty. Conversely, Vashti appreciated her autonomy and wanted to assist with the household finances. She was thriving in her profession and genuinely enjoyed her job. Brett believed that Vashti's emotional difficulties were heavily affected by her work-associated exhaustion. She was suffering from burnout and depression, feeling that existence had lost its purpose. It was disclosed that her supervisor had been worried about her health before the catastrophe and discovered she had hormonal irregularities. Vashti was given hormonal supplements meant to enable her to lose weight naturally. But these medicines have side effects, including exhaustion, agitation, and nervousness, which might have influenced her depression. Vashti's family members said she struggled with depression. She had recently begun meeting with a psychologist, and after November 2010, she and her husband started attending family therapy to handle the issues in their strained marriage. Vashti had altered significantly. Once a lively and outgoing leader, she had become isolated and unhappy. It is possible that her emotional condition contributed to her choice to end her life. However, fresh developments soon surfaced. As her marriage deteriorated, she considered divorcing Brett. Family counseling appointments were ineffective, and their list of complaints only continued to expand. Constant arguments occurred, pushing their relationship toward collapse. Vashti's relatives said that she often spent time by herself and sometimes went out with friends just to avoid staying at home and seeing Brett. In spite of this, she and Brett continued attending family counseling, and she also held individual appointments with the same therapist. However, Vashti's relatives could not accept that she would choose to die. They believed she cherished life, her children, and her family too deeply to take such an extreme action. Although there were difficulties in the marriage and feelings of depression, they were not overpowering. Furthermore, they found it difficult to believe that she could have ignited a fire in the home, placing her small children in danger and leaving them without a place to live. This idea appeared illogical to them. How could a loving and affectionate mother do something like that to her sons? Relatives shared that she woke every morning at 4 o'clock to prepare nourishing breakfasts for her children. She avoided store-bought baby food, choosing instead to make her own purees from fresh vegetables and cook healthy porridge for them. When she learned that a boy in kindergarten had been diagnosed with cancer, she took the initiative to support his family by collecting funds for his treatment. She made pancakes, sold them, and contributed the earnings to the boy's family. Everyone close to her was convinced that such a mother would never desert her children. Police examined both explanations of the event. They considered the possibility that Brett might have been connected to the case. Police reviewed Brett's emergency call. When they examined the 911 recording, they found that Brett's tone sounded cold, unemotional, and detached, which gave police the impression that he did not care. According to the investigation, police learned that Brett isolated Vashti and the children from relatives and acquaintances, restricted communication, and regarded his wife and children as his belongings. Vashti could only talk to relatives and friends when he was away at work. Otherwise, he would become upset if anyone contacted her in his presence. Brett exercised total dominance over his household. Kathleen described Brett as a narcissist and an abuser. He was severe not only with his wife, but also with his sons. Brett believed that even at an early age, boys needed to be treated firmly to become strong men. He never allowed his children to show vulnerability and often employed physical discipline. Brett trained them from early childhood and taught them to fight. His severe parenting approaches generated strain inside the family, aiding the collapse of the marriage. Ultimately, Vashti felt it was time to leave. A few days prior to the tragedy, Vashti met with a lawyer and submitted for divorce. She wanted custody of the children, but was willing for them to spend weekends with their father under her supervision. Although she was saddened by the divorce, she would be liberated from Brett's control for the first time in years. He had dominated her since the beginning of their relationship. Vashti had significant plans for her future, including a trip to Hawaii with her sister, tickets to a concert of her favorite group, and other travel plans. Without Brett controlling her, she took command of her life, concentrating on healthy meals, exercise, and weight loss. She was in excellent condition and pleased with the positive shifts she had created. She recently went shopping with Kathleen and purchased many lovely new clothes, which were still in the bags with the tags attached at the time of the fire. She had not even had a chance to wear them. Those who knew Vashti felt that something did not make sense. It seemed unreasonable for her to abandon all her goals so abruptly. Despite experiencing depression, she stayed enthusiastic and determined to move onward. However, she was unaware that her goals would never materialize. Only days before her fatal death, she presented Brett with divorce documents, which enraged him. Shortly afterward, she died. Could this simply have been coincidence? If she truly intended to get a divorce and start a new phase in her life while planning to raise her children alone, why would she decide to end her life and abandon her cherished sons? This created significant worries for the authorities. Kathleen told investigators that Brett had repeatedly threatened his wife with harm and a lengthy divorce. He had even warned her that he would take their children from her if she attempted to leave him. Out of fear, Vashti tolerated his conduct for a long time. But she could no longer endure living with her violent husband and wished to terminate their marriage as quickly as possible. Once Brett discovered that the divorce was coming, he was crushed and canceled a scheduled holiday with friends. He thought that intimidating Vashti by threatening to take their children was the strongest method to get her back. He made it obvious to her that he would use every resource he possessed to make sure she never saw her sons again, even if it required relocating them out of the nation. This made Vashti extremely frightened. That evening, after receiving threats from Brett, she went to see a companion. She then removed the children so that Brett would have time to consider where he was headed. She believed that when she and the children returned, Brett would choose to depart and would not trouble her with the children anymore. Nevertheless, Brett had no plan of leaving. Instead, he was arranging something. A few days afterward, Brett persuaded Vashti to speak with him. He emotionally admitted to her that he wanted her to return and requested a chance to visit the children he missed dearly. When she questioned why he had not relocated yet, he responded that he had no location to go and asked to remain until he located a new residence. Vashti was touched by Brett's statements. Therefore, she went back home with Brett in the morning, but she died that night. Detectives questioned a therapist to gain more understanding of the couple's relationship. The therapist disclosed that Vashti had lately confided in her regarding threats from her husband, Brett. Just a short time before the disaster, Brett had told Vashti about a dream in which he murdered her, and he had vowed that as a law enforcement officer, he could make it seem like an accident or that she had gone voluntarily. The therapist portrayed Brett as a narcissist with dormant psychopathic qualities. In that circumstance, the therapist feared Brett might injure his wife and could not accept that Vashti would decide to take her own life. The therapist believed Vashti was too devoted religiously to commit such an act and believed she would never desert her children to their abusive father. Brett was summoned for interrogation and was questioned directly if he played any role in his wife's death. He firmly rejected any participation and stated that Vashti's death had stunned him severely. He stated that he was having difficulty managing because he was now by himself with their children and uncertain how to survive without his adored wife. He admitted that their marriage had experienced problems. The night before the calamity, they had talked about their future intentions and the possible separation of their assets if they divorced. He remarked that Vashti had been extremely despairing, and he proposed that their discussion might have caused her to become so upset that she decided to end her existence. He felt blame, assuming that he may have wounded her, which could have contributed to her disastrous choice. When questioned regarding threats to Vashti's life, Brett asserted it had only been humor. He conceded that he attempted to frighten her to prevent a divorce, but maintained he would never injure her. When asked what might drive Vashti to set their home ablaze, he replied that she hated it because they were unable to pay for needed renovations. Throughout the questioning, Brett behaved rudely and hostilely, showing irritation at being interrogated about his wife's death. He declared that it was her decision to take her life, and that he bore no responsibility for it. Brett's description of the fire and his behavior during the event do not align. He claimed he rushed into the burning room and embraced his wounded wife in an effort to rescue her. Yet there was no blood on his clothing or skin, and he displayed no burn marks. Despite being at the center of the flames, bare-chested, barefoot, and wearing only trousers, it is improbable that he would avoid blisters or scorched hair, particularly since he supposedly walked without shoes through the fire. This indicates that he never truly entered the burning room and was not honest about his statement. Authorities suspected Brett of participating in the offense, but they required additional proof to detain him and press allegations, so they continued their inquiry. Brett's trousers, which he wore during the blaze, were collected for examination. Analyses revealed remnants of fuel on the trousers, showing that he probably ignited the fire. A forensic authority verified that Vashti died when the residence burned, opposing Brett's assertion that she initiated the fire. Emergency crews located several ignition points on the second level of the residence, demonstrating that someone had intentionally started the blaze to eliminate proof of the wrongdoing. Detectives learned that Brett spent 40 minutes before calling emergency services, during which he took measures to eliminate any traces. Reviews of his household computer and phone exposed multiple online searches about how to erase evidence before the occurrence. Forensic evaluations from Podcherkesk showed that the messages Vashti supposedly wrote were falsified. The markings leaned in the reverse direction, and the penmanship did not correspond to Vashti's. It is probable that her spouse attempted to copy her handwriting but failed, possibly because he was rushing. The examination revealed that the shot was fired from a position where Vashti could not have fired on herself. There were no traces of gunpowder on her body. He was not initially suspected of murder, so investigators did not examine his hands for gunpowder residue. All indications implicated Brett, and on May 14, 2011, he was taken into custody. He was charged with murder, arson, and jeopardizing the lives of children. The trial commenced only 2 years afterward. The prosecution introduced definite proof of Brett's culpability. The location of the firearm did not correspond to the situation. If Vashti had fired the weapon at herself while lying down, the firearm would have landed on the floor. If she had shot herself while seated, the weapon should have been positioned at her right side. Instead, it was discovered beneath her body with the barrel facing downward, which was impossible. The bullet's path was also doubtful, as achieving that angle would require her to nearly fully bend her arm and hold it away from her torso. The absence of soot and smoke in Vashti's airways and bloodstream shows that she was deceased when the fire began, indicating that another person ignited the blaze. During the proceedings, specialists in handwriting, ballistics, and forensic disciplines offered statements. There were no defense witnesses present in the courtroom. He rejected every accusation, and his attorney attempted to contest the evidence tying him to the offense. The prosecution maintained that Vashti's bedroom was where the act occurred. Brett shot her and then ignited portions of the residence. He moved the children to safety and contacted emergency services from the upper floor. The prosecution asserted that the motive behind the killing was his refusal to agree to a divorce and divide custody of the children. The jurors deliberated for 5 hours. Brett Seacat, 37, was found guilty on every charge, including first-degree murder, and Brett received a life sentence, plus 6 years and 3 months for arson and endangering children. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.